Chapter 51 Night Demon arrives. 2 consecutive upgrades. First, the fighting in the prison is getting fiercer. As the prison guard fell to the ground and died, the prisoners received their firearms, and the hard power gap between the two sides was exposed. From the beginning of the fire suppression by the prison guards, the two sides became evenly matched, and now the prison guards are unilaterally tortured and killed by prisoners. The scale of victory has begun to tilt. The 2nd to 5th floors of the prison building have been controlled by prisoners, and there are still some guards stubbornly resisting on the 1st floor. Outside the building, the mercenaries led by Franklin, at the cost of 50% casualties, defeated most of the prison guards and forced the remaining remnants into the prison building. The final forces of both sides were all concentrated on the 1st floor, where a fierce gun battle was launched. As soon as the 4 arrived on the 2nd floor, they saw a brawny man with tattoos in prison uniforms. The strong man, he glanced back at them, and then he was stunned. "Jason, you beast!" The burly man's face flushed instantly, and he rushed towards them like he was crazy. "Jason, you dare to sleep with my wife, am I?" Boom! A bullet penetrated his throat. Well, the strong man held his throat and knelt to the ground. The blood gurgled out like a faucet. Ding! Clan Arlanxel kills a prisoner and gains 100 villains. Current progress, 60,407,000. Harlan blew at the gun, and as gun technology soared, her self-confidence also burst. "Marksmanship is good." John nodded in praise. Harlan laughed and said, So, are you not a professional killer? How about we come to kill more people than who?" Hey. Jason looked surprised and looked back at her abruptly. "Harlan, what can't you think of? You have to shoot with John Wickby. Your behavior is purely giving the head." "Who is John?" "One brother in the killer world." Showing off marksmanship in front of him is like playing basketball in front of Ki Mukun, purely looking for shit. John smiled very gentlemanly. Yes. Jason was speechless for a while, so he really agreed. "Then count me again, let's compare with the 3 of us." After Jason finished speaking, he looked back at Billy. "Are you going to participate?" Billy waved his hands and shook his head again and again. He was a pharmacist by profession, so how dare he compare with these fierce men? "No. My marksmanship is terrible. I can't hit people within 10 meters. Jason didn't force him. He picked up an automatic rifle from the ground and ran towards the 1st floor. John and Harlem also picked up the gun and followed behind. The 3 joined the battle, like a tiger plunged into a flock. These prison guards who have only participated in simple firearms training are not their enemies at all. 15 minutes later, the shootout was over. More than 700 prison guards stationed at Long Island Prison were all killed. However, our own losses were also very heavy. Only 400 mercenaries were left in their early 200s, and there were more than 300 prisoners. At this moment, there were not even 100. As the battle ended, the results of the trio's competition came out. There is no doubt that John Wick won the championship easily. He killed more people than Jason and Harlan combined. Ding! The comrade John Wick killed 57 prison guards and gained 5,700 villain points. Current progress, 117,407,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 8, reward 10 attribute points. Current progress, 41,708,000. Ding! Kill 29 prison guards, get 2,900 villains. Current progress, 70,708,000. Ding! The fellow party Arlanxel killed 13 prison guards and gained 1,300 villain points. The current progress is 83,708,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 9 and gaining 10 attribute points. The current progress is 3,709,000. Hold the grass. Jason looked at the system light curtain, stunned. Lie down with your thigh to win, and you can get up to 2 levels in a row, which is really cool. In an instant, Jason was surrounded by an inexplicable sense of happiness, and at the same time, he was firm in his determination to improve the strength of his party so that they could become instrumentalists. Jason turned on the system, and after some thinking, he added 20 attributes to strength and agility. Level 9. 3,709,000. Power 5,363. Agility 4,050. Endurance 5,050. Intelligence 4,040. Remaining attribute points 0. Reputation 7,841,158. Party Harlan Kzal, John Wick. Prestige acquired for next recruitment 3,000 points. 0. Abilities: Fighting Proficiency, Level 6, Driving Proficiency, Level 3, Firearms Proficiency, Level 6, Cold Weapon Proficiency, Level 2. Mal, click here. I'm really convinced. What is your marksmanship, spear fighting skills? That's amazing. Harlan was so impressed by John that she finally realized the gap between the two. As always, John said modestly, "My posture is Car, and my shooting idea is Mozambique. If you are interested, I can teach you." There is still a lot of room for improvement. The Car shooting method described by John is the full name of the shooting method of the Central Axle Load Lock System. This gun-holding posture composes the human body into 4 stable triangular structures, which can have a stronger absorption effect on the recoil generated by the gun. At the same time, your actions are more stable and flexible, and the possibility of being seized is minimized. As for the shooting method in Mozambique, it is actually a kind of shooting thinking, that is, when encountering the enemy at close range, first shoot 2 shots in a row to knock the enemy out of stiffness, and then take 1 to 2 seconds before shooting. After being held for dozens of days, Jason finally saw the light of day again. Unfortunately, the weather tonight is very strange. The sky was covered by dark clouds, the wind was violent, and there were flashes of lightning across the clouds. Thousands of dead bodies lie inside and outside the Long Island prison. The stump had a broken arm, blood was spilled on the ground, and the smell was so nauseating. This scene makes people shudder when they think about it. I'm afraid hell is nothing more than that. "Hey, boss." Walking out of the prison building, Franklin waved his hand excitedly, then ran over to hug him. "Thanks for your hard work." Jason patted him hard on the back, and then introduced the 3 people behind him to him in turn. "Hello." Franklin greeted him generously. After these few days of training, he has become more brave, mature and confident. Compared with the car thief who was afraid of killing people, he has completely reborn. Franklin, the mercenary leader, stood in the distance and waved at him. "The task has been completed. I have to leave with my brothers." Franklin said, "Don't worry, over there is my boss. Let's meet him." The leader glanced at Jason from a distance, with a sad expression on his face, and shook his head. "Forget it, I'm not in this mood." After speaking, he turned around to greet his mercenaries to leave. Although this mission made him a lot of money, nearly half of his 400 brothers died. This loss is too heavy for him. But he didn't blame Franklin or Jason. After all, mercenaries are people who eat with their heads tied to their belts. As long as they step into this line, death like the wind will always be with them. Thank you, Momianstam, for the 400-point reward. Thank you for the 100-point reward from. Thank you, Stonewall 3, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, Long Xiao, for the 200-point reward. Thank you, Sunroad Manman, for the 100-point reward. Fellow Daoists, are the tickets cut? Chapter 52: The Doomsday of the Golden Union, Part 1, 2nd. The mercenaries left. Some prisoners who had goals and thoughts in their hearts, and knew where they were going, also left. The remaining prisoners who have not left are mostly lonely and helpless. Although they escaped from prison, they have no relatives, no lovers, and no place to hide. Although the world is big, there is no place for it. Perhaps they knew in their hearts that the crazy police and detectives would find them in a few days and throw them back into this prison. To successfully escape from prison, the right time and place are indispensable. After this incident, the defensive force of the prison will definitely be strengthened. If you are thrown into the prison again, you may really have to stay for a lifetime. Thinking of this, the dark haze of the future loomed over the hearts of the prisoners, and the joy of successful escape was diminished a lot. Jason scanned their faces and noticed panic and anxiety. With an evil smile, he strode up to the high platform and said, looking at the confused group of prisoners. "My name is Jason Walter, and many of you have heard my name. I, like you all, are people who have no goals and don't know where to go. But unlike you, I have partners can rely on." Jason opened his arms. Franklin, Harlem, John and Billy ran up to the high platform and stood by Jason's hand. "If we leave the prison separately, I believe it won't be long before we will be found by the police and we will be destroyed. So we cannot be separated, we must be united. Only in this way can we live with dignity in this fucking world. If you believe me, you can walk with me. I will lead you to build a home of our own." It was not an exciting speech at all, but it made many prisoners look at each other and whisper. Of course they have heard of Jason's name. Even if he didn't know him before, after the first war in prison, Jason's name can be said to be thrilling. Jason is right. Compared to a dish of loose sand, everyone has the greatest chance of living together. And Jason can ambush inside in prison, can hire a mercenary of 400 people, can become the first escaped in Long Island prison, which shows that he has abundant human, material and financial resources. For them homeless prisoners, it may be a good choice to join Jason. "I join." After some discussions, someone finally came forward. A young guy in a prison uniform ran up to the stage and stood beside him. Jason smiled and said, "Very good. Is there anyone else willing to follow me?" "I do." "I am willing too. It will be much easier to handle everything with brave people taking the lead." Among the remaining 50-odd prisoners, more than 30 people stepped forward and were willing to join Jason's team. In the end, the dozen or so people may not believe Jason, and shook their heads pessimistically and left alone. Looking at the strange face in front of him, Jason said, "You are welcome to join." In a word, the welcome ceremony is over. For the new prisoners, Jason did not set any ability test, and secondly he did not greet them cordially. For Jason, they are just cannon fodder to help block bullets, and cannon fodder does not deserve to have a name. "Honey, we are an organization and must have a loud name." Seeing the lover further away from the dream, Harlem said with excitement, "That's right. Not only does it have a name, but it also has to have a eye-catching logo." Jason touched his chin and thought for a moment, and soon made a decision in his heart. Boom! A loud noise in the sky. A dazzling lightning pierced the dark clouds. On the outer wall of the prison building, a clown pattern outlined with blood appeared. Lightning shined on the wall, and the clown grinned and smiled slyly. Wow! There was another loud noise, and the heavy rain that had been brewing for a day finally fell. Raindrops the size of soybeans hit the wall. Clown, become more hideous. Jason and his party put on police uniforms and drove out of the prison in 8 police cars. Franklin was driving the leading car, and Jason sat in the back and picked up the satellite phone from the car. "Hey, Stan." New York Drug Enforcement Administration headquarters. Stan answered the phone. His face was surprised at first, and then he said with ecstasy, "Jason, great. You finally figured it out." Jason smiled and said, "Thank you for this. Franklin told me that you hired these mercenaries at a high price and emptied your small vault for so many years. This is what I should do. But you have to remember that this money is what you borrowed from me, and you must remember to return it to me. I still point to this money for pension." Jason laughed and scolded, "Don't worry. I never like to default on favors. I will pay you back the money now." "Stan, do you want to know Jin Bin and where the missing materials are hidden?" Hearing this, Stan was very energetic and asked quickly, "Where is it?" "I didn't find it after checking it for a long time." The old kid Jin Bin played the trick in the dark under the lights, and that batch of materials never left New York. He hid all 17 containers of illegal materials in New York Harbor. Not only that, he himself was in the New York Harbor. The Mexican trades happily. If you are fast enough, you may be able to catch him and get the money alone. 17 containers. Great. If the information is correct, we'll clean up this account. After speaking, Stan hung up the phone and ran out of the office like crazy. Today is the last day that Franklin's fables have exploded. Most police officers in New York patrol the streets and strictly check pedestrians on the road. Even the Narcotics Enforcement Bureau, as a reserve force, is fully armed and ready to call emergency action. Urgent action. Dan rushed out the door and shouted, refreshing the police officers on standby. The assistant director of the Narcotics Enforcement Bureau, who was Stan's deputy, hurried over and asked, "Urgent action, did Jason show up?" Stan waved his hand abruptly and said, "Leave Jason alone. I just received information from an informant that a huge deal is going on in New York Port. I will gather all the officers from the Drug Enforcement Administration and rush to New York Port immediately." Stan's expression was anxious and excited, and the deputy immediately understood the importance of this matter. He did not dare to delay, and hurried to arrange the matter. You, and you. You all follow me." Stan summoned the cronies and ran to the gunship parked on the roof. "Stan, put on your body armor." The cronies grabbed the body armor and threw it to him, and Stan put it on as he ran. On the roof of the Narcotics Enforcement Administration headquarters, armed helicopters are on standby. Stan and the others just got on. The helicopter left and soared into the air, rushing towards the New York Harbor Terminal at a very fast speed. The first day recommendation ticket is added, and those books are not even a fraction of me. Brothers awesome. Keep it up. Thank you, Momi and Stam, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, ZZ, for the 500-point reward. Thanks to QQ Reader users, I'm Addicted to You, for their 588 and 999 book currency rewards. Chapter 53 The End of the Golden Union, Part 2, Third More. The Port of New York is one of the largest seaports in the world. It is located at the mouth of the Hudson River in the southwest corner of Manhattan, facing the Atlantic Ocean to the east, with an annual throughput of 160 million tons, and the terminal is still busy until early morning. A small freighter had just finished loading and unloading and was preparing to leave the port, but the cargo it unloaded was not sent out of the port, but was driven into a remote warehouse in New York Port by a heavy truck. Standing in the warehouse were two groups of big men in black, with a total of more than 200 people. They were burly figures and sharp eyes, and they were very different from ordinary trash fish. One party is the seller of these high-crazy Mexican drug lord. On the other side is the king of the underground in New York, Jin Bin. Jin Bin was sitting on the sofa chatting with a cane, still holding a Cohiba cigar in his mouth. He took out his cell phone and found that Wesley still hadn't answered the call, and a cloud of doubt suddenly appeared on his face. Regardless of whether that matter is successful or not, he should have news after counting the time. He looked up and looked outside, and the big rain was pouring down, and he felt a sudden depression in his heart. A terrible thought emerged in his mind. The transaction tonight may not be so smooth. The heavy truck drove straight into the warehouse, and the two drivers jumped off the truck and opened the door of the container. "Please." The Mexican drug lord motioned to Jin and went to inspect the goods. He nodded, and several of his men immediately boarded the container. The inspection process was a bit long, but neither of the two big men showed impatient expressions. This patch of grass is very valuable, and no one can afford it if something goes wrong. After 20 minutes, the inspection of the goods was finally completed, and Jin then sent the balance to the Swiss bank account of the drug lord. Switzerland promulgated the Bank Secrecy Act in 1934, which made it clear that Swiss financial institutions have the right to refuse government investigations and the monitoring of customer accounts. Thanks to this law, Swiss Bank has gained the trust of corrupt officials, rich people, and gangs like Jin Bin all over the world. People who do underworld business like them, who do not have 100 or 80 bearer accounts in Swiss bank. Only Jason, who likes to trade in cash. A few minutes later, the drug lord logged into the bank account, and the money was safely received. "I wish us a happy cooperation." The two big men stood up and shook hands with a smile. At this time, the sound of helicopter propellers came from outside the warehouse. A drug lord's subordinate hurriedly ran in and said, "Boss, it's not good." "There is a helicopter hovering over the port." The drug lord frowned and asked, "Did you see clearly? Is it a civilian helicopter or an armed helicopter? Is there a sign on the helicopter?" He panted and replied, "Gunship." The DIA logo is also printed on the fuselage. The relationship between DIA and drug lords is like the relationship between cats and mice. Hearing these three words, the big drug lord's face changed drastically. and he took out his pistol and pointed it at Jin Bin. Dogday. So you are an undercover police officer, Rush. Jin Bin's men also pointed their guns at the drug lord, and the two gangs were immediately at a loss. Jin He's eyes were gloomy, and he stared at him dissatisfied. If I'm an undercover and the helicopter is already coming at us, why should I call you the balance? The drug lord thought carefully, and it seemed that the same was true. No matter how rich the Narcotics Enforcement Administration is, it can't be built with hundreds of millions of dollars. Then what should I do now? The drug lord put away the gun, panicking in his heart. In Mexico, from high-ranking political officials to street police, he can pay for it. But now he is in the United States. Jin did not think calmly, and decisively ordered the evacuation. Don't panic. So everyone puts on the clothes of dockers, and we scattered and left the port. Boss, what about that stuff? One of the men asked. The goods are temporarily stored in warehouses. There are hundreds of warehouses in New York Port with tens of thousands of containers, and they can't find them. After hearing Jin Bin's words, the two groups quickly changed into worker uniforms and fled through the front and back doors of the warehouse. On the gunship, Stan held his binoculars and searched for ground targets. One pro-channeled, Boss, the New York port is so big and there are so many people. Who knows which container is hidden in the grass and which one is a drug dealer? Stan put down his binoculars, frowned, his brain thinking quickly. To conceal 17 containers of illegal materials, he must have a private warehouse in New York Harbor. But the private warehouse of Jin Bin is leased in the name of another person and cannot be found through the internal network. Stan decided to think about it in another way. If he was a Golden Union, he would definitely choose the warehouse in a remote corner of New York Harbor. In addition, there must be roads for cars around the warehouse, woods where drug dealers can escape on foot, or residential areas with complex personnel. Stan opened his eyes, found New York Harbor on Google Maps, and then, according to his own speculation, looked for places that met the conditions. Found it. After a while, Stan's eyes lit up and he locked an area. He pointed to a warehouse in the distance and said, "Quick, fly over there." The pilot responded and operated the helicopter to fly over the designated area. Stan and several cronies quickly took out their binoculars, activated the night vision mode, and began searching for suspicious targets on the ground. Stan found the target. There are about 200 people. The pilot used a thermal imaging night vision device and found a large number of human-shaped light spots outside a warehouse. Because of the remote location of this warehouse, the occupancy rate is not so high, and the flow of people is much less than that of the core area. In the early hours of the morning, more than 200 people gathered outside the warehouse. There must be a problem. Stan, are these people drug dealers? They are all dressed in worker uniforms. Could it be dockers having a party? Stan raised his binoculars and looked at it, then said uncertainly, "It should be." "Should? Then should we arrest people? If something is wrong, it may affect your career." Let me think about it. Stan's face was serious and full of entanglement. If the group of people below are drug dealers, he will be an instant hit, and his future career will be limitless. But if the group of people were just ordinary workers, then Stan's political opponents would definitely take advantage of this matter to make a fuss. If it affects his entry into Washington, it will be a big loss. Catch people are risky. Don't catch it. Get promoted steadily. Stan didn't know how to choose. "Stan, give the order. Someone is leaving New York Harbor." Hearing this, Shidan was cruel and determined. "It doesn't matter. I am responsible for something wrong. Catch it." After receiving Stan's order, the pilot immediately controlled the helicopter to descend and shouted using the onboard speaker, "Listen to the people below. We are the New York Drug Enforcement Administration. Now we suspect that you are involved in the smuggling business. Please stop and stand where you are." As soon as the voice fell, the crowd below immediately stopped. In the next second, there was an explosion from the crowd, and a missile with tail inflammation hit the helicopter. Stan hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." RPG. Thank you, D0D0, for your 1,000 point reward. The boss is great. Brothers, don't stop recommending. Chapter 54 The Doomsday of the Golden Union. Part 2. First, shit. The pilot yelled, flicked the joystick, and the helicopter immediately shifted to the right. The RPG dragged the tail flame and passed it from the side of the fuselage. Stan was undecided, his face pale in fright. As police officers of the Drug Enforcement Administration, all of them have experienced countless lives and deaths, but at that moment, they were the closest to death. Stan's face turned from white to red, and he furiously said, "Fight back." "Damn these bitches." "It is good." The pilot was also suffocated. He shouted and pressed the launch button, and the multi-barreled cannons on the fuselage flanks quickly turned. In the next instant, a 23mm caliber bullet was launched like a gun. The drug dealer who was hit first was instantly beaten into pieces by bullets. His body was like a water balloon, exploding blood in the sky. Not to mention that they only wore a workman's uniform. Even their highest level body armor was as thin as a cicada's wings in front of a 23mm cannon. With the help of thermal imaging cameras, the drug dealers had nowhere to hide. Wherever the machine guns fired, there was a sorrow and corpses all over the ground. The drug dealers were completely messed up and ran for their lives in a hurry. No one cared about anyone. The muscles on Jinhee's face twitched, and the blue veins on his forehead were violent, and his anger had reached the extreme. The group of people first acted like a mentally retarded, slandering him as an undercover police officer, and then launched an RPG at the Narcotics Enforcement Administration helicopter. Did these idiots forget the K-Middle.K incident? The protagonist of the K-Middle.K incident is called Kiki Camarella. He was a legendary agent of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration in the 1980s. In order to cut off the passage of Hekau from Mexico to the United States, Kiki was sent to Mexico shortly after joining the Narcotics Enforcement Administration, where he was undercover under the hands of a major drug lord. He lurked for more than 4 years, risking his death to photograph a lot of evidence about the plantation of hay grass, and reported the evidence to the Mexican government, burning tens of thousands of acres of hay grass plantation. Every year billions of dollars of money printing presses are destroyed, and the big drug lords angrily issue rewards to the leakers. Soon, Kiki was sold by the local corrupt police who worked for drug dealers. The drug lord dismantled his ribs, peeled his legs, crushed his skull, chin, cheekbones and trachea directly. Even his head was pried open by a drill, and he was injected with chemical drugs to make him tortured stay awake in the middle. The great agent died in pain after being tortured for nearly 30 hours. Such a tragic behavior completely angered the U.S. government and the public. Since then, the Drug Enforcement Administration has been given the privilege to surpass other law enforcement agencies and open the largest murder investigation in history, codenamed Legend. The Narcotics Enforcement Administration dispatched a task force to conduct a joint investigation with the Mexican government. Through clues left by Kiki during his death, they quickly identified the principal suspect of kidnapping. Under the strong pressure of the U.S. government, the President of Mexico ordered the arrest of the criminals who killed Kiki, but the prison is a second home for these drug lords with eye-catching hands. As long as the money is in place, they can still eat, drink, have fun and spend time and drink. In order to prevent drug dealers from getting away with impunity, the Drug Enforcement Agency came up with a way. They issued a $5 million bounty and hired warriors to tie the suspect to the United States. Next, despite the strong protests of the Mexican government, the Drug Enforcement Agency directly tortured and tried the arrested suspects, with a maximum sentence of 40 years. The Drug Enforcement Administration's powerful retaliation has deterred the big drug lords across Latin America, so they agreed on a hidden rule: don't provoke the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration casually. If the RPG destroys the helicopter just now, then this big drug lord and the people in contact with him will become the most wanted criminal in the United States and will not be able to live forever. Thinking of this, Jin didn't feel afraid for a while. That bunch of idiots. Are their brains filled with grass? After shouting angrily, he quickly led his men to escape to the car. Starting the car, the driver stepped on the accelerator, and more than 20 Cadillacs roared and broke through the barbed wire and fled towards the road outside the port. Jinping looked back at the pier in the distance, and he was suddenly relieved. Thanks to those idiots who attracted helicopter firepower, otherwise he would never have escaped so easily. But just when Jin-Hee thought he had escaped a catastrophe, a dense siren sounded right in front of him. Taking a closer look, dozens of police cars were approaching here with their lights flashing. The front and rear police cars blocked, and a helicopter chased after him. Jin Bin's face suddenly turned pale. At this time, the vehicle behind began to accelerate and roll down the windows when it was parallel to the lead vehicle. A close friend poked his head out and shouted, "Boss, the police car is blocked by us, Hugo." Jin frowned, hesitated. From a rational point of view, he did not want to have a head-on conflict with the Narcotics Enforcement Administration, and it is the best way to deal with the Narcotics Enforcement Administration behind the scenes. But now, there seems to be no other way except for the hard ones. The cronies understood his concerns and grinned. "Don't worry, boss, we won't be caught alive." After speaking, he closed the window and stepped on the accelerator, and dozens of cars behind followed along, speeding up the forward police car and rushing past. Jin did not understand what he meant, and closed his eyes sadly. These people are all cronies who have followed him and died. The policemen of the Drug Enforcement Bureau were all frightened to see the gangs on the move. Unlike the gangsters who dare to fight, and dare to die, these policemen are the owners of wages and food, and catching drug dealers has always done what they can. Naturally, everyone is happy to be able to catch it. With this meager salary from the Drug Enforcement Administration, I want them to work hard. Isn't it too much thinking? In the next instant, dozens of police cars turned to both sides in unison, giving way to a road from the middle. These policemen never kill their lives. The drug dealers are responsible for running, and they are responsible for chasing them. As long as the drug dealers are not allowed to escape, this errand is not a mess. Of course, Jin-Hee's men knew what the police thought, so they slammed into the direction and ran into the police car. Boom! Under the high-speed impact, the Cadillac and the police car were smashed into pieces, and the body was directly shortened by half and turned into metal parts in the sky. A policeman's face did not catch the airbag and hit the A-pillar. His head suddenly burst like a watermelon. The rest of the gangs and the police are not much better. Cars with speeds exceeding 140 km per hour collide head-on, and there is almost no difference whether there are airbags or not. The lead car crashed, and the police cars behind had no time to brake. Dozens of cars had violent serial collisions, and the car where Jin Bin was located just left quickly from the middle passage. "Don't let them run, chase them," the uninjured policeman shouted. There were a total of 8 Cadillacs following Jin and passing through the passage. 4 of them suddenly stopped on the road sideways, completely blocking the two-way 4-lane. Recommended votes are much less than yesterday. Book friends who have votes in hand, please vote. Chapter 55, Besieging the Golden Union. The new king of New York. Second more. 4 Cadillacs walked off. 20 gangsters armed with automatic rifles. "Go to hell, Sliver!" they screamed and raised their guns and swept at the police car and officers. The intensive bullets rained down, damaging the engine and tires of the police car, and crushing the police officers to nowhere. The gangsters who stayed behind had long aspirations to death. They didn't ask to kill all the policemen, they just wanted to trap them here, so they couldn't pursue Jin Bin. The scene of Jin-Hee escaping was seen by Stan with a telescope, and he immediately took out a satellite phone to notify Jason. "Jason, the information you gave is really true. Kim and the Mexican drug lord really appeared. Most of the drug lord's men were killed by me, but Kim has already broken through the encirclement, along the Hudson River." The highway escaped. Jason was not surprised by the news, and said lightly, "I had expected that your Drug Enforcement Administration would not be able to catch Jin Bin. Don't worry, I am already on the way here. If you are lucky, I should be able to stop Jin Bin." Police all over New York set up cards to arrest Jason on the road. How could he rush from Long Island prison to Manhattan so quickly? Stan was a little curious. "You are so fast. Didn't you meet the police on the road?" "Ha. Police stopped almost every street. To be honest, I have never seen so many police in my life." Stan was even more puzzled. You won't show your mighty power, just rush all the way through." Jason laughed and said, "You watched a lot of Hollywood movies." "We drove the police car at Long Island Prison, and we drove by with the siren." The police who set up the car thought something was wrong. They didn't even dare to ask. "Just ask and let it go." Stan nodded clearly. "It turned out to be like this. Then I won't chase after Jin. There are more than a dozen boxes of illegal materials waiting for me to collect." "Confiscated?" "I'm afraid that 30% of the materials have to be thrown into your pocket." Jason directly clicked on him. "Be busy. I won't delay your getting rich." Stan hung up the phone and directed the helicopter to fly to the front battlefield. The policemen who came to the reinforcements were miserably bullied by the gang, all lying on the ground or hiding under the car, afraid of being shot by a bullet. "A bunch of trash." Stan cursed angrily, then opened the door of the helicopter and fired at the gang with a heavy machine gun. Da. The heavy machine gun fired in a circle, and the gang members were killed and injured suddenly, and the firepower was drastically reduced. With the support of the armed helicopter, the policemen hiding on the ground also got up and fired back with pistols. A few minutes later, all the gangsters responsible for the blockade died, and even those who were not injured took out their pistols and committed suicide. They did not leave alive. The battlefield was extremely tragic, with bullet casings all over the floor, blood and broken corpses, and the smell of blood soaring that some police could not help but vomit. Stan's pro-belief: these people regard death as home. They are definitely not simple. They should be dead men who have followed Jin Bin for many years. Another person said with emotion, "The gang's supplies were confiscated by us, and so many loyal subordinates have died. This time, Jin He is estimated to be doomed." "That's good too. Kim has ruled the underground of New York for so many years. It's time for a new face." "You said Boss has a chance?" The two immediately raised their heads and looked at Stan. "If Jason becomes the new king of New York, then they can follow suit." Stan looked at Jin He's escape from a distance, and muttered, "I don't know." Jason is not Jin He. The enemy he is about to face is the entire United States. After talking with Stan on the phone, Jason led his subordinates on the highway. More than 10 minutes later, he saw the Cadillac team of Jin Bin head on. "Franklin, stop them." "It is good." Franklin drove into the other lane and rushed towards the convoy of Jin Bin. Several other police cars in the back also accelerated forward and drove side by side, blocking the two-way four-lane highway tightly. After Jin Bin's leader spotted the police car, it immediately began to slow down. The four cars behind accelerated forward, obviously preparing to use the old method to directly knock the police car off the line. Franklin frowned. "Boss, their car is speeding up. If we hit head-on, it is conservatively estimated that it is also a vegetable." Jason said, "Don't worry, you won't become a vegetable." "John, it's up to you." John Wick sitting in the back row nodded. "Franklin, slow down." After speaking, he opened the car window and leaned out half of his body. Driving at high speed, the oncoming wind made him unable to open his eyes. But as Franklin slowed down, the wind gradually weakened. When the speed of the car dropped to 60 kilometers, John raised his pistol and fired at the oncoming convoy while the wind resistance was still strong. Bang bang bang. 3 bullets accurately hit a Cadillac tire. After a bang, the tire punctured directly. Squeak. With a harsh rubbing sound, the vehicle involuntarily ran into the side. The gang driver was shocked, slammed on the brakes and slammed in the direction, trying to rescue the car. But a car that has lost control is so easy to save. Cadillac slammed into the car on the right. The two cars smashed through the guardrail at a very fast speed and rushed into a low-lying wasteland. "Pretty," Franklin shouted excitedly. "This marksmanship is simply incredible." Bang bang bang. John did the same and fired a few more shots, blasting the tires of the remaining 2 cars. This time, the gang driver had already prepared, and had already started to slow down in advance. After some thrilling operations, they finally did not let the vehicle lose control. But the price of this is that the vehicle loses speed and cannot drive the line of defense composed of police cars. Squeak. The gangster driver decisively stepped on the brakes and prepared to use force to break through the line of defense after the vehicle stopped. Although the police have 8 vehicles and they only have 5 vehicles, these weak policemen are not worth mentioning in terms of combat effectiveness. To be honest, his decision was very correct. If the police were oncoming, the success rate of this plan was very high. It is a pity that they are not facing the police, but a group of criminals who have committed crimes. The car on the opposite side started to slow down, as did Jason. Unless you have a body of steel, who would dare to drive a bumper car at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour? Squeak. The piercing brakes sounded. 2 groups of horses stopped at a distance of less than 20 meters, and 8 police cars surrounded 3 Cadillacs. In the next instant, everyone opened the door and got out of the car. They started shooting at each other using the vehicle as a cover, rushing into the gang in the wasteland, and running towards here with their guns in their arms. "I won last time, this time to compare again?" John asked, hiding behind the car, looking at Jason. "Forget it. Comparing marksmanship with you is looking for abuse. But I will surpass you soon." "I believe it." John smiled, not knowing whether this sentence was true or false. "Thank you, Momianstam, for the 200-point reward." "Thank you, Olive Oil, for your 1,000 points reward." "Brothers, don't stop recommending tickets." Chapter 56. The Death Battle Under the Rain Curtain. Third More. Under the dark night sky, there was heavy rain. The 2 gangs of men and horses were in the rain, and they had their final duel. Bang bang bang. The dense bullets swarmed, splashing sparks on the car. It was really beautiful. A gangster was hit in the face without even wailing, and fell to the ground for a while and died after convulsions. Another gangster took his place, but within a few seconds, he was shot in the throat by a bullet and fell to his knees to death. Within a few minutes of the exchange of fire, the strength gap between the 2 sides was exposed. Jason's men were killed and wounded, and Jinbin's men were already more than half dead. "Withdraw! Quickly withdraw!" The gang fought and retreated, returning to the side of Jinbin's car. "Boss, it's a damn fucking hell. These policemen are not ordinary, and the brothers can't beat them." Jinping rolled down the window and looked at the police car not far away with gloomy eyes. "Today is really not a good day." Taking advantage of the emptiness of the New York police force, he ran to deal with the Mexican drug lord and was found by the Drug Enforcement Administration. Not only the partner was arrested, but all his belongings were also taken away by the wild dogs from the Drug Enforcement Administration. After finally escaping from New York Harbor with his men, he ran into a large number of police officers head-on. In order to survive, he had to abandon the men who followed him to death. Just when he adjusted his emotions and prepared to lie in the dark for a while, in order to make a comeback, he was blocked by a group of policemen who had too much marksmanship. Jin didn't want to cry without tears. Since becoming the king of the underground in New York, he has not felt this kind of aggrieved for many years. "Oh, God. If you bully, you can't go to death. You made it clear that you wouldn't give me a way to survive." At the moment when he doubted his life, the remaining men were killed one after another. Jin has truly become a lonely man. Ding. Kill 4 gangsters and get 400 villains. Current progress. 7,709,000. Ding. The same party John Wick killed 7 gangsters and gained 700 villains. Current progress, 14,709,000. Ding. The same party Alan Xel killed 2 gangsters and gained 200 villains. Current progress, 16,709,000. More than 30 prisoners held their guns and approached Jinbin's car a little bit. Garda. The door opened, and Jinbin walked out of the car calmly. "Hey, long time no see." Jason tilted his head to say hello. The excitement on his face was beyond words. Looking forward to the moment for many years, it has finally arrived. "Ah, Jason." Jin Bian broke the power in 1 second, staring at him in astonishment. "You actually escaped from Long Island prison, and your injuries." There are too many doubts about Jason, and Kim doesn't know where to ask. "Yeah, I escaped from prison and the injury is healed." Was it a surprise? Jason's cheeky face, his mood at the moment is really refreshing. Associating today's various anomalies together, Jin did not finally sort out his thoughts. "Wesley, he." Without waiting for him to finish, Jason gave the answer. That's right. He told me the place and time of the transaction before he died. By the way, Wesley died terribly, and his skin was slowly baked over a low fire, tusk, a slice of red, burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Upon hearing the news of Wesley's death, Jin Chi lowered his head and clenched his fists, breathing quickly. When he raised his head again, his eyes were flushed with hatred and murderous intent on his face. If in normal times, Jason saw such a look of Jin Bin, he was already frightened. But now, not only is he not afraid, he even wants to laugh. Want to kill me? You try. In the next instant, more than 30 prisoners raised their guns at Jin Bin's head at the same time. If you dare to move, we will beat you into a sieve. A bulletproof suit with millions of dollars can't protect your big and fat pig's head. The prisoners showed disdain and laughed sarcastically. Come on, Jason. Jin Ping put out his fighting posture with a serious expression. The last competition is not over yet. Didn't you want to take my life? Then fight like a man. Ding. Trigger the task. Unfinished battle. Task reward, 10,000 villains. Mission introduction. Get up from wherever you fall, and have a fair and just duel with Jin. Jason glanced at the system light curtain, and said coldly, very inferior tactics, but very effective. Hanny. Harlem showed a worried expression. Jason waved her hand, motioned her not to speak, and asked the prisoners to give up space. What? Jin Ping roared like a tiger descending a mountain, and rushed towards Jason. Jason Ling Ran was not afraid, and greeted him with a roar. Boom! The two sturdy arms collided in the air, making a muffled noise characteristic of muscle tissue. For a master, a head-to-head pair of punches can understand the opponent's ideas and strength. Both of them are full of killing intent, and they are equally powerful. Jin Wei showed a surprised expression. Your power. Jason laughed grimly. Is it surprised? Is it unexpected? Ha 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 ha. While laughing wildly, he retracted his fist, and then shot a heavy cannon punch. Bang bang bang. Two men who were too strong to resemble humans started their most primitive melee combat in the rainstorm. There is no subtle footwork, no gorgeous moves, and some are just determined to kill the opponent every time they punch. Within a minute, the two beat each other dozens of punches. All of them had blue noses, swollen faces, panting, and blood-stained bodies. They each stepped back, panting and staring at each other. The prisoners who were watching were completely stupid. This duel is so exciting. It's even more enjoyable than watching a boxing match live. Jason raised his head and let the rain wash away the bloodstains on his face, then shook his head violently, threw the drops of water into the air, and shouted, "Good." After the fight just now, he has already found out the bottom of Jin Bin. Jin Bin's strength and agility are comparable to him now, but he is slightly better in terms of endurance, so his injuries are a little lighter. But this kind of slightly challenging life and death struggle makes the fight more cool and more interesting. After resting for a while, Jason roared and leapt straight at Jin. Jason became more excited as he fought, but he became more frightened as he fought. He wanted to take advantage of the two singled out, take advantage of Jason, then use him as a shield to change his life. But now, let alone kidnapping him, whether he can be defeated is a question mark. The speed at which Jason increased his strength was simply terrifying. Comparing life and death is not only hard power, there is the determination to kill each other, and the unyielding will. Jin Bin's heart was in confusion, and his fist immediately became weak. Jason grabbed his flaws, kicked his huge body sharply. Jin also hit the Cadillac door heavily, and that huge impact immediately deformed the frame. Jason went over with high morale and murderously, "Jin Bin, today is your anniversary." Maybe. Jin lost his fighting spirit and looked sad. "But even if you die, I will pull you back." After speaking, a fierce light flashed in Jin Bin's eyes, and his right hand suddenly grabbed the cane next to the seat. "Pull out forcefully." Cold light flashes. Hidden in the cane is a long sword cut like mud. He grinned, and thrust forward with all his strength, aiming at Jason's throat. Jason was stunned and had no time to react. Mingren, don't speak secret words. I am greedy for the recommendation votes in your hands. Chapter 57, The golden head of the owl. System upgrade. Boom. A gunshot resounded across the night sky. The brass bullets spun out and shot out, shooting Jin and holding the 4 fingers of the long sword all at once. The old saying goes well, 10 fingers connected to the heart. Jin Bia grinned in pain, and the tip of his sword tilted downward from his throat and penetrated Jason's arm. John Wick put away his pistol and hid his merit and fame. Jason reacted quickly after eating pain. He kicked Jin Bin's abdomen with a violent kick, and used this counter thrust to back a few steps, and then suddenly exerted force on his feet, rushed towards Jin and rushed over. The finger was interrupted by a bullet. Even if Jin did not scream, the pain was enough to make his body stiff for several seconds. This is the protection of the brain to the body. No matter how powerful it is, it cannot be avoided. And these few seconds of freezing is Jason's best law chance. Bitch. Dare to play lay? Jason stomped on the ground and jumped high, raised his knees angrily, and slammed into the socket of Jin Hee's right eye. Boom. A muffled sound. Jin did not have time to defend. The brow bones around his eye sockets were directly shattered. His eyeballs burst like raw eggs, and the vitreous mucus mixed with blood flowed onto his face. What? There was a sharp pain deep in the soul, and Jin Rong couldn't help it anymore. He covered his eyes and took a few steps back, like a wounded lion, roaring in anger. Good marksmanship. Although Jason was still in shock, he turned his head to praise John. The situation just now was too dangerous. Everyone, including Jason, thought that Jin was not at the end of the battle, but he didn't expect that he had left to law. If it weren't for the assassin John to remain vigilant at all times, he would have sensed his intention before Jin Hee drew his sword, and decisively took out his gun and shot. Jason has fallen to the ground at the moment, wailing. Thinking of this, Jason felt a chill in his heart. He drew the long sword from his arm and threw it away, facing Jin with a cold face and walking away. The right hand was abandoned and the right eye was blind. At this moment, Jin did not have the slightest intention to fight. Jin Bin held the roof of the car with one hand, begging, "Jason, don't kill me. I know you are angry now, but anger can't solve the problem. We can sit down and talk slowly." Talk about what? Jason continued to move forward. Talk about compensation for you. You want fame? I can give you the title of King of the Gangster. You want luxury houses? I have dozens of luxury houses all over the world. You want money? I have a cash deposit of $2 billion in my Swiss bank account. You want a woman? I can let all the cover girls of Maxim accompany you to sleep. Please, don't go any further. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding prisoners sighed with emotion. Most of them had been involved in the underworld before being imprisoned in Long Island prison. At that time, Jin Bin's name can be said to be like a thunderbolt. He is like a god, aloft and unattainable. But when he said that, when he humbly begged Jason for mercy, all the honor and reputation will leave him. He is no longer the king of the gang in New York. Jason stopped. He was in a state of confusion at the moment. In my mind, like playing a movie, I keep recalling the past. When he was a young bastard, he first met Jin Bin. When he assisted the gang to complete the task, Jin gave him admiration and expectations. When he was successful, King patted him and Wesley on the shoulders, depicting his ideal world to them. Wow! The mirror image in his mind suddenly shattered. Jason regained consciousness, leaving only Jin in his mind, and knelt on the ground, begging for his life. He felt a bit of sadness in his heart, but still hardened his heart. "Wilson, I don't want anything now, just your life." After speaking, Jason clenched his fist and slammed into his left eye socket. "Shit!" Jin quickly raised his hand to defend. But he is already at the end of the crossbow, so why stop Jason's iron fist? Boom! The fist hit the eye socket fiercely, and blood drenched at the brow bone. Before Jin could scream out, Jason's iron fist followed. What? Jason was mad, waving his arms and smashing at Jin Bin's vitals, seeming to use up all his strength. Jin Ding's face was smashed, the bridge of his nose was crooked, his teeth were broken, and the whole face was no longer visible in human form. He gradually lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Jason grabbed his back collar and dragged him to a Cadillac. Opened the car door, put his head on the driver's seat, and then grabbed the door frame with both hands and slammed into it. Once, 3 times, 5 times, 10 times. Every time it hits, there is a lot of blood splashing. I don't know how many times I hit it until the door frame was completely deformed. Until Jinbin's skull was crushed, the headless body slowly fell to the ground. Jinbin, dead. Jason suddenly lost his strength and sat down on the ground. He panted roughly, staring at the corpse in front of him blankly. Boom! Thunder burst into the sky. The violent rainstorm poured down and washed away the bloodstains on his body. Jason just sat on the ground motionless. The prisoners looked at each other, but no one dared to speak up. After a long time, Harlem walked over and squatted down, supporting his shoulders with both hands. "Hanny, is it better?" Jason turned his head. His dark and confused pupils reflected a charming face. "Yeah," he nodded. "Then we should go, and the police will come soon." "Yeah, it's time to go." Harlem helped Jason from the ground and asked, "Do you have a safe place to live? If not, we can go to a friend's house and squeeze." But Harlem looked at the prisoners with embarrassment. "Don't worry, I just thought of a great place to live." As he said, he pointed to the turbulent Hudson River and asked, "You can all swim, right?" After a glance, all the prisoners nodded. "Swimming is easy, Hanny." Harlem pouted and shook her head. "I can't swim." Jason chuckled secretly, and took her hand to comfort him. "I will take you, nothing will happen." After speaking, Jason led the prisoners over the fence and walked towards the Hudson River below. 5 minutes later, the sound of a police siren came from a distance. Ding! Unfinished battle, mission completed, reward 10,000 villains, current progress, 116,709,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 10 and gaining 10 attribute points. Ding! If downloadable content is found, the system will automatically update after 10 minutes. During the update, the system enters a sleep state and the update takes about 24 hours. It took a long time to write out the outline of the next 100,000 words, and it will be updated twice today, and it will be restored tomorrow. The first stage of this book is over, and the second stage is about to enter. Familiar Marvel characters will appear soon. In the face of Jason, the villain, what would the Marvel heroes think of him? What fierce battle will erupt between the two sides? A new journey has started, and I hope everyone will continue to support. My Ticket. Chapter 58. New Stronghold, Xanadu. Across the Hudson River is a beautiful valley called the Hudson Valley. The valley is covered by lush vegetation and trees. The environment is beautiful, the air is fresh, and it is a natural forest oxygen bar. Breathing the pleasant air, listening to the gurgling stream, come here, all the tiredness and fatigue will be swept away. However, what most people don't know is that there is an unknown paradise hidden deep in the valley. Jason and his group crossed the Hudson River and walked more than 10 kilometers in the dark. Finally, they found a private ranch deep in the vast mountains. The ranch covers an area of 100 acres, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing a river on one side. Standing here and looking into the distance, you can enjoy the night view of Manhattan. The owner of the ranch is Jinbin. Jinbin is tired of living in a Manhattan apartment, and occasionally comes to the ranch for a few days to live a cozy and idyllic life. This matter is highly confidential, and only cronies like Jason and Wesley can have the honor to follow him here. Wow, this ranch is so beautiful too. A group of prisoners who had never seen the world walked along and exclaimed. Of course, Jin invests in ranch not to make money, but to enjoy life. It's not so much a ranch, as it is a manor. Soon, a row of ranch huts appeared in front of everyone, who, before they approached, the ranchers, Robert and his wife, held double-barreled shotguns and hid behind the door and shouted. In order not to be disturbed by outsiders, Jin did not buy the farm secretly, so he is not the owner of the ranch in the legal sense. Don't worry about Robert, it's me. Jason smiled and walked forward. Son. Robert became more nervous. Through TV news and online media, he already knew that Jason was the most wanted criminal in the United States and was arrested by the police not long ago. And he appeared here now wearing a police uniform, What happened in the middle is self-evident. Why are you looking for me so late? Robert asked his wife behind him, clutching the shotgun in his hand. As you can see, these brothers and I have nowhere to go, so I want to stay with you for a while. Robert's expression was a little embarrassed. He obviously didn't want a group of fugitives to live here, but he didn't dare to openly refuse. This is the site of Mr. Jinbin. If you and your friends want to live here, you need to get Mr. Jinbin's consent. As soon as the voice fell, the prisoners behind him suddenly laughed. The bearded old man Jin Wei has been killed by Jason, and everything about him now belongs to Jason. Robert's face changed drastically, staring into Jason's eyes and asked, "Is what they said is true?" Jason said, "It's true." "So there are two ways before you. One is to avenge your old master Jin, and the second." Robert is a smart man. He understood what Jason meant in an instant and made a decision in his heart. He put away the gun and opened the door. "Mr. Walter, I will arrange accommodation for you and your friends immediately." "Smart choice." Jason nodded with a smile. "Everyone, come with me." The door opened, and Mrs. Robert enthusiastically led the prisoners to arrange the room. Jason winked at Billy the Bison, and Billy nodded immediately. Although the Roberts and his wife did not have any malicious intent towards him, there is no absolute truth in everything. Jason must be vaccinated in advance so that Billy, the most reliable of the prisoners, can watch their husband and wife. As for why not kill them, it is declared to be a pasture, so it is inevitable to deal with outsiders. If the ranch suddenly changes its owner, it will inevitably arouse suspicion by others, so keeping the Roths and his wife will be a great help for Jason to cover his identity. Jason took 3 accomplices and followed Mr. Robert to the back of the wooden house. There is an American villa with a sense of modern design, which is also the former residence of Jin Hui. Push the door and turn on the lights. The decoration style of minimalist design is coming. A lot of light colors are used inside and outside the villa to make the room look brighter and cleaner. This is Jinbing's favorite decoration style. "Mr. Walter, I will clean the villa every other week, so you and your friends can move in directly." "Okay, you can go to rest." When Mr. Walter left, Jason did not rush upstairs, but squinted his eyes and looked at the wooden house in front. Everyone followed Jason's gaze and looked out, only to see that the group of prisoners were cheering outside. "Jason, John, thank you for your hard work tonight. Go live in the cabin over there." "John, are you doubting them?" Jason nodded. He is a suspicious person because they suspected that the Roberts would inform the police. Billy the Bison, who seemed to be the most loyal and thoughtful among the prisoners, to monitor them. The Roberts need to be monitored, and these wild prisoners need to be monitored even more. Jason and them are in the honeymoon period, and there will not be too much conflict in the short term, but it is difficult to guarantee that no one will be distracted over time. Therefore, a reliable party must be sent to monitor them and have the ability to solve problems when they are discovered. Among the several comrades present here, only Harlem and John have this strength. After all, Harlem is a girl, so she will live with a bunch of big men, unless Jason's brain is broken. John has no dissatisfaction with this decision. Compared to prison, this is paradise. Not to mention sleeping in a cabin. "Just let me sleep in the bullpen." After speaking, John left straight away. Coming to the second floor, Franklin ran to choose a room excitedly. But Jason was tired, sleepy and hungry. He just wanted to take a hot bath, have a good meal, and then sleep beautifully. Harlem is worthy of being an expert in psychology, and she saw Jason's needs at a glance. "It must be uncomfortable if the clothes are soaked. You can take a shower as soon as possible. I will prepare a supper for you downstairs." Jason thanked him gratefully and boarded the 3rd floor of the villa. The 3rd floor has a large area, but it has not been cut into individual rooms. Instead, the bedroom, bathroom, study, dining table, gym and other rooms are integrated together, which looks very open. "Go into the bathroom and turn on the tap." Jason took off his wet police uniform and soaked himself in the bathtub. Comfortable. After closing his eyes and taking an ice bath, Jason felt more relaxed than ever. After soaking for half an hour, Jason put on his bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom until his body was warm. Harlem had already taken a shower and was waiting at the dining table to make a meal. Jason was so hungry, he sat down in his chair and started to feast on. Harlem's cooking skills are average, but Jason still praised, "I swear, this is the best meatloaf I have ever tasted." Harlem giggled and said, "Then you should thank the electric oven." Jason was taken aback, and immediately choked on the meatloaf. "Eat slowly." Harlem ran barefoot to pour water for Jason. Only then did he discover that Harlem was only wearing a white silk pajamas, which was older in style and should have been borrowed from Mrs. Robert. "What happened?" Harlem came over with a water glass and asked. Jason was breathing fast, staring at her with hot eyes, grumbling. He swallowed the meatloaf hard. "Thank you for the 500-point reward from Sun Life Brothers. The recommended votes have fallen by more than 200, and if they fall again, they will be blown." Chapter 59 Prison Break Event Fermented. Sunny after rain. Soft sunlight shines through the glass curtain windows into the bedroom. Jason slept alone on the bed with a calm and peaceful expression on his face. Only in a relaxed sleep he would show this innocent expression. The sun slowly moved upward from the foot of the bed until it hit Jason's face. He frowned, blocked the sunlight with his palm subconsciously, and then slowly opened his sleepy eyes. He was so tired that he slept until midday, peeking his arms to the sides. "The beautiful lady has disappeared." Satisfied with the yawn, Jason got out of bed wearing underwear and came to the fitness area, and directly loaded the weight of the fitness equipment. Like Jin Bin, Jason uses a hearty workout every morning to wake up his body. Fitness equipment that can be fully loaded is not worth mentioning in front of the 63-point strength. After half an hour of frantic exercise, drops of sweat appeared on the surface of the body. Jason took off his clothes, went into the bathroom and took a hot shower. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Harlem wearing a beautiful short skirt and walking in with a few handbags. Jason was taken aback for a moment, and said in surprise, "It's only been a long time. Have you already gone shopping?" Harlem explained, "I was so tired last night, and I just got up not long. These clothes were bought by Mrs. Robert in the morning." After speaking, she added, "Don't worry." Franklin drove her with her. Jason nodded, walked over and opened the handbag, which contained a high-end black suit. He changed clothes quickly, while Harlem stood aside, enthusiastically admiring his figure. "Why, I didn't watch it all night yesterday," Heron said in a foolish tone. "How can it be enough for one night? It will be the same in a lifetime." After getting dressed, a handsome suit mob appeared in front of him. Harlan stepped forward to help him arrange his tie. "The waistline is still a bit unsuitable. It seems that you have to find someone to customize it next time." Jason didn't have any special requirements for clothing, so he said indifferently, "It's okay to wear it." Even if a wealthy person wears a t-shirt of more than $10, he is still rich. Even if a Diosi wears a suit of tens of thousands of dollars, he is still Diosi. It will not change because of his clothes. Harlan disagrees with what he said. "You are now the leader of the clown organization. You must always pay attention to your image. By the way, I have given up my past identity, and it is no longer suitable to use my past name. Last night, I thought of a new name for myself, Harley Quinn. Do you think this name sounds good?" The corner of Jason's mouth curled up. "It sounds good. It suits you well." "Thank you." Hallie smiled. The two came to the restaurant on the first floor of the villa, just in time for Mrs. Robert to bring lunch to the table. "Good noon, Mr. Walter. Lunch for you and your friend is ready." Mrs. Robert stopped and greeted him respectfully. Jason used to be a moody person. Now that he kills Jin and succeeds in taking the position, he doesn't know how violent he will become, so the Roberts have to be careful in everything. "Okay." Jason went straight to the dining table, and Mrs. Robert left the villa with interest. Sitting in the first place and looking around on both sides, Franklin, John, Hallie. If Stan is added, the four parties will be together. The four of them chatted while eating. Franklin reported to him, "Boss, I followed Robert and his wife to go shopping this morning. She was very cautious and did not act suspiciously." John put down the knife and fork, and then said, The same is true of the prisoners. They have been riding horses, guns, and cards all morning, and they seem to regard this place as a holiday resort. Jason stuffed a steak into his mouth. They just came out of prison. They shouldn't cause trouble in the short term, but after a long time, they can't tell. You have been in the killer organization, and you are very clear about the rules and regulations under their management. In the afternoon, you take time to list the rules and regulations. We will gather together in the evening and revise them. There is no rule, no radius. In our industry, we are not afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like pigs. So we must establish strict rules and regulations and manage our subordinates well. I know, Hawley asked. Then what is my task? Jason thought for a while, as if he didn't have any important tasks. We just came out of prison. The police outside must be crazy and want to arrest us. During this time, we must be low-key, take a good rest, and enjoy life. Nowadays, from New York State to the governor, to the police officers, they all had a bitter face and couldn't find a smile. Because of the bombing, they patrolled the streets day and night, carefully interrogating passing pedestrians. Although the crime rate in New York State has dropped to the lowest in history, the move has also attracted a large number of citizens' dissatisfaction. After 10 days of hard work, although no suspects were caught, no bombings occurred again, all the police officers breathed a sigh of relief. But just when they were about to remove the checkpoint, an earth-shattering news came out. New York's Long Island prison was captured by a group of unidentified armed forces. None of the 700 prison guards who guarded the prison survived and all died. Even more frightening is that after investigating the corpse at the scene overnight, the police discovered that hundreds of prisoners, including Jason Walter, had successfully escaped from prison and disappeared. In the early morning, this incident was immediately exposed by the media. Under the overwhelming propaganda, the anger of New Yorkers finally broke out. A total of hundreds of thousands of citizens spontaneously protested in front of the New York government and police headquarters, directly causing serious traffic congestion. Because of the stupidity of government departments, hundreds of felons escaped from prison. If these people fled to New York City, they would pose a serious threat to their lives and property. Many families of police officers were among the protesters. More than 700 prison guards died overnight in Long Island Prison, which is equivalent to more than 700 families torn apart. In order to survive, the families of these police officers naturally sought the government to protest and demand compensation. The news of the fall of Long Island Prison spread to the top, and the congressman and the president were also shocked. The president immediately held a press conference at the White House to announce that this was an organized and premeditated terrorist attack. He ordered this matter to be investigated to the end, and the heads of various departments were held accountable, and all fugitives were offered reward. A few hours later, more than a dozen government departments involved in the case, including the Justice Department, the New York Police Department and the FBI, publicly apologized in front of the media, and all levels of directors announced their resignation. The senior officers of the U.S. Police have come for a complete change of blood. The new supervisor who succeeded immediately stated in front of social media that a large number of police officers and agents would be deployed to New York in the shortest time possible to arrest hundreds of prisoners including Jason. Thank you, 1215, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, Wen, for your 500-point reward. Thank you, _carrot, for the 500-point reward. Can't drive, never can drive in this life. A new round of net cleaning operations has begun, from April to November, when driving is equal to 404. Chapter 60 Shedan Awards Honors. Bleeding Clown. After lunch, the four people sat on the sofa and chatted, and Mrs. Roberts' freshly ground coffee was placed on the root-carving coffee table. On the big screen TV, the host is introducing the tragedy of last night. The picture he quoted was a blood clown pattern painted on the wall. How about, "My work is beautiful, right?" Hallie's proud expression was like a schoolboy who helped her grandma cross the road and waited for the teacher to praise her. She originally just wanted to draw a clown's face, but because the blood was not solidified, The whole pattern appeared dripping blood. But this actually made the clown's face more terrifying. Who is the author of this picture? What does this painting represent? These issues have become the focus of discussions between the police and the media. Someone analyzed that this is a casual graffiti of a mental patient. Someone analyzed that this was a provocation to the police by the escaped prisoners. Some people even analyzed that this is a symbol of a criminal organization, and the members of the organization are the prisoners who have successfully escaped. So far, the third argument has more supporters. But who is the leader of this organization? What is the purpose of his organization? The police and the media know nothing and can only rely on analysis and speculation, that is, guessing. Perhaps the answer to this question will not be revealed until the prisoner is arrested. After talking about the prison, the TV camera switched to the scene. In the headquarters office of the Narcotics Enforcement Administration, Stanfield, wearing a police uniform, is sitting at his desk and accepting media interviews. Long Island Prison is under the joint jurisdiction of 4 departments. The prison director Danielle was killed by Jason, and the other 2 directors took the blame and resigned. Only the director of the Narcotics Enforcement Bureau, Stanfield, was alone. He naturally became the focus of media interviews. As always, his expression is serious, as always upright, and as always he denounces drug dealers. In the eyes of New Yorkers, the director of the Drug Enforcement Administration is more pleasing to the eye than other senior police officers. At least he has shown a solid political performance and did not take the taxpayers' money to eat rice. But his expression was very funny to Jason and others. The scene cut back to the studio, and the host introduced the record of the Narcotics Enforcement Administration last night with excitement. Killed hundreds of drug dealers, seized several tons of drug dealers, and arrested the Mexican drug lords, which dealt a heavy blow to the underground network of drug dealers in New York. The most important thing is that the Narcotics Enforcement Administration also found out the king of gangsters, Gene, who has been in New York for many years. At the New York port terminal, they found 17 containers with a total value of more than $1 billion worth of illegal materials, once again breaking the historical record created by them. Although Gene did not end up in the crossfire of gangs, the Narcotics Enforcement Administration still contributed a lot, and the whole country praised him. Compared with other law enforcement agencies, the Narcotics Enforcement Administration has become a conscience department serving the people. In order to recognize the contributions of the Drug Enforcement Administration, but also to resolve public grievances and stabilize voters, Mr. President decided to make an exception to award Stanfield the highest military Medal of Honor. This is the first time that the United States has awarded the Medal of Honor to law enforcement agencies outside the military. Not long after, Jason's phone rang. The person who called him was Comrade Stanfield, a famous American. Jason turned on the speaker and put the phone on the table. "Hey, are you watching the news?" "God. The president is going to award me a medal. I will soon become the first non-active soldier to receive the Medal of Honor in American history." Stan's excitement and pride spread to everyone's ears over the phone. Franklin enviously said to the phone with envy and hatred, "You damn addict. The president's award of honors to you is the greatest tragedy in this country." "Ha ha ha. Franklin, you are jealous of me." Franklin was furious and yelled at the phone. John Wick was not familiar with Stan, so he smiled without speaking. Hawley came over and said, "Stan, when will the award ceremony begin?" "After the award is over, lend me the medal to play for a few days, just to use it to match my new dress." Hearing this, Stan was shocked to speak. If he dared to take the Medal of Honor and give Hawley a dress, he would be taken away by the court and sentenced. Stan deliberately changed the subject and said, "Jason, Kim has died. The underground world of New York will reshuffle the cakes. What I want to ask is, are you interested in becoming the new king of New York?" Of course there is interest. When talking about business, Jason's expression also became serious. The illegal goods trade in New York has tens of billions of dollars in profits every year. I have been coveting such a big piece of cake for a long time, so how could I not be interested? It's just that now is an extraordinary period, and New York has entered a state of emergency. It is also said on TV that even the army will be stationed in New York to cooperate with the police. If you jump out of this vent, isn't it self-inflicted, Stan? But danger also comes with opportunity, and if you have me behind, the opportunity is far greater than the danger. I will tell you a piece of news. This morning alone, there were more than a dozen foreign gangs, and thousands of gangsters entered New York. They all came to grab territory. Time is money. If you stay aside honestly, when the New York state of emergency is lifted, the cakes on the market are probably gone. Jason confidently said, Stan, you have to know, being a gangster, strength is always king. New York, this big cake, they can divide as much as they like. When they finish dividing, I will take the plate to him directly. Hearing these words, Hawley and others were all refreshed, their faces flushed with excitement. Domineering, so domineering. After listening to Stan, he also admired. In that case, I won't say more. Perhaps your decision is the right one. We will keep in touch at any time, and I will notify you as soon as we have news. Okay. You are busy preparing for the award ceremony. After hanging up the phone, Jason stood up and walked slowly to the door. The blue sky is light with light clouds. The lush towering trees release fresh air. I heard the sounds of insects and birds, and the cattle and sheep in the pasture were walking lazily eating forage. Such a harmonious beauty. Since joining the gang, Jason's nerves have been tense at all times, but if they are too tight, they will break. At that time, he really had no way to survive, and no matter how much pressure and difficulty he had to resist it alone. Now it's different. The location of the ranch is absolutely safe, so don't worry about being found by the police for now. Of course he should take advantage of this time to take a good rest, and enjoy the pastoral life in the company of beautiful women. Let's go horse riding. Hawley put on professional harness and rushed out of the villa excitedly. As a female student of criminal psychology, Hawley has to deal with a group of insane prisoners all day, and will feel tired after a long time. She also likes this relaxed life. It is good. Jason took her hand and walked towards the stable. Thank you, 1215. For the 100-point reward. Thank you, ZZ, for your 2,500 reward points. The boss is awesome. T to the boss. Chapter 61 System Upgrade. Ability first appeared. The next morning, it was another sunny and good weather. When Jason woke up, the system that had been missing for a day and night was finally back online. Ding. The system update is complete. Update content 1, increase points recharge channels. Now the host can recharge points through the bank account balance. The exchange ratio and currency types remain unchanged. Update content 2, cancel the task of recruiting comrades. Now recruiting comrades will automatically insert a virtual memory for the host and the comrades. Update content 3, new system store goods. Please check it by the host. After a glance at the updated content, Jason was refreshed and he was completely drowsy. He looked back at Hawley who was sleeping, and then sat up carefully. The first content is easy to understand. In the past, Jason could only use cash to recharge points, and he had to touch the cash with his hands. In the 21st century, fewer and fewer people carry large amounts of cash with them. Even gang transactions are conducted through anonymous accounts in Swiss banks, which is a very disadvantageous condition for Jason. It's fine now. The recharge points can be used to transfer money directly from the bank account, and the scope of his future choice of crime targets has also expanded a lot. Damn! Jason suddenly thought of something and suddenly hammered his thigh with anger. There are $2 billion in the Swiss bank account of Jinbin. If he kept Jinbin's life, he now has $2 billion in his hands. Converted into points, but a full 200,000 points. This amount of points is enough for Jason to bring his and 4 comrades' fighting ability to the highest level. At that time, he felt excited when he thought of this picture. Hey, Jason's intestines are all regretful. After thinking about it, I can only blame this shit system. If the online recharge can be updated earlier, or the update content is announced in advance, the result will definitely be different. Shaking his head distressedly, Jason looked at the second update, which was also very beneficial to him. In the past, recruiting comrades was too much trouble. First, you must find the specific location of the other party according to the system prompts, and then try to persuade the party to join the organization. It's fine now. After recruiting comrades, the system directly inserts a memory in his mind, which can save Jason a lot of trouble. Jason is very satisfied with these two updates. This made him look forward to the third update. The shit system also knows how to grow such an update. Please give me a dozen. Open the system store, click on recently launched, and then Jason's eyes went round. Marl, superpowers, mind control, power of thought, healing, energy, freezing, weather, laser eyes, deformation, steel, penetration, teleportation, angel, seeking, ultrasonic, wolf, perspective, invisibility, flame, shockwave, Raiden. Jason swallowed greedily. Is this a superpower? Calm. Calm. When the turbulent mood calmed down, Jason clicked on a superpower at will. Introduction to the superpower of mind control. You can read and control the thinking, memory, and actions of others without physical contact. Hold the grass. This ability is amazing. A fascinating smile suddenly appeared on Jason's face. Pooh. What are you thinking about? If he has this kind of superpower, where does he need to hide? Just find an opportunity to control the Secretary of Justice or the President of the United States. It's so invincible. At this point in his thoughts, countless magical thoughts emerged in his mind. Good things, really good things. Buy. Be sure to buy it. Jason excitedly opened the purchase interface. Mind control level 1. Prerequisites: strength, agility, endurance, intelligence. 4D attributes are all more than 50 points. Price: 100,000 points. What? Jason was dumbfounded. The preconditions are quite reasonable. As long as the remaining 10 attribute points are added to intelligence, Jason will meet the conditions. But the price is a bit problematic. 100,000 points is $1 billion. This is just a level 1 superpower. Why don't you grab money from the system? He then looked at other superpowers. I found that the price of each superpower is the same, starting with 100,000 points. Shit. Jason pulled his hips. His mentality collapsed. Now let alone 100,000 points, he can't even get 10 points. The system updates the super mall at this time, just to make him feel. Jason complained for a while, then changed his mind. It doesn't seem to be too much to exchange $1 billion for a superpower. Even if it is sold at double the price, it is estimated that it will be directly bought by governments around the world and the rich. Jason frowned and bit his fingers. I wondered where to get some small money. Yesterday's words seemed to be too full. If he promised Stan to intervene in the battle for the underground market in New York, $1 billion would be a month's effort at best. Do you want to talk to Stan again? Once this idea appeared, it was destroyed by Jason. What a shame. Yesterday I was confident that I let go of the words, and now I am contacting Stan. Isn't it slapped in the face? Oh. Sorry Stan, I didn't think very well about the matter yesterday. Let's sit down and discuss it again. At the thought of saying this, Jason got goosebumps all over his body. No. You have to find another way to make money. After lying on the bed thinking for a long time, he quietly got out of the bed and went outside, dialing Stanfield's phone. Good morning, Stan. Jason. Is there anything wrong with calling so early? Ha ha ha, it's okay. I just want you to do me a favor and send Hawley and me out of New York. Are you leaving New York? Stan was puzzled. Didn't I say that I'm going to live an idyllic life for a while? It can be, but... Can I ask why? Jason grunted his eyes and replied, that's it. Hallie told me that she wants to go shopping. Well, girls, they all love to dress up, they love to be beautiful, so you can't buy 100 million points of bags or clothes. Stan was even more puzzled. What's not available in the New York Mall? New York has just entered a state of emergency. Even if you change your costume, you can't go shopping with fanfare. So I'm going to take her out far away. I think Los Angeles is good. Los Angeles ... Well, Stan didn't think much, and agreed to Jason's request. Tomorrow morning, You and Harlem will go to Central Park in the Hudson Valley in cross-dress. I will send Akron to pick you up, and then take you to the airport and take the Narcotics Enforcement Administration's special plane to Los Angeles. Okay, that's it. Jason hung up excitedly. New York already has troops stationed in it. At this time, causing trouble in New York is looking for death. So Jason decided to go to Los Angeles to see if he could get rich. Oh ha! Behind him, there was a strange laughter suddenly. Thank you, ha ha ha, good name, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, book friends 20190924173253498, for your 200-point reward. Regarding the issue of the big names, the plot of the book is based on violent battles and evil intentions. A bit of wit content will be added later, but not too much. Because the level of writing is limited, too much writing will lose the taste of the book. Chapter 62 Private Jet. Trip to Los Angeles. Go to Los Angeles to buy bags and clothes for 100 million points. I remember. Jason turned around. I saw Harlem wearing his shirt, leaning against the door frame, looking at him with a smile. Jason didn't blush, and said righteously, By when you go to Los Angeles. After speaking, he resorted to a move hungry tiger rushed over. After the two of them finished their morning exercises, they went downstairs and sat at the dining table to have breakfast. Jason told them about going to Los Angeles tomorrow. The reason why he only took Harley there was because the ranch side had to have accomplices. Franklin blinked, showing an expression that everyone understands, and smiled. Boss, are you going to Los Angeles for your honeymoon? Jason did not hide it, and said, half of it is a honeymoon, and the other half wants to go to Los Angeles to get some money. Hundreds of cool superpowers are in front of me, but I can't afford it and can only watch it. This feeling is really torture. Jason's desire for money at this time exceeded any previous moment. If you want to make money, do something first. Franklin immediately put away his smile and asked seriously, if you make money, is it too dangerous for the two of you? Or bring a few more brothers together? Don't worry, we will stay in the hotel if we don't have a task, and we will never disturb your honeymoon. John also looked up at Jason, meaning that you should take me with you for this kind of task. Jason understood their worries, and he waved his hand to tell them to relax. Don't worry, I'm not just a foolish fool. This time I go to Los Angeles to conduct step-by-step detection. If the difficulty is lower, the two of us will do it ourselves. If the difficulty is higher, I will call you in advance to notify you. After listening to Jason's explanation, the two let go of their worries. John asked, New York is already under martial law, how do you understand, Stanfield? Jason nodded. Yes, Stan has already arranged everything. We will take the Narcotics Enforcement Administration's special plane to Los Angeles tomorrow. I estimate that I will stay in Los Angeles for a longer time this time, so I will leave the matter here to you. I must show the Roberts and the prisoners. Jason looked at John again. I have read and revised the organization rules and regulations table. From now on, all actions of the organization members must be carried out in strict accordance with the rules and regulations. If someone dares to disobey the order, you have full authority. Disposal includes executing them. After being a killer for so many years, a few prisoners can still handle it. John believed himself. Jason turned his head to look at Franklin again. John is in charge of the internal affairs of the organization. You help him from the side. If you have trouble that can't be solved, you can contact me and Stan. Don't worry, boss. The next day, the sky was gray. Jason and Hallie got up early and got dressed. Wrap yourself tightly with a baseball cap, sunglasses and a mask. Go downstairs and say goodbye to John and the others, and then get in the vintage car of the Roberts and his wife. The driver is naturally Franklin. Leaving the ranch, drove more than 10 kilometers of mountain road to Central Park. Looking around, there are only a few passers-by running in the morning. Franklin drove around and found a strong man sitting on the park's bench. It's him, Franklin exclaimed. That person is the one who handed him C4 explosives in the underground parking lot. What's the matter? Jason asked, Franklin pointed at the other person and said, "I know the man sitting on the bench. He is a close associate of Stan." The three got out of the car and walked towards him. The man raised his head, smiled at him and nodded when he saw Franklin, then set his eyes on Jason. "Mr. Walter, I am Akron of Director Norman." "Hello there." The man pointed his finger to a remote corner of the park. "Please follow me. The car is over there." Jason and Hallie left with the man. Franklin stayed where he was and waved goodbye. "Boss, I wish you a good time." The three of them walked less than a few hundred meters. Jason found a hidden corner of the park. A police car with a deer sign was parked. In the car was a 30-year-old policewoman. The cronies took out 2 driver's licenses and explained, "These are all arrangements made by Stan. This is a makeup artist from the Drug Enforcement Administration, and a trustworthy person. According to the looks of the two, we have forged the certificates in advance and let her responsible for makeup." Jason took the certificate and saw that the person in the photo was less than 30% similar to himself. Can such a big gap be made up by makeup? Jason suddenly looked forward to it. The policewoman's makeup skills are superb, and she can paint a person in 10 minutes. Half an hour later, Jason and Hallie completely changed, and they were more than 90% similar to the photo on the ID. Jason's admiration was convinced. The two got into the back row. The cronies drove to Midtown Manhattan, dropped the policewoman at a subway entrance, and drove to the airport. Although it is still early in the morning, the traffic in downtown Manhattan has been reduced by more than half compared to the past. Even the gangs wandering the streets and alleys were gone, replaced by special police and soldiers with guns and live ammunition. On the way to the airport, Jason met a dozen checkpoints along the way. Even though the vehicle was sprayed with the Drug Enforcement Administration's logo, the special police and military personnel in charge of the inspection stopped the vehicle and checked the people and vehicles carefully. Last time in prison, Jason passed the security checkpoint all the way by disguising as a policeman. Apparently they learned a lesson this time. Fortunately, Stan was well prepared and the makeup artist's skills were strong enough that Jason and Hallie had mixed up in the past without risk. After a delay of 4 full hours, they finally arrived at the airport. Without going through the security check, cronies drove the police car directly to the hangar, where a small private jet was parked. The bosses of the Drug Enforcement Administration are busy with their work, and they often need to fly around the country. It is obviously unrealistic to take a civil aircraft to waste time. Therefore, the state-level narcotics enforcement agency will always contract a few small private jets for the exclusive use of those big bosses. And the private plane in front of me is the special plane of New York Narcotics Enforcement Administration Director Stanfield. The cronies got out of the car and took out a mobile phone and a credit card from their pockets. "This is what Stan prepared for you. This credit card has a credit line of $200,000. Don't worry about it. Stan will pay for it anyway." Jason laughed, thinking that this man was funny. One good news, one bad news. The good news is that this book has not been abandoned by the editor and has already received the next round of recommendations. The bad news is that it has no app recommendations. Heart hurts, brothers. Don't you hurry to support the wave and comfort the poor street writer. Chapter 63 The City of Angels. New wanted order. Jason put things away, then took out the unpretentious-looking mobile phone and asked, "This mobile phone that Stan prepared should have any special functions?" Pro channel. Of course. This phone has a special built-in chip. In addition to the common anti-monitoring function, there is also a function to change the IP address. When you make any call, the chip will automatically assign a virtual IP address to hide your real location. There is currently no way to crack this technology in the world. Anti-monitoring, anti-location. This is a good thing. Stan explained so much. If there is any need, please call him at any time, and we will coordinate with the Los Angeles Drug Enforcement Administration to help you. Okay, I will. The cronies waved goodbye and drove away. Jason took Hallie's hand and boarded the plane. More than 20 cabins were empty, only 2 of them, not even the flight attendants. Although it is a private jet, the cabin is unremarkable, and it has nothing to do with luxury. Hallie looked around, looking very excited. Honey, this is my first time flying on a private jet. Jason hugged her shoulders and smiled. When I was in the gang, I used to fly on a private jet of Jin Bin. His plane was very luxuriously decorated, with professional flight attendants, a collection of champagne, a shower room and an oversized bedroom. Hawley was fascinated by it, with an expression of admiration on her face. Jason kissed her gently. I promise, we will have these things in the future. Hawley looked at Jason with a smile, and rushed to kiss him affectionately. At this moment, the pilot came over and asked, Sir, can you take off? Jason turned his head and smiled, yes. 20 minutes later, the special plane entered the runway for its destination, Los Angeles. In the beginning, Hallie was always excited. But within half an hour, she yawned and fell asleep leaning on Jason's shoulder. I was crazy all night last night, and I woke up before dawn. I definitely didn't have enough sleep. Jason put down 2 rows of seats and lay on the chair to browse the system mall. In less than 10 minutes, he too was sleepy. He added 10 attribute points to intelligence, and then closed his eyes to rest. At this time, they are still 6 hours away from Los Angeles. Level 10, 267,010,000. Power 6,363. Agility 5,050. Endurance 5,050. Intelligence 4,050. Remaining attribute points, 0. Reputation, 11,581,319. Party, Harlan Kzil, John Wick. Prestige acquired for next recruitment, 3,000 points, 0. Abilities, Fighting Proficiency, Level 6, Driving Proficiency, Level 3, Firearms Proficiency, Level 6, Cold Weapon Proficiency, Level 2. Mal, click here. 6 hours later, the plane arrived at Los Angeles International Airport. Looking out the window, the sky is already dim. Stepping off the plane, Jason and Hallie left the airport holding hands. In the eyes of passers-by, the two are an ordinary couple in love. Taking a taxi to the city, the two sat in the back row enjoying the scenery outside the window with great interest. If New York is a handsome and serious gentleman, then Los Angeles is a passionate girl. The cultural and artistic atmosphere here is much stronger than that of New York. This is Los Angeles, the city of angels, a beautiful city. Hallie lay on the rear car window, looking at the night view of Los Angeles. Jason looked at her, smiled dozingly, then took out a 100-yuan bill and handed it to the driver. Stop. The driver took the money and slowly parked the car on the side of the road. Hawley turned her head and looked at him suspiciously. Jason explained with a smile, you like the night view of Los Angeles, then let's go for a walk. Hawley's expression was a little moved, and she immediately asked, didn't you have important things to do? Jason got out of the car and the gentleman opened the door. It won't matter if you delay for a day or two. Honey, I love you. Hallie jumped out of the car and hugged Jason, hanging on to him like a sloth. After lingering for a while, the two of them walked the Hollywood Walk of Fame holding hands. Michael Jackson, Britney Spears, Bruce Lee, Jack Chen. As Hawley walked, she pointed at the stars on the ground and proficiently said the name of the owner and the representative works. When she came to the entrance of the Grand Theater, she also spent a $20 tip to take a photo with the Koza of the cartoon character Snow White. It can be seen that she is a heavy movie lover, but it's a pity that his idol Avril has not been able to make a name in the Avenue of Stars. After walking the Avenue of Stars, Hawley ran to a nearby large shopping mall to spend frantically, like you can get what you can get if you don't need money. Louis Vuitton bags, Chanel dresses, Ferragamo shoes. Jason followed behind her and occasionally gave some clothing matching suggestions, but more often he was only responsible for paying by credit card. Dude, you have to hold on. Jason clenched the credit card in his hand. Until it was dark outside, Harlan's shopping enthusiasm finally faded. Leave the delivery address and contact information, and the two went out and took a taxi to the Four Seasons Hotel Beverly Hills. In the early morning of the next day, California's first ray of sunlight came into the bedroom through the window, and the messy bed was already empty. The two were sitting at the dining table eating breakfast from the hotel. Jason buttered the toast and asked, "Where do you want to go to play today? Universal Studios or Santa Monica Beach?" Hallie took the bread and shook her head. "I had enough fun last night. Let's get to business today." Seeing her so considerate and sensible, Jason smiled and rewarded her with a good morning kiss. The two of them ate their breakfast and turned on the TV to watch the news. During this time, watching the news every day has become a habit of Jason. Yesterday, the New York police arrested 9 Long Island prison fugitives. According to the fugitives' confession, Jason Walter was the mastermind behind the escape. Harlan Kzal, the prison's patient psychological consultant, was the biggest accomplice in this case. Jason's hand stopped. "Hey, dear, you're on TV." Hawley's expression became a little serious. 9 fugitives were arrested in just 2 days. The speed of the New York police is too fast. Jason ate breakfast with his usual expression. How can it be possible that the New York police have set up such a big battle to catch a few fugitives? As expected, the host continued, Jason got in touch with his cronies through Harlem, and let the cronies create bombings in New York to attract the attention of the police. On the other hand, he hired more than 800 mercenaries to attack the prison and rescue him. Hallie wondered, more than 800? Isn't it more than 400? Jason explained with a smile. Reporting the number of people truthfully doesn't mean the police are incompetent. So it is. Hallie nodded clearly. In the latest news, the Department of Justice has signed a wanted order for Harlan Kzal, offering a reward of $8 million and increasing Jason Walter's bounty to $30 million. Thank you, Kang I, for the 500-point reward. The status is a bit wrong today, and the quality of the new chapters has declined. Take a break tomorrow and refresh your thinking. So 2 changes will be made today and tomorrow. It's not lazy, it's Calvin really. Chapter 64. The prestige skyrocketed. New fellow party. The TV news anchor continued. According to the confession of the arrested fugitives, after they escaped from prison, Jason once wooed them, and nearly 30 fugitives joined Jason's organization. Based on this information, I can boldly infer that the clown pattern on the prison wall was left by Jason. On the one hand, he was provoking the police, and on the other hand, he was declaring to the world that the criminal organization led by him, the Joker, is officially established. The host gave an explanation for his guess. If Jason wants to evade the police, then the number of fugitives should be as small as possible. To gather these fugitives together is not asking for trouble. Judging from past criminal records, Jason is not a fool, so I infer that Jason's purpose of forming a terrorist organization is not to fight the police chase, but to prepare for terrorist activities. As for whether the target of terrorist activities is ordinary people or the government, it is not yet known, but it is certain Jason is threatening national security, and it is even more dangerous than that of the adult. Therefore, the army and the government must intensify their search and arrest Jason while he is still unsteady. Otherwise, dozens of heinous fugitives will gather to launch a terrorist attack, and the consequences will be beyond our imagination. Jason put down his knife and fork after eating breakfast. His tone was slightly appreciative. This host is quite foresighted. Now is the best time to destroy the clown organization. If the police can't catch him during this period, it will definitely be thousands of times more difficult in the future. Hallie looked at the TV and explained, he is one of the most famous hosts in the United States. He has millions of fans on his social accounts. His analysis and criticism of current affairs news always hit the nail on the head. In other words, there are not a few fans who watch his show on time every morning. Jason touched the scum on his chin with a smug smile on his face. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes after the news was broadcast, Jason's reputation began to grow wildly. After half an hour, the reputation broke through 3,000 points. Ding! The prestige value exceeds 3,000, get a chance to recruit from the same party. Ding! The Wicked Gang Kristen Winyard has been activated. The character source is Detective Conan. Reminder, after 5 seconds, memories will be implanted for the party and the host. Christine. Jason frowned. Regardless of his past and present, He has no impression of this name. In the next instant, a virtual memory was implanted in his mind. Christine in the memory is a sexy beauty with long light blonde hair. She is a neighbor of the same age as Jason, and she is a childhood sweetheart. Jason's father is a low-level gang member, and her father is a gambler. Neither is a good thing. The special family background gave the two children many topics in common, and they soon joined hands on the path of crime. They often join hands in stealing or robbing passers-by. The stolen money obtained is divided into 5 or 5 cents, and they are regarded as male and female thieves in Hell's Kitchen. At the age of 15, the robbery of the two was exposed and Jason was captured by the police. In order to protect Christine, he took the initiative to bear all guilt. The police couldn't open his mouth, so they threw him into the juvenile police station and was detained for 2 years. What? This memory in his mind made Jason look confused. Is this me? Even if their previous experience is true, according to Jason's character, he will give Christine out in all likelihood to protect himself. Take the initiative to shoulder all the guilt. Are you stupid? When Jason came out of jail for 2 years, the outside world had changed. Christine was born and slim, became a famous New York drama actor, and moved out of Hell's Kitchen, renting a house outside by himself. Because Jason, who had just been released from prison, had no financial resources, the guilty Christine began to help him. The two soon lived together and ate each other's forbidden fruit. In the next few years, the two children from Hell's Kitchen both made achievements in their respective fields. Jason joined the gang of King Union and became a famous fighter in New York. Christine has also changed from a small drama actor to a big star on the screen. The huge difference in social status did not cut off the contact between the two, but became closer. Most of the people who can get along well with bad guys like Jason are not good people. In order to obtain more film and television resources and suppress competitors in the same industry, Christine often seeks help from Jason, a person in the world. Collect black material, take indecent photos, sap while it's dark, and cause car accidents to prevent competitors from participating in movies. With the help of Jason, Christine's career path went smoothly. At the age of 24, she won the Oscar Queen. And Jason also got a lot of clean wealth from her. He used the money to win over his subordinates, cultivate power, and eventually became the right arm of Jin Bin. When their respective careers reached their peak, contradictions finally appeared. In the process of interacting with Jason, Christine has seen Jason's methods and experienced the ultimate pleasure of taking charge of his life and death. This feeling is very addictive. Christine's ambitions began to swell, and even became disgusted with the career of actors. Be cautious, smile when you see people, wear revealing clothes even if it's raining and snowing, and let a bunch of squinting men make comments. So, shortly after winning the laurel of the movie queen, she announced that she would stop taking movies indefinitely, and persuaded Jason to kill the Golden Union and join her to become the king and queen of the underground world of New York. Such a crazy idea. Jason felt scared after hearing it. After the two had a big fight, Christine decided to go it alone. She came to Los Angeles alone and established a criminal organization here. Because she likes black and loves fine wine, the members of the organization wear all black suits or windbreakers, and the code names of the top of the organization are named after wine. Her own code name is derived from her favorite spirit, called absinthe. The English name is vermouth, which translates to bell mode. After reading the memory in his mind, Jason sighed helplessly. It's a pity not to shoot a magical love idol drama for the dog system. Honey, I'm finished. We can go out. Holly painted delicate makeup and carried her beloved handbag on her back. Jason walked to the sofa and sat down and said, "Today's plan to go out is suspended. I may have to visit an old friend." "Do you still have friends in Los Angeles?" Holly asked suspiciously, remembering that he said this was his first time in Los Angeles. "Yes, a familiar stranger." Jason took out his cell phone and dialed her phone skillfully. According to the memory implanted in the system, the two have not been in contact for more than a year. However, The phone numbers of both parties have long been engraved in their hearts and will never be forgotten. Pooh, this damn love smells sour. Thank you, 1215, for the 100-point reward. Chapter 65 Black Organization. Bell Mode, Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Less than 1 kilometer away from the Four Seasons Hotel, there is an 8,000 square meter mansion worth $34.5 million. This mansion is located in the hillside of Beverly Hills. Open the door to the garden and infinity pool. Standing outside, you can overlook the beautiful scenery of Los Angeles. In the magnificent and luxurious bedroom, Bell Mode is sitting in front of the dressing table in a black nightdress, with two slender legs folded and folded. Jingle bell. The phone rang. Bell Mode picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID on the screen, frowning suddenly. How is a string of asterisks? Bell Mode was a little puzzled. This is her private number, not to mention her assistant agent. Even the top of the criminal organization does not know it. Could someone make the wrong call? Bell Mode is cautious. She chose not to answer the call. Jingle bell. But not long after, the phone rang again, and the caller ID was still a string of strange asterisks. Shit. Bell Mode cursed, took the phone call button, then said nothing, waiting for the other party to speak first. A stiff mechanical voice came from the other end of the phone. Should I call you Christine or Bell Mode? Hearing that, Bell Mode's pupils contracted and his body became stiff, making his whole person stupid. She was not surprised that the other party knew her real name, and many avid fans have done so. But the name Bell Mode is the deepest secret she has hidden. This is the code name of the leader of an emerging criminal organization in Los Angeles. Bell Mode has only 3 years to establish an organization. In order to hide her identity, she has been appearing in front of the senior management of the organization using Yi Rongshu, and even her most trusted subordinates have never seen her true appearance. But the person on the other end of the phone actually broke this secret. How could this not shock her? Once this news is exposed, her business for many years will be ruined. The Shadow Queen is the Shadow Queen. In an instant, Bell Mode adjusted his mentality, asking calmly and with some doubts. Who are you? Did you make the wrong call? He laughed from the other end of the phone. It's so sad, you can't even hear the voice of an old friend. Bell Mode couldn't help cursing. You used a voice changer, so I can only tell the ghost. Jason turned off the voice changer and asked, now, can you tell who I am? Bell Mode frowned and hesitated for 2 seconds, and he breathed a sigh of relief. In the next second, her emotions became agitated again, gritted her teeth bitterly and said, Jason, you bastard who has suffered 1,000 swords. Ha ha ha, great. After 3 years of breaking up, you can still hear my voice. Bell Mode snorted and sarcastically said, what do you mean by calling me with an encrypted phone? Oh, I remember. Now you are being chased by the New York police and running around. You really can't get along anymore, and then you think of me. Up in the hotel, Jason's expression suddenly became a little weird. Does this silly girl never watch the news? Your news is too late. I suggest you turn on the TV and watch the news more. News? Bell Mode walked to the living room and picked up the remote control to turn on the TV. What's wrong with the news? Did you get caught by the police, so you want to pull a cushion before you die? Jason took the phone away from his ear. He never likes to quarrel with people, and when Bell Mode reads the news, he will understand how ignorant she is. Turn on the TV. The news anchor is talking about Jason and the clown organization. In order to highlight the danger of the clown organization, the host exploded the information of Jason and the members of the organization. The prisoners detained in Long Island prison were all heinous crimes, and the 30 or so people who joined the clown organization were among the best. Not only are they murderous and cruel, they are also experts and top talents in various fields. There are hackers who are proficient in computers, doctors who are proficient in surgery, and killers who are proficient in marksmanship. It is hard to imagine what kind of terrifying chemical reaction would be produced when such a group of talented criminals gathered together. Bell Mode watched for a few minutes, and finally understood Jason's current situation. Although Jason is the most wanted criminal in the United States, his overall strength is much stronger than when he was in the gang, especially the criminals under his men, which made Belmode coveted. Well, I understand. Belmode suddenly felt a little upset. You are calling me this cool to show off your achievements to me, right? Escaped from prison, played with the police, and now has a large number of capable officers. Under such circumstances, if you suddenly call an ex-girlfriend who has not been in contact for a few years, anyone will think this is showing off. Show off? I'm not so bored. Jason shook his head speechlessly. This matter is not clear in one sentence or two sentences. Let's talk in person. You want me to go to New York? Belmode chuckled. You are too dangerous. Do you think I will be stupid enough to send myself to the door? Jason sighed. Hey. Just 3 years later, don't we even have any trust between us? Belmode asked. What do you think? Okay, let me tell you the truth. I'm not in New York right now. I'm in Los Angeles. Belmode showed a surprised expression on his face. Really? The New York police united the army to build a net. You can escape from New York. Is it true or not? I'll know when I meet. I'm at the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills. Come and find me. Beverly Hills? Belmode frowned, thinking it was a coincidence. After hesitating for a while, she promised, okay, we will talk later. Four Seasons Hotel. Jason hung up, with an expectant smile on his face. I don't know what kind of surprise this woman will bring to me in a while. He turned his head and found Hallie leaning beside him, looking at him curiously. Your friend is a woman? Jason nodded and said, yes. What's the matter? Hallie asked puzzledly. You haven't been to Los Angeles, how come you have friends, or female friends? Is such that Jason told Holly all the past about him and Belmode. After listening carefully, Holly said with an unhappy face, so, she is still your first love? Jason was a little confused. Harry, your focus is very strange. When a normal person hears this news, they should be surprised that the true identity of the Oscar Queen is actually the leader of a criminal organization. Really? Holly walked away nonchalantly, pouting a small mouth. Jason was even more confused. It was all right just now, how come I suddenly became angry? But Jason didn't have time to comfort her now. He was thinking about how to draw her over after Belmode came for a while. Thanks to the QQ Reader user, sudo King Yuan Hua, for the 100 book coin reward. The outline is simple and fine-tuned, and your head will blow up. Brothers, give Zhang Piao a moment of comfort. Chapter 66. The correct way to open a star chase. After waiting for less than half an hour, there was a knock on the door of the hotel. Jason walked over cautiously and looked out through the cat's eyes. There was a woman standing outside, wearing a black trench coat, a baseball cap, a mask and sunglasses. Through the figure and some subtle features on his face, Jason still recognized that the woman outside was Belmode. As a big star, he is so cautious when going out. Jason suddenly felt bad thoughts. He opened the door and looked at Belmode curiously. Sorry miss, I don't need room service. Looking at the stranger in front of him, Belmode was startled at first, took 2 steps back, and then stared at Jason's face carefully. After a while, Belmode smiled contemptuously. Humphrey, don't show off your inferior makeup skills in front of me. Jason was taken aback. His appearance was so different from himself. Belmode could recognize him. He was indeed a witch with 1,000 faces. Leaving her into the room sideways, Belmode walked in and saw Hallie sitting on the sofa in her pajamas, peeling fruit. Belmode was a little unnatural on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. You are Dr. Harlem Kzell, a former criminal psychologist at the Long Island prison in New York. The news says you helped Jason escape from the jail. Yes. Excuse me? Hallie got up and walked to her. It is a pity that Belmode's height is close to 1.8 meters, and Hallie is only 1.7 meters, half a head shorter than Belmode. Both of them have been long pale blonde hair and stand together like sisters. Belmode looked at her up and down, turned around and looked at Jason and shook his head. Your standard of playing women has dropped again. Jason curled his lips and declined to comment on what she said. Holly frowned, narrowed her eyes and threatened, excuse me, what did you just say? Belmode smacked his lips in disdain. The face is pretty decent, but the legs are too short. Puff. Jason couldn't help laughing. Holly's legs are really not short, but compared with Belmode's long legs, which are close to 1.2 meters, they are still not enough. When Holly heard these words, her mind exploded completely. His eyes filled with anger, and a pair of small fists clenched. "All right." Jason hurried over, took Holly's arm, and then looked at Belmode with dissatisfaction. "I asked you to come, not for you to comment on my girlfriend's figure." Belmode stared at him with a slightly angry expression. "Well, you can say anything quickly. I have something to do this afternoon." After finishing speaking, she took off her windbreaker and threw it on the sofa, sat down with a pair of big white legs, took out a slender lady's cigarette from her handbag and lit it. "Cool. Take a deep breath, and then gently highlight the smoke." Belmode was addicted to cigarettes, and this habit was formed in his childhood. Jason took Holly and sat across from her, and said bluntly, "They are all acquaintances, so I'll just say it. I'm a bit tight recently, and New York is under martial law again, so I came to Los Angeles to see where I could get rich. Jin Bin has billions of assets in his hands. After you kill him, you will be short of money." Mentioning this incident, Jason felt a heartache. For some special reasons, I didn't get a cent of Jin Bin's assets." "Really?" Belmode couldn't help laughing. "It's just to ask for money when you come out. It's stupid for you to work for nothing." Hearing that, Holly was about to burst into anger, but Jason held it down. "That's why I came to Los Angeles, to find you. The clown organization started up, and there are a lot of places to spend money." Belmode thought for a moment and put out the remaining 2/3 of the cigarettes. "Since your organization is so short of money, it's better to move to Los Angeles." Jason chuckled and said, "You mean, let me mess with you?" Belmode spread his hands and said, "No, as long as you bring your organization members to Los Angeles, I can make you the organization's second-in-command whiskey." "You don't like Scotch whiskey the most?" Jason refused. Without hesitation, "Sorry, I never succumb to others." "Then you have been shaking your head and tail under Jin's hands over the years. What's the matter?" Belmode said angrily, thinking of the old things 3 years ago. "So, Jin did not die, and died terribly," Jason said. "Moreover, what you just said is exactly what I want to say to you." "Humphrey, the beauty you want." Belmode snorted coldly. "I gave you a chance 3 years ago, but you refused." 3 years ago, the timing was wrong. At that time, there was only a dead end for the resistance against Jin Bin. Jason thought to himself, who didn't let the dog system come out early, so that he suffered so many years. "The timing is still wrong. New York is under martial law, and you are the most wanted criminal in the United States. If I follow you to New York, I will still be a dead end." "Well, I don't want to argue with you about this. You will gradually understand later." Jason hated meaningless arguments, and brought the subject back. "Let's go. Is there any way to make a fortune in Los Angeles recently?" Belmode said, "Los Angeles is full of ways to get rich, but depending on what you two can do." Jason smiled, and kindly reminded, "You are the hottest star in the United States. You must know many rich people. Is there any rich person who has not been at home recently and happens to have a lot of cash at home?" Belmode was taken aback, and then smiled shamefully. "Stealing things? A little trick more than 10 years ago. You play with it now. Don't you feel blushing?" "Don't blush. I'm a very realistic person. No matter it's scams, stealing, as long as I can make money, I will do anything." "Oh, you are really not picky eaters." Belmode made a pun, then lit another cigarette, leaning on the sofa and thinking. "Don't look." Hallie suddenly covered Jason's eyes. A few minutes later, Belmode had a weird smile on his face. "Yes, I have found a way to make money." Jason asked quickly, "What way?" "Have you heard of the name Avril Lavigne?" Jason glanced at Hallie and said, "Of course, the hottest singer in America." "You kidnapped her, and then ask her family for a ransom." "She is a super rich woman and will definitely make you a fortune." "Kidnapping Avril?" Jason frowned. "Couldn't you have a conflict with Avril, and then use me as a gunman?" Belmode said with disdain. "Don't forget who I am." "If I have a conflict with her, you have to let her live until now?" Jason sneered, Your Crow organization has just been established for 3 years. There should not be many people who can take on the big responsibility, and you can't do it yourself to avoid suspicion. Is this reason sufficient? Belmode looked stiff. Don't you want to invite me to join the Joker? How can I feel relieved if you don't show your strength? She continued. Of course, I am not reluctant to do this, but if you don't want to do it, I have no other way to introduce it to you. After speaking, she threw away the cigarette and prepared to leave. Thanks to the QQ Reader user, Mo Childhood, for the reward of 100 book coins. Thank you, Huoxiang Zenkai Beifing 1, for your 1000 points reward. Chapter 67, Witch with 1,000 Faces, Preparation Before Kidnapping, and many more. Jason suddenly called to stop her. That Avril. Is she really rich? Belmode stopped and turned round and said seriously, Avril Lavigne can become the Billboard sales champion by releasing an album. Do you think she will have no money? Jason stopped talking. Think about it, too. How could a singer who has become a household name be poor? But he still hesitated in his heart. Avril Lavigne is Hallie's idol, and she must first obtain her consent before doing this. Jason turned around and asked, Harry, you. What are your eyes? Hallie's eyes lighted up, her face full of expectation, as if she had discovered some new world. What did you say? I said, what do you think about the kidnapping of Avril Lavigne? To be honest, don't worry about how I feel. Even if I don't do this, I have other ways to get money. Hallie nodded frantically and said, this is a very good idea, I agree. Jason was suddenly shocked. Isn't Avril your idol? You actually agreed. Hallie explained with a smile. She is indeed my idol. Every time she holds a concert in New York, I go to see them all. Every time I save half a month's salary to buy the front row seat, but unfortunately I didn't get a ticket once. I can only sit in the back row and look at the back of the front row. If you kidnap her, I can let her hold concerts for me every day, and I can cut and order songs. It's very happy to think about this scene. Jason's face was dumbfounded, and his heart was mixed, and he didn't know what to say. The title of King of Bastard Rice, Hallie really deserves it. Jason turned to look at Belmode. Since Hallie agrees, then I have no objection. Hee, you really care what she thinks? Belmode muttered casually. Let's talk. What kind of help do I need? As long as it is within my ability, you can mention it. Jason thought for a while and said, I need an off-road vehicle, 2 silencer pistols, 2 sets of cross-dressing, 2 sets of monitoring equipment, 2 sets of handcuffs, a bottle of ether potion, and an anonymous account with a Swiss bank. After listening to Belmode, he nodded and said, these things are all right. Are there any more? Temporarily gone. Then you guys can take a good rest these days. I will notify you immediately if Avril Lavigne is whereabouts. After speaking, Belmode put on the windbreaker and left without looking back. In the next few days, Jason and Hallie's honeymoon trip to Los Angeles officially began. Venice Beach, Disneyland, Universal Studios Hollywood, Griffith Observatory. The two visited all the famous attractions in Los Angeles. Jason also took the time to go to the Staples Center to watch a game of the Los Angeles Lakers. The two put all their worries behind and enjoyed their hard-won honeymoon. At noon 5 days later, Jason received a text message from Belmore asking him to meet in an abandoned factory outside Los Angeles. Jason and Hallie immediately stopped going on vacation and went to work. In order to prevent the police from finding the trail afterwards, they changed 7 taxis along the way and walked a few kilometers before rushing to the factory for the appointment. At the entrance of the factory, a Mercedes-Benz G off-road vehicle was parked, and a bumper was installed on the front of the car. The two approached closer and found a burly man with black sunglasses sitting in the car. This should be Belmode's men. It looks a bit like Tai Han, Jason commented to himself. The man got out of the car and walked over and asked, "You are Jason Walter and Harlem Kzil, right?" The two kept their distance from him and nodded in confession. "You can call me Vodka and give you something on the order of the boss." Vodka turned and pointed to the Mercedes-Benz lane. "This Mercedes-Benz was prepared by the boss for you. The frame number has been erased and the license plate is fake. Don't worry about being found by the police afterwards." After speaking, He walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. There are 2 sets of clothes, 2 silencer pistols, 2 sets of monitoring and tracking equipment, 2 pairs of handcuffs, a bottle of ether potion, and a high-strength nylon rope. Jason frowned and asked, "Nothing?" Vodka nodded. "Nothing." Jason's face suddenly darkened. What the hell does Belmode mean? Why is there no news about the Swiss bank account promised to open me? Without a bank account, this transaction will be cancelled. Vodka stared at Jason's angry face seriously, and suddenly showed an enchanting smile. In an instant, Jason and Hawley got goosebumps all over. Holding the grass, "Can't you be funny? What a sickness." Vodka stretched out his finger and nodded on Jason's forehead. "As expected of you, the habit of greedy for money has not changed until now. Are you special?" Just when Jason came back to his senses, furiously preparing to cripple him, Vodka stretched out his right hand and tore open the human skin mask on his face. Belmode's alluring face appeared in front of them. The 2 opposing people are completely stupid, and they have become alive. Belmode raised his long hair and asked, "How about? Compared to your inferior makeup technique, is my disguise technique much more advanced?" In order to hone his acting skills, Belmode went to Japan to study under a world-class magician. Because of her outstanding talents, the magician taught her the ability to press the bottom of the box. Disguise is not as simple as applying makeup powder. First, you have to make a plaster head mold according to the face shape, then make a simple silicone mask, and finally, according to the characteristics of the face, continuously optimize the details of the mask until it is perfect. Depending on the level of proficiency, the time to make a human skin mask is different, ranging from several hours to several days. Belmode has already practiced the disguise technique to the point of perfection, and in just 2 or 3 hours, he can make a human skin mask that is no different from himself. "I have prepared the unregistered account number of the Swiss bank, and I put $1 million into it. You owe me this money." Belmode took out his cell phone and sent him his bank account and password. Jason logged onto the bank's website, entered the account password, and there was $1 million in the account. "Now you are finally relieved," Belmode teased. Jason opened the system light curtain silently. Points, 0. Rechargeable wealth, $1 million. With a thought, he recharged all the money in the bank account into the system. Only when money becomes a point storage system, he is most assured. Jason put away his phone. "Okay. The mission can begin." Belmode took out the disguise props from the car. "Then sit down, I will disguise you." Thanks to the QQ Reader user, Yun Moshang, for the 100-point reward. Thank you for the 100-point reward from Xinchan Brother. Don't live forever. Thank you, Cedric Method, for the 100-point reward. Brothers, the data in the recommendation period is very important. Vote, bookmark, comment, follow up, hurry up. Chapter 68 Critical Skills Money Ability. Belmode took out the prepared human skin mask and put it on Jason's head, and then carefully revised some details on the mask. Jason was sitting and Belmode standing. The double blow of sight and smell caused by the height difference made Jason a little bit unable to control himself. He quickly thought of a topic and diverted his attention. "What is your hatred with Michelle?" "You have to kidnap her." Belmode stuck props on his face and said, "After all, it's not a big deal." A few months ago, at a cruise finale dinner, I drank a few more glasses of wine with a little fresh meat. I don't know if he drank too much and had some illusion, so I posted a blog that evening and said that he would formally pursue me. Jason smiled. He seemed to understand the subsequent plot. He said to himself, "I didn't expect Michelle to like this little fresh meat, so I hate you for it. But this little contradiction will not kidnap her." Belmode gave him a dissatisfied look. "You know what a fart. You go to listen to her latest album, and you actually adapted a rap specially, insulting me in the lyrics, and going to concerts around the world. If she's just gossiping in private, I'm not so careful and caress about a little sister. Now things are getting bigger. If I don't fight back, people in the circle think I'm afraid of her." "Wait a minute. Michelle likes Xiao Xianru? Really? Isn't she married?" "The king of bastard rice, Hawley stood up and said. Belmode patiently gave her popular science. Most of the marriages in the entertainment industry are not very strong, and there are countless cases of divorce after marriage. Michelle and her husband have not been married for more than a year, and she and her husband began to separate. Sooner or later, the divorce will be a matter of time. However, Michelle is in a period of rising career and cannot be exposed for the time being, but it is in the circle. Everyone knows it. This will happen. Hawley grinned, completely disappointed. After listening to her, Jason was still a little confused. According to your statement, once Michelle is kidnapped, the police will immediately suspect you. Belmode said, do you think I am that stupid? There is a dance in Beverly Hills tonight. I will stay there until the end of the dance and then make an alibi. Jason raised the bar unconvincedly. Then the police can also suspect that you bought the murderer. After all, the contradiction between you and her is well known in the entertainment industry. Belmode looked at Jason and said with a playful smile, the police suspect that the prerequisite for me to buy homicide is that both of you were caught by the police and confessed to me. Jason suddenly realized, no wonder you don't do it yourself. You have to let me deal with it. It turns out that you are pressing the treasures on me. Belmode said, although you are a scumbag, but the means and ability to do things, I am very relieved. Thanks for your compliment. 30 minutes later, the human skin masks of Jason and Hallie were all modified. After changing into cross-dress, Jason became an ordinary middle-aged scumbag, and Hallie became a menopausal aunt with age spots on her face. Hawley took out the mirror and took a picture, frowned and said, why do I have to be an aunt? I suspect you are deliberately fucking me. Belmode covered his mouth and smiled. You think too much. This kind of auntie has faces all over the street. Even if you are photographed by a camera, it is difficult for the police to locate the suspect. Everything I do is for your safety. Hawley raised her middle finger. I believe you a ghost. The cross-dressing and disguise is over, and Belmode's mission is completed. She put on the human skin mask again, called and asked her to come down to pick her up. Before leaving, she took out 2 tickets and passed an address to Jason's mobile phone. There is a nightclub in the South District, and Michelle is an avid nightclub lover. According to the information I got, she will go to the nightclub secretly tonight. Here is the address and ticket to the nightclub. Jason took the ticket and made an okay gesture. Belmode blew a kiss in the air, got in his car and left. Sow Fox. Hawley scolded uncomfortably. The two sat in the car to check their equipment. When it got dark, Jason started the car and drove to the nightclub. An hour later, the Mercedes-Benz stopped at the entrance of the nightclub. The tall black security guard looked at the aunt and uncle in front of him, and suddenly felt strange. This year, Grandpa and Aunt are also here to play. Jason handed over 2 tickets, and the security affixed a seal to the 2 of them and let them pass. At this time, it was not the happiest time in the nightclub, but because of the strong publicity of the store, the venue was almost full of players. The dazzling lights, explosive electric sounds, the roar of DJs, and the desperately swaying bodies around the dance floor, the men and women dancing like demons, deeply stimulate everyone's nerves. A waiter in a black suit walked up to the 2 of them and said forcefully in Jason's ear, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" Jason shook his head and didn't speak. He just took out a stack of Benjamin Franklin from his pocket, about 20, and threw it to the waiter. After squeezing his fingers and feeling the thickness, the waiter stuffed the money into his trouser pocket, nodding his head and bowing his waist hurriedly. "Sir, there are boxes and decks inside. Which are the best?" "Which one do you need?" Jason leaned into his ear. "I heard that Miss Michelle will be here tonight. I don't know where her room is." "This is all gossip." The waiter's expression was a little embarrassed. Jason did not speak, and once again activated the ability to move money. "Don't worry, my wife and I are both fans of Miss Michelle. We just want to meet her and ask for an autographed photo. This requirement is not excessive." When the US dollar was put into the bag, the waiter's face changed drastically, and he quickly directed the 2 upstairs. "Not too much, not too much." "Miss Michelle is in the box on the 2nd floor. I will arrange your room next to him." On the 2nd floor, The waiter led the two into a luxuriously decorated room. "Sit down first. Miss Michelle is playing below. I will introduce you when she returns to the private room." "Okay." "If you can satisfy my wish, your tip is indispensable." Jason took out a stack of cash and patted it on the table. The waiter's face smiled like a chrysanthemum. "Thank you, sir." "Then I will get you wine. What do you like to drink?" "Scotch whiskey. More than 10 years." "Okay, sir. Please wait." The waiter smiled and exited the room respectfully. "Today is really my lucky day. One day's tip is worth a month's salary." Rob, hand in all your recommendation tickets. Chapter 69 Nightclub Carnival. Mutual routine. Not long after, the waiter put a bottle of 15-year-old scotch into the box and helped Jason pour the drink. "Sir, Miss Avril will be on stage to sing." The waiter pointed to the transparent glass of the box and said, "Your box has the best view, no worse than the concert scene." Jason nodded and said, "Okay." "After Miss Avril's singing is over, I will trouble you to introduce me." The waiter responded and bowed out of the box. Jason and Hawley picked up their wine glasses and sat on the sofa by the window, looking towards the stage downstairs. After a blast of dance music ended, the DJ did not continue to playing, and the nightclub instantly quieted down. Just when the players were interrupted and ready to complain, a man in a black trench coat stepped onto the stage. DJ roared, "Gentlemen and ladies, let us welcome the special guest tonight. Miss Avril Lavigne." Taking off the black windbreaker, wearing a black silk leather skirt, Avril with smoky makeup appeared in front of everyone. Today, Avril Lavigne is the top singer in the United States and has a large number of fans around the world. Her appearance instantly ignited the nightclub atmosphere. After a few seconds of silence, the audience burst out with deafening cheers. "Oh, oh, oh, oh." Avril Lavigne. In the box, Hawley applauded and shouted the idol's name excitedly. Jason glanced at her and said lightly, "Shut up, you fake fan." Hallie ignored him and cheered to herself. A familiar BGM sounded. It was Avril Lavigne's famous song Girlfriend. "Hey hey you, talk about you. I don't like your girlfriend. I don't like your girlfriend." "No way, no way." "No way. I think I need one. I think you have to find another one." "I called my girlfriend. Maybe I can try." "In order to like him, I know you are interesting to me." "No way, no way." "Don't be shy." "No, it is not a script. Everyone knows this." Not to mention anything else, Avril Lavigne's music is indeed a kind of subversion for today's music scene. When most female singers were still dancing in short skirts, she was born with a guitar on her back, a tie and skateboard pants. With her stunning voice, she sang pop-punk music, which instantly attracted the attention of countless people. "Hey hey you, talk about you. I want a girlfriend. My old lady is following you. You're so fine. You are personable. I want a mean." Aroused my possessiveness. Hallie wiggled and sang loudly. Jason drank, shaking his head to the rhythm of the music. He didn't pay attention before, but now he realized that the lyrics of this song are very realistic. It seemed to be telling about her and Belmode. Jason looked at Hallie and shook his head funny. It's a pity that Avril Lavigne's biggest mistake is to have a fanatical illegitimate meal, and the tragedy is doomed from that moment. After singing a song, Avril Lavigne stepped down and left the stage. The fans in the audience reluctantly wanted to keep her. 10 tall and sturdy black bodyguards formed a human wall to block all fans who wanted to get close. When Avril was on the second floor, the waiter walked in and said, "Sir, Miss Avril is back in the box. I'm going to find out." "Go. If it's done, these are all yours." Jason pointed to a thick pile of dollars on the table, about $10,000. The waiter bowed and thanked, then walked to the next box. 5 minutes later, the waiter ran in excitedly and said, "Sir, Miss Avril has agreed." "Really?" "It's true. You two, go now." Jason and Hallie walked out of the box, and a row of black bodyguards stood on the aisle outside the door. "I'm sorry you two, if you want to see Miss Avril, you must first search." Jason nodded, then raised his hands. The bodyguard stepped forward and touched the pockets of his trousers and other places where weapons could easily be hidden, but found nothing except the mobile wallet. "Please come in." The bodyguard opened the door and let the two in. As soon as he walked into the box, Jason smelled a familiar smell. High grass. There was a sneer in his heart, but he didn't expect the private life of a big star to be so unbearable. "Hi. Nice to meet you." Avril Lavigne was extremely excited. Her pretty face turned red. "Idol. I finally saw you." Halle squeezed Jason away, stepping forward and hugging Avril. The two of them were in a state of excitement. It was obviously the first time they met, but like longtime girlfriends, they held hands and talked to each other. Jason stood aside, with a loving smile on his face. Taking advantage of the two people toasting and drinking, he walked into the blind spot of the bodyguard. "Turn your palm over." A bug was clamped in his hand, and then the bug was stuffed into the gap in the sofa. After staying in the box next door for 10 minutes, until Hawley was content to get the signed photo, the two returned to their box. Passing the cash on the table to the waiter, Jason immediately put on the eavesdropping headset. Without outsiders present, Avril Lavigne finally revealed her nature. "Kristen, you bitch. Ha 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 ha. I want to ruin you." Jason's heart suddenly tightened. What is Avril Lavigne preparing for? Just listen to her asking, "Is the person arranged tonight reliable? If this matter is exposed, you and I will all go to prison for life." The bodyguard replied, "He is terminally ill, and he will die sooner or later, not to mention his wife and daughter in our hands. He is a wise man and knows what to do." "Then how can the police fool around?" the bodyguard said. "Kristen was involved in the accident in Beverly Hills. At that time, you were partying in a nightclub. You have an alibi." Both the players in the audience and the old lady in the box next door can testify. The police will never doubt you. Avril Lavigne snorted coldly. "Don't think of the police as a fool. Many people know about the conflict between me and Christine. After the police investigation, there is every reason to suspect that I am buying a murderer, not to mention the facts." The bodyguard explained, "The person has been injected with chronic poison. No matter what happens, he won't survive tonight. The dead will never leak secrets. So, this thing is foolproof tonight?" "Yes. Don't worry about drinking and singing. Remember to wake up early tomorrow morning and watch the news." "Ha ha ha. Then I can rest assured Christine will become an ugly monster after tonight. No man dares to approach her anymore. I see what she will fight with me." By Kai. After listening to these conversations, Jason's expression turned blue. The ugly face. Avril Lavigne should be pouring sulfuric acid on Belmode's face. Jason just made up for the consequences a little bit, and found that his anger could no longer be contained. He wanted to abandon the mission and rush into the box directly, to smash the shit and trash it into thousands of pieces, but the most important thing now is to quickly notify Belmode. He took out his cell phone and quickly entered his cell phone number. Do. No one answered the phone. Thanks to pseudo-seeking Yuan Hua. How can the pot from the sky come? For the 100-point reward. Thank you for the 200-point rewards of being to be willing to have something to do is beautiful. Thousands of waters and mountains are always in love. Can you just order a collection? Chapter 70. The beauty is coming. Dinner fright. Beverly Hills. A dance party is being held in the splendid manor, and the door is full of luxury cars. The participants are all well-known figures in the political, business, military, and art society. In the spacious European-style hall, a huge crystal chandelier hangs on the roof, and the chandelier emits bright yellow dazzling lights, making the hall inside and outside a lair of luxury. The men wore high-end neat suits, the women wore bright and expensive gowns, and the maids and waiters carried trays through the crowd. As classical music sounded, the men and women in costumes danced together. The singing is brisk but elegant, and the dancing is fiery and courteous. It is a top social scene full of singing and dancing. When the song ended, applause broke out in the hall. Belmode, dressed in a black strapless evening dress, holding a glass of Scotch whiskey in his hand, hiding in a remote corner and admiring himself. Even if she didn't want to participate in it, her alluring face still attracted the hot eyes of countless men. Her uncomfortable character is well known in the circle, and people who are familiar with her will not take the initiative to look forward to it. At this time, a young major in a brand new military uniform walked towards her. He bent down and put on an inviting gesture, "Pretty lady, I can have this honor. Would you please dance a dance?" Belmode smiled, and instantly captured the heart of Mr. General. She shook her head and said, "I'm very sorry. I feel a little uncomfortable for the past 2 days." For women, there are always so many uncomfortable days a month. Mr. Major is a graceful gentleman. After being rejected, he no longer demanded, but took a glass of champagne from the waiter. "Then can I buy you a glass of wine?" Belmode nodded. "Cheers!" Clang! The wine glasses met in the air, making a clear and sweet sound. Belmode raised his head, revealing his swan-like white neck, and took a sip of whiskey. In a word, a glass of wine made Mr. Major leave contentedly. The men who have been following her, watching this scene in their eyes, whispered one after another. "Kristen is not too young anymore. He is already 28 years old. Why haven't he heard of whom he has fallen in love with?" There is a gossip that she was badly hurt by a man when she was young, so since then, she has become distrustful and even hated men. "Really? Is this news reliable?" "I heard hearsay, but I think the credibility is high." "What a good man is that can capture her heart." Even Tony Stark, chairman of the board of directors of Stark Industries Group, was rejected by her. "As far as I'm concerned, it's good for Christine to be single for a lifetime. We can't get her, and others can't get her. Just thinking about it makes me more balanced." "Hey, the Major drank with her just now. Do you want me to try?" "Keep it down. The Major is young and handsome, so I made Kristen look different." "You said you're almost bald on top of your head, and people can see you." "Nonsense. I just have loosened hair a little bit, which looks like you, fat like my fat cat." Just when these boring men ridiculed each other, but hesitated to come forward to strike up a conversation, a pale man with sunken eye sockets walked towards Belmode. "Dear madam, can I have the privilege of having a drink with you?" Belmode turned to look at him, and a pair of slender willow eyebrows suddenly frowned. She was thin, with frivolous steps, and her palms were as dry as chicken claws. At first glance, she was seriously ill, and time running out. Can this kind of person get into the party? Although Belmode thought so in his heart, he smiled and nodded and raised his glass. Just as she raised her neck and was about to drink, a fierce light appeared in the man's eyes. He squeezed the glass tightly and splashed the liquid on Belmode's face. Belmode was keenly aware of the crisis, and leaned back at a large angle, with his upper body almost parallel to the ground. The unidentified liquid in the glass flew past her, splashed on the ground a few meters away, and splashed on the calves and feet of a group of ladies. "What?" A heart-piercing scream sounded. The ladies' legs and feet quickly appeared black scabs, followed by bone-burning pain. "What happened? What happened there?" The guests cast their gazes here. Belmode stood up straight and looked at the man in front of him with a calm expression, but his pale blue eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Seeing that the concentrated sulfuric acid was not poured, the man suddenly felt bad. He grabbed the wine glass and smashed it towards Belmode, only to be flashed by her lightly sideways, not even moving. The man lifted his suit and took a pocket dagger from the belt buckle. "Go to hell, bitch!" he roared and rushed towards Belmode. At this time, the guests in the hall also reacted, and there was a killer in the banquet hall. They didn't choose to come forward to subdue the killer to rescue Belmode, and fled in panic, even the companions who had just talked and laughed. The man has reached the point where the oil is exhausted, and this level of culling is as simple as subduing an unarmed child for Belmode. She found the right time, and a spur flashed sideways, then grabbed the man's right arm with one hand, and moved forward along the way. The man was pushed back and forth, and fell on the marble floor covered with sulfuric acid. The moment his hands touched the ground, iskers appeared on the palms. He quickly rolled aside and watched the pitch-black palm howling. At this time he also understood that his mission had failed. But at least he can bite the poison in his mouth to commit suicide, so as not to involve the master behind him. The man's lips flipped up and down quickly, and Belmode instantly saw through his thoughts. She hurried forward and kicked him in the chin. The black high heels were in close contact with the chin, and suddenly there was a sound of broken bones. The man rolled his eyes and fainted directly by this huge kick. The killer was solved. Belmode turned his head, and the men and women in the hall had already ran out, and the bolder ones were also 10 meters away from the scene, and the newly promoted major was among them. Humphrey, Belmode snorted sarcastically and walked out of the villa hall proudly. When I went outside, I saw the assistant running over anxiously. "Kristin, are you okay?" "Of course." Seeing her safe and sound, the assistant breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she took out the ringing handbag and said, "The phone in your bag keeps ringing. According to your instructions, I ran to you the first time and did not open the bag without authorization." "Yeah, you did a great job." Belmode took the handbag and walked alone into the garden outside the villa. "Take out the phone. The caller ID is still a series of asterisks. Thank you, Book Friends 2020041920162857 for your reward." "New batch. The account that was just built yesterday will give me a reward today. I am grateful." Answer the questions of Book Friends. Regarding the issue of the book's collapse, I think it is unlikely. Before opening the book, the author carefully scrutinized the world background, power system, and character settings of the book. Although Mrs. Gao may slip through the net, the overall control is still well established. So, please rest assured, and please continue to sacrifice the recommended votes in your hands to support this book. Chapter 71: The Sorrow of Straight Male Cancer. Michelle is on the order. "Hey, damn, you finally answered the phone." Jason's hurried voice came from the phone. Belmode thought it was something wrong with him, so he covered his mouth and asked in a low voice, What happened to you?" "Everything is going well on my side, but there is an urgent matter to tell you." Avril Lavigne ambushed a killer at the cocktail party tonight. Based on the conversation between her and her subordinates, I guess she wanted the killer to pour sulfuric acid on your face. As long as you are disfigured, you won't be able to grab a man from her in the future. So, you must be very careful at the reception, and always pay attention to suspicious people. Forget it. I advise you not to go to the dance party, and quickly find an excuse to leave. Jason spoke extremely fast, full of worry and anxiety. His heartfelt words made Belmode feel warm. The sincere smile on her face was not a professional smile to deal with outsiders, but the kind of smile that came from the heart and couldn't speak. Belmode leaned on a palm tree and looked up at the bright starry sky. In those years, the picture of knowing and falling in love with Jason unconsciously came to mind. If I could trust him a little more and understand him a little more, maybe now I have formed a family and live a happy life. However, it is not too late. Belmode smiled sweetly, and tentatively asked, "Are you caring about me when you call me in such a hurry? Is it possible that you want to abandon Harlanxel and get back with me?" Jason's expression was stunned. Then he was angry. "Damn, I made a few phone calls in a hurry like a flea, so you still have the time to think about these love affairs." An unknown fire ignited in Jason's heart, and shouted at the phone, "I care about your uncle. Get out of me quickly." Listening to the busy tone of beep beep in his ear, Belmode was trembling with black lines on his face. "The touch just now has been fed to the dog." "Go to hell, scumbag." Come back to Jason. Seeing him yelling and hanging up, Hallie quickly asked, "Is she okay?" Jason said angrily, "It's okay, it's fine." After speaking, he sat back on the sofa and continued to monitor the conversation in the next box. Avril Lavigne and the bodyguards were drinking wine and singing while waiting for good news from Beverly Hills. After about 10 minutes, the bodyguard's cell phone rang. Avril Lavigne turned off the music, and the box immediately quieted down. "Hey!" The bodyguard answered the phone and put it to his ear. His face turned pale after a while. Avril Lavigne had a bad feeling in her heart, and asked quickly, "What happened? Did the mission fail?" The bodyguard hung up and nodded with shame. "Shit!" Avril Lavigne yelled angrily, "Trash! It's all a bunch of trash. I gave you $1 million, but you actually found me such a thing. After this mission fails, that slut will definitely take precautions. Next time I want to find such an opportunity, I don't know how long to wait." The bodyguard fainted and he stubbornly said, "There is a big trouble." He not only failed the mission, but was also knocked down by Kristin and failed to commit suicide. Now he has been taken back to the police station for interrogation. Hearing this, Jason secretly breathed a sigh of relief. but Avril's expression was like seeing a ghost. He didn't die? The bodyguard nodded with embarrassment. Avril Lavigne trembled with anger. Don't tell me if the mission fails, you can't even bite the poison in your mouth. You can't do such a simple thing. I can't find a suitable word to describe your stupidity. Her expression was full of anger and panic. Once the person told the story under the police force's confession, then she was completely finished. Avril Lavigne picked up the vodka bottle and poured tons of wine into her mouth. Halfway through the drink, she slammed the bottle into the corner. With a crash, the wine bottle shattered and Jason's eardrum hurt. Avril Lavigne looked sluggish and sat on the sofa in a daze. At this moment, she was filled with confusion, not knowing what to do. After a while, she stood up, put on her windbreaker and walked out, and the bodyguards hurriedly followed. Jason took off his earphones and quickly walked out the door, pretending to go to the bathroom. "Hey, Miss Avril," he beckoned and greeted friendly. But Avril Lavigne didn't see him rushing forward. Jason was staggered by her shoulder, and he stepped back against the wall. Avril Lavigne and the bodyguards did not apologize, and went straight down to the second floor. However, what they didn't know was that at the moment of the collision, a bug with a signal transmitter was secretly hidden in the pocket of Avril Lavigne's windbreaker. When they disappeared from sight, Jason walked into the box next door, recovered the hidden bug, and then asked Hawley to leave the nightclub and walk towards the parking lot. As soon as I arrived at the parking lot, I saw that Avril and the bodyguard had a conflict. "Let go of your hand. I'm in a bad mood now, and I want to go for a drive." "You just got mad and drank a lot of alcohol. Let me drive." Avril Lavigne slapped the bodyguard with a backhand slap. Her eyes flushed and questioned, "If you can't handle even this little thing, what right do you have to take care of me?" The bodyguard lowered his head guiltily, and couldn't say a word of rebuttal. Avril took the key and sat in the Ferrari F430. Boom! The flaming Ferrari started and whizzed out of the parking lot, while the bodyguards followed closely behind in 4 Cadillacs. Jason turned on the signal receiving software on the phone, and a red flashing dot appeared on the screen. The effective range of the signal transmitter is 10 kilometers. This distance allows Jason to follow them far behind them without a hassle. Los Angeles is a city that never sleeps. Even late at night there is still a lot of traffic. Avril Lavigne drove the Ferrari, driving fast on the road. The bodyguard dialed her phone and yelled, "Are you crazy? There is still room for recovery in the Beverly Hills incident. But if you are stopped by the police now and take you to the hospital for a blood test, your acting career, it was completely ruined. Go to hell, trash." Avril Lavigne hung up the phone, then changed direction and drove towards the suburbs. Leaving the traffic-congested urban area, Ferrari's performance advantages are brought into play. Within 10 minutes, she left the bodyguard's car far behind her, not to mention the taillights. Even the exhaust could not be smelled. Cadillac stopped at a fork in the suburbs, and the bodyguard leader said through the intercom, "Let's spread out in 4 ways to find. Once we find it, we will immediately stop and then bring her back. If she still wants to resist, she can be hard." "Understood." On the Mercedes-Benz, Jason saw the bodyguard team separated and said with a smile, "Very well, Avril Lavigne is alone." Hawley folded her hands together. "Honey, promise me that you can't hurt her." "I try my best." After speaking, Jason stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the signal source. "Thank you, Lao Jiaofeng, Xiang Dadianma, for the 100-point reward." Chapter 72 Kidnapping Successful. 100 million ransom. Jason followed the signal source all the way, and finally found the red Ferrari in a parking area on a mountain road after half an hour. Avril Lavigne sat on the guardrail and looked up at the starry sky. A few meters below her feet, there was an abyss several hundred meters deep. She was still holding a case of Corona beer in her arms, most of which were already empty. Jason stepped on the brakes to slow down and slowly stopped the car to the side of the road. Avril Lavigne blushed and turned her head and saw Jason and Hallie approaching. She was surprised at first, then she understood something, and roared, "You shit fans, stop following me." "Fans? Sorry, the one standing in front of you is a fake fan, and the other is a pure passerby." Jason took out a pistol with a silencer and pointed it at her head. "Sorry, We are actually kidnappers. Looking at the muscle of the black hole, Avril's drunkenness woke up instantly. Oh, shit. She jumped off the guardrail, grabbed the empty wine bottle and threw it at Jason, and then ran towards the car door quickly. The wine bottle rolled in the air several times, and finally fell firmly into Jason's hands. Jason was full of question marks. This one? Avril Lavigne had just opened the car door. Hallie stepped on it and closed the car door again. Idle. I really don't want to hurt you. Can I trouble you to come with us honestly, bitch? You dream. Avril Lavigne couldn't open the door, so she waved her fist and rushed towards Hallie. Hallie couldn't bear to hurt her. She just stepped back and defended. This gave Avril Lavigne the illusion that these two old men and old ladies were old and weak. If they could snatch the pistol from her, there might be a chance to kill them both. Just when she felt that she saw hope, a pair of powerful hands pressed her shoulders firmly. Harry, it's late. Stop playing. After speaking, Jason carried the empty wine bottle upside down and hit her back with a bang. Avril Lavigne rolled her eyes and was stunned. Oh, I feel like the bottle is much easier than the drug. Jason threw away the wine bottle, picked up Avril Lavigne, and threw it into the trunk of the Mercedes. Then tied her with handcuffs and ropes, and then tucked her mouth with a towel. After doing all this, Jason and Hallie got in the car and drove towards the factory in the suburbs. As soon as Jason arrived at the factory, he saw Belmode sitting on a hood waiting board. A cold and pretty face was covered with frost, which was obviously still brooding about Jason's incomprehensible style. It's a pity that Jason is a straight man of steel. It makes no difference whether Belmode is crying or laughing or angry. He only cares about how to drain all the money in Avril Lavigne's bank account. You are quite fast, Jason said, walking to the back and opening the trunk. Avril Lavigne hasn't woken up yet, and she doesn't know whether it is because of his heavy handing or the reason for her own excessive drinking. Get close. I'll be here after finishing the transcript at the scene. Belmode changed his clothes and put on a human skin mask again. Unless Jason is ready to kill others, her true colors cannot be exposed to outsiders. Jason picked up Avril Lavigne and threw it on an iron chair in an abandoned house, then untied the rope and towel, and put the handcuffs on the iron chair. There are abandoned factories within a radius of 5 kilometers. Even if Avril Lavigne yells, no one will hear it. Jason took out a bottle of mineral water, took a big sip, and then grinned his mouth and sprayed it on Avril Lavigne's face. Well, Avril woke up faintly and saw 3 strangers standing in front of her as soon as she opened her eyes. 2 of them were the 2 robbers she had met in the nightclub. You shit. You dare to kidnap me? Release me quickly, or else. Snapped. Jason stepped forward and slapped her face with a slap. Keep your eyes open and see clearly. Where is this place? Avril Lavigne had a pained expression. Her white, tender and rosy cheeks showed crimson palm prints, and there was blood overflowing from the corners of her mouth. Hallie tugged Jason's clothes corner gently. Honey, you promised me not to hurt her. Jason said, I know how important it is and don't teach her a lesson. She thought it was the stage of the concert. After being slapped, Avril Lavigne was much more honest, but there was still spiteful anger in her eyes. Jason leaned closer and said, listen, we kidnapped you, not for your life, but simply for money. Avril Lavigne breathed a sigh of relief, and asked in a low voice, how much do you want? $100 million US. Jason said, as long as your family pays $100 million US to my designated account, I guarantee you can go home safe and sound. After the most popular song in the United States, It Must Be a Billionaire Woman. You must count this number. Hearing this, Avril Lavigne smiled bitterly. In your eyes, does the singer make money like this? What do you mean? Jason frowned. Meaning, I can't put out $100 million at all. I have capital behind my back. Most of the money is given to the company. In the end, the money that falls in my hands is pitiful. Aside from real estate, cars, etc., some fixed assets, I can give you up to $10 million US in cash. But if you are willing to wait for a while, I can ask my family to sell all the houses and cars, but it is estimated that it is only about $30 million US. Wait for some time? Wait for the police to come here. Jason sneered disdainfully. It doesn't matter if you can't get the money. I have a way for you to get the money. Aren't you the hottest singer in the United States? I believe there are many wealthy businessmen who are willing to spend a lot of money for you, especially those real estate developers and coal bosses in China. Spending $1 million. You can sleep with the Queen Avril. This deal is not a loss. As long as you work hard and receive 10 customers a day, you will achieve financial freedom in a year. Avril Lavigne was a little worried. You just said that you want me to go home safe and sound. Jason was furious, grabbed her hair, and shouted, I said, but the premise is that you transfer $100 million to my designated account. If you dare to lose a penny, I will let you die! Exclamation mark. Ah, let go. Avril Lavigne's hair hurts very much. Her petite body trembles with fear. Presumably at this moment, she finally recognized her situation. What stood in front of her was not a bodyguard who was obedient, nor a fanatical and caring fan, but a wicked robber. Hallie couldn't bear it, and wanted to persuade a few words, but Belmode stopped it with his eyes. As a childhood sweetheart who grew up with Jason, Belmode knows Jason's character well. He is cruel and tyrannical and has no bottom line. He will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal, even if he sacrifices more lives. If Avril Lavigne does not hand over the money, he will smuggle her abroad to sell her body to repay her debts, until she collects $100 million. This man is a beast, and he doesn't know how to pity and cherish Jade. Thank you, Special Style, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, Alex Frozen, for the 500-point reward. Thank you, Huoxiang Zenkai Beifing 1, for your 1000 points reward. Chapter 73 Asking for help off the court. Beat your teammates. Stop. Let go. Avril Lavigne shouted in pain. The 3000 anxiety silk was pulled straight, and the sound of broken hair came from my ears. Jason's expression was indifferent, as if he hadn't heard. The strength in his hands only increased. What? Avril Lavigne felt unbearably painful and felt that her scalp was about to be torn off by him. She hurriedly shouted, okay. I give money, give money. I let my family borrow money. Anyway, I will give you $100 million. Hearing these words, Jason slowly let go of his hand, and dozens of broken hair remained in his palm. He patted the hair off his hands and sneered, it's really cheap. If you don't use some tricks, you may not make up the $100 million in this life. Avril Lavigne lowered her head. She didn't dare to speak no matter how much he insulted. Jason took out his special mobile phone and put it in front of her. Come on, big star. Call your mommy and ask them to collect the money within 3 days. If it exceeds the time or calls the police, you know the consequences. Avril Lavigne nodded embarrassedly, and took the phone to dial her mother's call. Her arrogance had been smashed by Jason. Mummy. Avril Lavigne. God. You finally have news. The bodyguards say you are missing. If you don't call again, we will be ready to call the police. Avril Lavigne explained, I'm in a bad mood recently and plan to stay at a friend's house for a few days. But you made an appointment with your agent to record a new song in the studio tomorrow. You help me tell him that the new song will be postponed first. Do I have more important things to do now? Oh, what's the matter? I recently had some trouble. I need to raise $100 million in 3 days. With more than 10 million in my personal account, you can take the real estate, stocks, cars, art. All valuable things under my name. Sell it. $100 million. God, what did you do? Don't ask. Remember, this matter is very important. It is directly related to my life. Okay, I see. But even if you sell all these things, you can't make up $100 million. So, I need you to help me borrow money. You can borrow money from friends in the circle in my name. If you don't have enough, you can borrow from a record company. If you don't have enough, you can borrow money from the bank. In any case, we have to collect $100 million. Okay, I will try my best. When she hung up the phone, Avril Lavigne did not feel relieved, and she collapsed on the chair without strength. Even if her mother borrowed the money, even if the demon in front of her let her go as agreed, she would have to pay back the debt of $100 million until the year of the monkey. Is it possible to go to China for development as he said? Avril Lavigne was desperate. A happy smile appeared on Jason's face. Very well. You will be here for these 3 days. As soon as the money arrives, I will release you immediately, but you must remember not to play tricks on me. Avril Lavigne seemed to be emptied of her soul, and she lowered her head and whispered, I won't. That's good, Hallie. You are responsible for staying here and watching her. With a smile on Hawley's face, she nodded and asked, Hanny, can I let her sing? Of course, singing is not a punishment. After speaking, Jason looked at Belmode again. You come out with me. Belmode didn't know why, but he went out with him. Hallie looked at Avril Lavigne with a foolish smile. Idol, shall we sing that song first? Coming to the open space outside the factory, Belmode looked at Jason's back and asked, what is it for me? Is it because of the past? Do you want to apologize to me? Jason said in a flat tone, I can hear that Avril has not lied, and her financial condition is indeed not very good. Belmode frowned. I don't understand what you are talking about. Jason turned around, his expression a little annoyed. Eating with the entertainment industry, you will not fail to understand Avril's financial situation, but you said to me that Avril was very rich at the hotel that day. I want you to explain. Oh, it turned out to be this, Belmode said with a chuckle. You only said that you were short of money that day, but didn't say how much money you were short of. I believe that $10 to $20 million is for most people an astronomical figure that is hard to reach. The expression on Jason's face was even colder. Kristen, do you find it useful to force a sophistry in front of me? Belmode looked into his eyes, and after their eyes met, she finally understood that Jason was not joking, but really angry. She sighed and said with shame on her face, okay. I apologize. I'm really taking advantage of you about Avril Lavigne. Jason walked a few steps. Then do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Can I compensate you? How to compensate? Belmode said, aren't you short of money? I can compensate you $10 million, as long as you answer me a question. Jason said coldly, I don't want to listen, let alone answer questions. Upon hearing this, Belmode was immediately annoyed. As the hottest star in the United States, as the leader of the GROW organization, not many people dare to talk to her like this, and Jason can't do it either. Belmode said with a cold face, then there is no more to talk about, please do it yourself. Jason snorted coldly, you're ready to kick me away when you use it. You think it's pretty? Then what do you want? Jason smiled evilly, tied 1 is tied, and tied 2 is tied. It is better to kidnap you too, see how much money can be squeezed from you. After speaking, he leapt forward with a stride. Shit, Belmode cursed, his face gloomy and terrible. In this matter of Avril Lavigne, she was indeed using Jason. But the two have been in love for so many years, and Los Angeles is her main court. In her opinion, Jason would not dare to do anything even if he suffered a loss. At most he would complain to her. But she didn't expect that Jason, who had not seen him for 3 years, is far stronger, crazier, and even less bottom line than before. As soon as Belmode put on a fighting posture to defend, Jason's iron fist hit her arm. Boom! There was a sharp pain in the arm. Belmode frowned, his silver teeth clenched. Jason, the bastard has no mercy. Go to hell, scumbag. With this force, Belmode stepped back several steps, but Jason's speed is far above her. No matter how she escapes, she can't escape Jason's attack range. After a few more heavy punches, Belmode was a little overwhelmed. She raised her hand and said, okay, I surrender. Jason's movements did not stop. He sneered and hit Belmode with a punch. There was a burst of colic in the abdomen. Belmode showed a painful expression, and his eyes showed a bitter killing intent. She was just about to take a gun. Jason had stepped forward to her back, hitting her neck with a hand knife. Thump! Belmode fell softly to the ground. Thank you, Starroads D, for the 100-point reward. Recommendation votes have fallen by more than 100. Daily splatter rolls for recommendation. Chapter 74 Oppressed Love for 3 years. Jason grabbed Belmode into the car and fastened her to the seat with extra nylon rope. Flip out the phone from his pocket, find the agent's phone, and dial it with an encrypted phone. Hey, are you Christine's agent? The agent looked at the phone and asked in confusion. Who are you? Are you planning to find Miss Christine as your spokesperson? Why are your caller IDs all stars? Sorry, I am a professional kidnapper, and the respected Miss Christine is in my hands. The agent smiled and said helplessly, Sir, do you know? I have to take more than a dozen such boring calls every day. I'm really busy at work. Please stop making such boring calls. Don't worry, I'll let Christine talk to you on the phone. After speaking, Jason patted Belmode's face vigorously, and directly patted her awake. Your agent doesn't believe this cruel fact, so please speak to her. Fuck you, Belmode yelled, raging anger in his eyes. Jason put the phone to his ear. Although only one swear word, you should be able to hear it. This is Miss Christine's voice. The agent on the other end of the phone finally started to panic. You lunatic, you kidnapped Christine. Jason pulled out his ears impatiently. The last person who dared to talk to me like this was severely taught by me, and now he is like a sheep. If you are not afraid of your employer being hurt, please continue to say right. The agent looked solemn and shut his mouth quickly. Christine is her biggest benefactor. If she receives any harm, then her career will be completely ruined. Well, just tell me, how much money does it cost to let people go? Quiet. I want $100 million. $100 million. Are you crazy? Jason smiled and said, Christine is the hottest actress in the United States. $100 million is a very fair price. If you bargain with me again, the ransom will be doubled. Okay, $100 million is fine, but you must ensure that Miss Christine is not harmed at all. Jason said, as a kidnapper, this professional ethics is still there. As long as you transfer the money to the designated account, Miss Christine can go home safe and sound. But I warn you, don't think about calling the police. I understand the rules. You can send your account number now. The money must arrive in an hour. Please release her as agreed. Hang up the phone and send the Swiss bank account to the broker. After sending the text message, Jason smiled and turned his head and said, Your agent is so good to talk. If the kidnapped clients are like this, our business will be much easier. Belmode grumbled and stared at him angrily. Don't look at me like that. The reason why things are going to the present level is entirely up to you. Belmode snorted coldly. She has promised to give you the money. Let me go quickly. Jason shook his head. That won't work. The rules are the rules. I will never let anyone go without the money. Belmode struggled and said, Then you can loosen it. Your tie is too tight. It hurts. Jason turned his head and looked at her teasingly. Your fighting skills are so great. How dare I relax my guard? Hearing that, Belmode stopped struggling, but instead asked curiously, 3 years ago, your skill was only slightly higher than mine. Why did you improve so quickly in just 3 years? Jason smiled, showing the usual expression of profiteers. You ask your agent to call me another 100 million, and I can immediately make you as good as me. Belmode raised his face again, showing an expression that I believe you are a ghost. Jason shook his head helplessly and sighed. In these days, people's hearts are not old, and no one believes the truth. By the way, how do you think about the things I told you before? If you are willing to join, I can help you upgrade for free. Belmode sneered, You kidnapped me and blackmailed me $100 million. You are embarrassed to mention it again. I really don't know how thick your face is. Jason squeezed his face and said with a smirk, This is troublesome. If you don't want to join, then I have to tie you and take you back to New York. Belmode was furious. Jason, you bastard. Didn't you just say that being a robber requires professional ethics? In the face of sufficient benefits, professional ethics is a shit. The two argued for a long time, and Belmode suddenly calmed down and asked, If I go back to New York with you, can we start again? Jason rolled his eyes, feeling a little swollen in his head. How to talk about it well, and talk about these love affairs again. Belmode sarcastically said, Unlike a heartless person like you, I have tasted the feeling of longing and loneliness in the past 3 years. That feeling is too torturous, and I even started to reflect on leaving you. Is the decision wrong? The answer? There is no answer. But when I see you and Hawley together, my heart will ache and jealous. I think this is the answer. Jason was silent for a while, and said, If that's the case, Then you come back to New York with me. Belmode raised his head and asked, "What about Hallie?" "It's very simple. Go to your room on 1 to 5 and her room on 2 to 6. I fly solo on weekends. I'm very fair. I'm not biased." Belmode was full of anger, and took a sip. "Scumbag." Ding. The wicked were successfully recruited by the party. Christian Wynyard, Belmode. Source: Detective Conan. Abilities: Mastery in Cold Weapon, Level 3, Mastery in Driving, Level 5, Mastery in Stealing, Level 5, Mastery in Fighting, Level 5, Mastery in Firearms, Level 6, Disguise, Level 8. After successful recruitment, Jason helped her untie the rope. Snapped. Belmode rubbed his wrist, then slapped Jason. Jason was beaten with a bewildered look, and said angrily, "Are you special?" Before he could say the words, Belmode rushed forward and kissed him hard. The battle ended after an hour. Jason looked in the mirror and muttered, "Your uncle, can't you lighten it? Your lips are broken, and this strawberry full of necks. How can I see people tomorrow?" Belmode lay on the seat without saying a word, with a satisfied smile on his face. "How can we swear sovereignty without planting strawberries?" Thank you, Mr. Another, for the 500-point reward. Chapter 75. The ransom has arrived. Shameless man. Jingle bell. Jason's cell phone rang. "The ransom has been paid. Please keep your promise and release Christine immediately." "Wait a minute, let me confirm." Jason turned on the system light curtain, and the value really changed. Points: 100. Rechargeable wealth, 10,000 watts USD. All wealth is recharged into points, and the more points become 10,100 points. Jason picked up his cell phone. "Very well, $100 million has indeed arrived." "Then let Christian go." The agent added, "We just want to make money and avoid disasters, so you don't have to worry that we will call the police afterwards." "I believe you, but something is wrong now." Jason turned his head and looked at Belmode, who was lying on the seat and was about to fall asleep. "Miss Christine, I am very interested in our organization and have decided to join." Upon hearing this, the agent said angrily, "Shit, you are not keeping promises." No, it's not that I'm not keeping promises. It's Christine's own wishes. If someone wants to join the organization, I can't shut her out." Seeing the other party so rascal, even though the agent was full of anger, he was helpless. "Okay, very good. I swear, you will regret it." After speaking, the agent opened the telephone address book after hanging up the phone. Since the robbers were unwilling to release Christine, the agent had to mobilize all the forces around him to rescue her. Governor of California, Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Director of the FBI in Los Angeles. "Oh, stupid robber, you don't even know who you provoke." At the same time, Avril Lavigne's house was completely messed up. Her mother called all night and called her relatives and friends to the house to discuss countermeasures. In the dining room, the oval table is full of people. Avril Lavigne's mother sat in the first place and said, with a worried expression, "I suspect that Avril Lavigne was kidnapped." As soon as the voice fell, everyone present was taken aback, and the scene almost got out of control. "Avril Lavigne has been kidnapped." "You didn't drink too much." "Do you suspect that Avril was kidnapped? For what reason?" Avril's husband frowned and asked. "The bodyguards found Avril Lavigne's car on a hillside in the south of the city, but did not find her trace, and there were slight marks of fighting near the scene. Just now, Avril Lavigne talked to me on the phone and she said that she asked me to do everything possible to collect $100 million in 3 days. This matter is related to her life. I am her mother, and I can hear her tone full of tension and fear, so apart from being kidnapped, I can't find a second reason." 2 pieces of information from the mother were very important, and relatives in the room began to talk. One person has the power to ascend to the sky. These relatives have made a lot of money by relying on Avril's relationship. Once Avril has an accident, it is equal to breaking their money. The relatives talked a lot, but Avril's husband showed an imperceptible joy. His expression changed, and he said solemnly, "According to what you said, Avril Lavigne is likely to be kidnapped." "Let's call the police." "Absolutely not." The mother immediately refused firmly. "If we call the police, Avril will be killed by their robbers." "Murder? Ha ha, That would be better. The husband thought to himself, his marriage with Avril Lavigne has completely come to an end, and not divorcing is just to not affect her work and fan mood. When the right opportunity comes, this marriage will still be shattered. Avril Lavigne is a creative, talented woman who has enough ability to make her life more moist after the divorce. But he can't, so for the future life, he must seize more common property. God has eyes. Avril was kidnapped by robbers. This gave him a great opportunity. As long as Avril died, no one would rob him of property. He immediately opened his mouth and said, "If we don't call the police, where would we go to collect the $100 million? Even if we sell all the valuable things in the house, we won't collect it." Mother raised her head and looked at the relatives present and said, "I hope you can lend me money. If it is not enough, I will go to Avril Lavigne's friends to borrow it, as well as record companies and banks." Avril Lavigne is very popular in the United States. It shouldn't be difficult to reach $100 million. When she heard that she was about to borrow money from herself, all the relatives present bowed their heads and fell silent. The husband swept his eyes across the faces of his relatives, and he felt more confident in his heart. "Don't even think about letting these guys pay," he continued to retort. "Even if we collect the money, are you sure that the robbers will really release Avril? Will they take the opportunity to blackmail more money? These robbers are all barbarians and won't follow you. Speak credibility. Take a step back. Even if the robber releases Avril Lavigne, she is burdened with a debt of $100 million. How long will it take to pay back? Those record companies and banks are vampires. Asking them to borrow money will force you to sign the Overlord Treaty. Doing so will ruin Avril Lavigne for the rest of her life." The words of Avril Lavigne's husband were reasonable, and Mother became hesitant after listening. The husband continued to launch the offensive. "We can directly contact the chief of the New York and Los Angeles Police Department through our relationship and ask him to organize an elite team for secret rescue, so that Avril Lavigne is most likely to be rescued." "Yes, I think the method is good." "Well, I think so too. Saving people still has to be handed over to the police." A group of relatives quickly agreed with his proposal. "For them, as long as they are not allowed to spend money, that is a good way." Public opinion is one-sided, and I am also a little shaken. Avril Lavigne's mother is still the same in the end. The husband looked anxious, but he wanted to dance excitedly. This time, Avril Lavigne was completely finished. He took out his cell phone and called the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department to tell about the kidnapping of Avril Lavigne. As a result, he got even more shocking news. The nation's hottest star Christine Winyard was also kidnapped. The relatives present here are all dumbfounded. This robber is a bit naive. He actually kidnapped both the actress and the singer. He wanted to make a movie in his old nest. The director revealed another message that the kidnappers did not release Christine after receiving a ransom of $100 million. This news just confirmed Avril's husband's speculation. It can be said that it was a God assist, and the relatives present slapped him up. With the assurance of the chief of the police station, everyone also dispersed. After Avril Lavigne's husband returned to his residence, he immediately edited an anonymous email and sent it to all the entertainment media in the United States. After learning that Avril's family called the police, the robbers must execute her in despair. "At that time, all her property will be mine. Please recommend." Chapter 76, A Shocking Case. Executing Michelle. Early the next morning, news media all over New York blew up. They received an anonymous email address stating that the famous singer Avril Lavigne and the famous movie star Christine were kidnapped by unidentified robbers on the same night, and the police have started a secret investigation. In order to verify the authenticity of the matter, various media called Avril and Belmode's public relations team, hoping to hear their answers. The two teams were also dumbfounded. The kidnapping of the star was extremely secretive. Only a few insiders knew how it had passed all night, and the media across the United States knew about it. Asked the source of the intelligence, they realized that there must be an inner ghost deliberately leaking the news to the media. It's really 1,000 defenses. It's hard to defend against a thief. Once the robbers know that they have reported to the police, the lives of the two stars must be threatened. Therefore, The two public relations teams have a tacit agreement and both deny the kidnapping, calling it a boring prank. At the same time, they urgently contacted the Los Angeles Police Department, hoping to suppress this matter and must not let the robbers know. It is a pity that Avril Lavigne's husband sent this news to all the media in the United States. As a result, this news has become a semi-public secret, and some unscrupulous media directly put the news on the internet without investigation. Now it has aroused heated discussion among netizens. At this time, unless the two stars now take the initiative to smash the rumors, you will definitely be unable to conceal this matter. A large number of media and citizens have gathered outside the Los Angeles Police Department. They hope the police department can give an official explanation on this matter. They want to know whether this is a boring hype or is it true. Under pressure from many quarters, the Los Angeles Police Department finally couldn't sit still. The Director General of the General Administration personally convened a press conference to officially publicize the shocking case. Once the news was released, it instantly caused a sensation across the United States. From the rich and the bureaucrats to the traffickers, everyone was discussing this matter, and its influence was even greater than that of the prisoners in Long Island prison. Early in the morning, Jason got out of the car with a yawn and walked to a corner not far away to urinate. He and Belmode slept in the car for one night, and in the middle of the night Holly got into the car after having enough fun. Jason is a female with a fragrant nose and a rare insomnia. After urinating, he opened the system at will, wanting to see how much his reputation has increased today. Reputation, 51879146, prestige acquired for the next recruitment, 10,000. Jason rubbed his eyes and let out a surprise. Yesterday, it was only more than 5,000, but after one night, it became more than 9,000. Could it be that John and the others went into trouble in New York? It's not right. As soon as they take action, they are either dead or injured. There is no news in the system. Could it be that? Jason's inspiration flashed, and suddenly he thought of a possibility. He quickly turned on his phone and logged into the social network. Front page headline: Avril Lavigne and Christine were kidnapped in Los Angeles. Sure enough, Jason frowned, thinking these public relations teams are crazy. Even if you go to the police, you have to go quietly. It makes the city full of wind and rain. Do you think I can't lift the knife with a swipe of your finger and browsing downwards? Netizens have already discussed this matter. My goddess. Tell me, I am dreaming. Are all the police in Los Angeles dead? Why not save them? I am robber. Avril and Christine are in my hands. If you don't want them to be injured, you can quickly put the money into this account. If you are a robber, how are you still walking? Jason's mood became complicated. I don't know which link went wrong and disrupted all his plans. According to his original plan, in the 3 days before the kidnapping, he tried not to make too much noise, and took the ransom in a low-key manner. After the ransom is paid, make a wave of big news to earn prestige, so that you can earn fame and fortune. But now the kidnapping case is full of ups and downs in the city. The police must have made big moves. As long as a lot of manpower and material resources are deployed, it is only a matter of time to find a hiding place. The key is that Avril's money will have to wait until 3 days later. It's not right. Jason found a loophole. The news of Belmode's kidnapping must have been leaked out by the broker. Because Jason refused to release Belmode, it made sense for them to call the police. But who told the media about Avril Lavigne? Could it be her mother? Jason took a breath, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. He looked into the car and found that Belmode and Hallie were still sleeping, so he quietly came to Avril's cell by himself. After being tortured by Hallie all night, Avril Lavigne was so sleepy that she fell asleep directly on the chair with her head tilted. Jason rinsed her mouth with mineral water as usual and sprayed it on her face. Puff. Avril Lavigne was awakened instantly and looked at him in fear. Come on, show you something good. Jason took out the phone and placed it in front of her. Avril Lavigne just woke up. Her brain was still fascinated, but seeing the news headline said that she was awake in an instant. You kidnapped Christine. Where is she? Jason snorted coldly. Your focus is really strange. Look carefully. Avril Lavigne squinted her eyes, read the little letters, and then shook her head and said, I Still don't know what it means. Jason retracted the phone and sneered, "Okay, I'll explain it to you. I didn't tell anyone but your mother about your kidnapping. But why are all social media talking about it now?" Avril Lavigne understood what Jason meant. Her face turned pale. "No, it won't. The fact is right in front of you. But you pretend not to see it. If your mother hadn't revealed this to other people, how could there be trouble in the city?" "No, it won't be my mother. Even if it was her, it was because someone cheated him." Avril's eyes were burning, and she didn't believe her mother would abandon her at all. "Perhaps, but no matter what the reason, the consequences have already happened." Jason's expression was indifferent, not caring about the mess in her family. Avril Lavigne pleaded, "Give me another chance. I can call her and let her call you the money as soon as possible." It's too late. This incident is so big that it has exceeded the jurisdiction of the Los Angeles police. If nothing else, it should be the army, the police, and the FBI that set up a joint investigation team to investigate this case. These are 3 law enforcement agencies are united together, and the energy is terrifying. This hiding place will be found by them sooner or later. So I need to move away as soon as possible, and you." Jason took out his pistol and installed a silencer. No. At the moment of life and death, Avril was completely panicked. Her brain turned quickly, thinking about the solution. Jason pointed a gun at her head. "Farewell, Miss Avril." I thought about it." Avril Lavigne shouted excitedly. "I know a friend who can call you $100 million right now." Ticket. I want a ticket. Chapter 77 Playboy Tony Stark. Jason put his finger on the trigger and asked curiously, $100 million is not a small number. Is your friend really capable of paying this amount? Michelle lowered her head and said embarrassingly, "Actually, we are not friends either." Seeing her slightly shy expression, Jason suddenly understood. If it's not a friend, it's a fuck. "Come on, who is he?" Michelle whispered. "Tony Stark." Jason was shocked. His eyes lit up. "Is the Tony Stark you call the chairman of the board of Stark Industries? The notorious playboy in Hollywood?" Michelle nodded. "It's him." Jason was a little excited. After living for more than 20 years, he finally got online with key Marvel characters. One shot for $100 million. Even Tony can't afford it. "Are you sure he will pay the ransom for you?" Michelle raised her head. Her eyes earnestly said, "I will do everything possible to convince him." Jason put down the gun, took out the phone and threw it to her. "Okay, I'll give you this opportunity." Michelle picked up the phone and dialed Tony's private number with little thought. Stark Industries is among the top 3 arms companies in the United States, with annual arms profits reaching hundreds of billions of dollars, and Tony's personal value has never fallen out of the top 10 in the world. Talented, with money, plus his handsome face. Tony Stark has become the target of many Hollywood actresses. They all dream of marrying into a wealthy family, soaring into the sky, getting rid of the shackles of the company, and taking control of their own destiny. What a pity, Tony is a prodigal son. There are as many amateur actress models as he has been with, but no one can capture his heart. Beach house in Marbury, California. Tony opened his eyes and got up from the big bed. The 2 beauties beside the pillow were still asleep. Before the breakfast was served, he decided to take this time to go to the laboratory and modify the engine of his car. "Good morning, sir." The voice of Jarvis, the smart AI housekeeper, sounded. Tony's father Howard Stark was very busy with his work, so Tony's childhood was accompanied by the butler Jarvis. After the death of Jarvis, Tony often missed him, so he made this artificial intelligence AI called Jarvis. Even the voice and tone of speech are exactly the same as real people. Just as he was playing around with the car engine, Jarvis's voice rang. "Sir, there is a phone call. It's an unknown number." Tony answered the phone, wondering who would contact him so early. "Hey, Tony, this is Michelle." Hearing this, Tony's mind immediately thought of the girl with smoky makeup and very wild body and personality. He hardly slept that night. Putting down the tools, Tony's mouth outlines an indescribable smile. "Hi, good morning." Michelle went straight to the subject. "Tony, I took the liberty to disturb you in the morning, but I have an urgent matter to ask you for help." "Go ahead." What's the matter? Tony's expression was calm. As a billionaire, philanthropist, playboy, the world's top weapon development expert, the number of people who ask him for help every day is countless, and he gets used to it over time. I have a little trouble here and want to borrow a sum of money from you for urgent use. No problem. How much do you want to borrow? Tony breathed a sigh of relief. For him, a problem that money can solve is not a problem. I need $100 million. What? Hearing this number, even Tony was taken aback. I know this number is a bit big, but I really need it now. Don't worry, I will pay you back afterwards. Of course, if you want that kind of compensation, you can. The smile on Tony's face narrowed, revealing a solemn expression. Although Michelle was relatively wild in her life and work, she could never say such sordid words. She must have encountered some danger. At this moment, Jarvis cut off the microphone. Sir, according to the Los Angeles Police Department, Miss Michelle and Miss Christine were kidnapped by unknown robbers last night. As soon as the voice fell, the TV screen in front of Tony was switched to the scene of the Los Angeles Police Department chief holding a press conference. Kristen? Tony was a little surprised. Yes, Jarvis sneered. It's the Miss Christine who made you wait on the rooftop all night and caught a cold the next day. Tony felt a little upset when the old things were brought up again. He snorted coldly. Jarvis, turn on signal tracking. Okay, sir. Turning on the microphone again, Tony started delaying time with Michelle. Can you tell me, what do you need this $1 billion for? I'm very sorry, this involves my privacy, but I swear that the money will be repaid to you. Well then, is the money directly transferred to your account? No, I opened a bearer account with a Swiss bank. You transfer the money to this account, and it must be today, the sooner the better. After a few seconds, Jarvis prompts that the source of the signal has been located. Tony sneered. Okay, you send the account, I will send you money as soon as possible. Tony, thank you so much. You're welcome. Hanging up the phone, Jarvis said, Sir, the signal source is located in an abandoned factory in the southern suburbs of Los Angeles. Do you need to send the location information to the Los Angeles Police Department? Tony thought for a while and said, Forget it, let Rhodes take the credit. I am connecting you with Major James Rhodes. After a few seconds, the call was connected. Tony, what's the matter? Rhodes, your voice sounds a little tired. It's not because of that damn robber. The two hottest stars in Hollywood were kidnapped. This incident directly alarmed the highest level. The decision to set up a joint investigation team was made. I had to take the troops to Los Angeles overnight. Thanks for your hard work. I want to tell you a good news. Just now the robber called me. Rod was energetic and asked excitedly, Really? Have you positioned it? Tony smiled sarcastically. Of course. This stupid robber thought that no one knew where he was hiding using encrypted communication. In fact, this technique was left over from my play. Great, Tony. I owe you a favor for this. Tony smiled and said, Don't worry, I will make you pay back. I have sent the location address to your mailbox. Remember, Christine is also in the hands of the kidnapper, you know. Understood. I will tell her that the great Mr. Tony Stark saved her. Ha 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 ha. Thanks for the 100-point reward from author. Hurry up, as you wish. The update has been delivered. Chapter 78 Recruiting Fellow Party. Ready to evacuate. Tony agreed. You just need to post the account. After the flicker was successful, Avril was relieved and handed the phone over. Jason took the phone and said with envy, jealousy and hatred, It's good to have a friend of capitalist. The astronomical figure of $100 million was actually borrowed when I said it was borrowed. The man in front of her was moody, and Avril became nervous again when she heard his words. I have fulfilled your request, can you let me go? Jason looked at her meaningfully, until Avril felt a little guilty, and then nodded and said, Don't worry, I am the most trustworthy person. As long as Tony Stark's money arrives, I will release it immediately. But if Stark is just playing with you and didn't send the money, then you know the consequences. Jason left the room, and the system light curtain suddenly jumped out. Ding. The reputation value breaks through 10,000 points, and you get a chance to recruit from the same party. Only an hour has passed since the New York Police Department publicized the kidnapping case, and Jason's reputation has exceeded 10,000 points. It's so fast, I can't believe it. No one asks the hero's bones, and the family knows all about the actors. This is the generation of entertainment to death. Ding. The Wicked Gang David, Agent Zero, has been activated, and the character source is Wolverine. Reminder, after 5 seconds, memories will be implanted for the party and the host. Jason curled his lips, and he was another unknown person. After a while, a virtual memory was instilled in his mind. Jason and David met in New York. At that time, David was just a gangster who wandered around the streets, while Jason was already well known in the underground world of New York, and was recruiting troops to expand his strength. In order to eat a lot of food, David came here and wanted to work under Jason. After some tests, Jason found that his body is not strong, and he doesn't know anything about fighting skills. Even interpersonal communication is messed up. His only specialty is that his marksmanship is good. But at that time, most of their gangs relied on their fists, and they could only use guns in life-threatening situations. New York State is very strict in gun control. If the gangs shot at each other when they had conflicts, they would have been eliminated by the New York Police Department. Therefore, no matter what gang recruits their subordinates, the requirements for marksmanship are not particularly high. They tend to be physically strong and able to fight strong men who can resist. Jason was originally unwilling to accept David, but because he was a Chinese, he still gave him a job that can fill his stomach. Even so, David was very grateful to Jason. After joining the gang, he was very diligent in doing things. He rushed to do the dirty work that other people didn't want to do. Before long, Jason noticed him. After some thorough consideration, he was promoted to his side. As Jason's personal subordinate, David's economic conditions gradually became richer. But he doesn't gamble or prostitute, drink, or smoke. He always saves money and ran to the shooting range to practice guns. He practiced for a long time until he ran out of money. Gradually, David's marksmanship became more and more outstanding. If you don't call it, it's a blockbuster. In a marksmanship competition within the gang, David easily won the championship and threw the gunner who had the most accurate marksmanship out more than a dozen streets. Only then did Jason discover that this kid was born to play with guns, so he became interested in talent. He built a standard field shooting range at his own expense, and spent a lot of money to bite back all kinds of firearms on the market, and various types of bullets are also available. No work, no tasks. As long as David's shoulders can bear it, he can soak in the shooting range for 24 hours. With talent and diligence, David finally broke the cocoon and became a butterfly. In just a few years, he became a top gunner and proficient in all the firearms on the market. It's just the foundation of the basics. He can even hit the target quickly and continuously outside the effective shooting range of the gun. At this point, David's marksmanship has reached the human ceiling, and what is lacking is actual combat. In order to further hone his marksmanship, he bids farewell to Jason and prepares to become a mercenary in war-torn countries. For such a talent, it should be said that he is a genius. Of course Jason reluctantly left him. David is a person with a conscience. He understands Jason's concerns and is even more grateful for Jason's support. He promised that if he could come back alive after 3 years, he would sell his life to Jason. Even if Jason asked him to assassinate the president, he was willing to risk his death. Having said that, Jason must agree to disagree. He reluctantly sent David to the plane, only hoping that he would come back soon. After digesting the memories in his mind, Jason pinched his fingers. 3 years have passed. David should be back. He quickly took out his cell phone to make a call. With such a super sharpshooter, Jason's combat effectiveness will increase rapidly, and he will not be so frustrated in Los Angeles, and he will still rely on kidnapping stars to make money. Although he enjoyed the process of kidnapping a star, the most important thing now is to earn $1 billion as soon as possible and then purchase abilities. "Hey, boss." The phone was connected and David's voice came. Hearing this, Jason was immediately happy. "How did you guess it was me?" David said, This number has been inactive for 3 years, and there are very few people who remember it. Then contact us about the recent events. Apart from the boss, I can't think of a second person who would call me. Yes, after 3 years in the wild, remember to call me the boss. David earnestly said, as long as you need me, I will call it that all my life. Jason smiled and said, don't be sensational. Do you know everything that happened recently? Almost. The phone is full of news about your boss, bombings, jailbreaking, killing gold and, as well as the 2 female stars in Hollywood, you also did the boss. Guess right. The female star case is not over yet. I am short of staff. You came back in time. By the way, where are you? I'm at Los Angeles Airport, and I am preparing to transfer to New York. Great. Then I'll send you the address right away, so come here as soon as possible. The sound of the phone call awakened the 2 women, and they got out of the car and walked over. Avril Lavigne's family has already called the police. It is only a matter of time before the police find this place. Please pack your things quickly and we will evacuate when a companion comes. Belmode woke up and asked in surprise, call the police? Does she want her to die? Jason sarcastically said, I can't understand high-class families either. Holly rubbed her eyes and asked, Honey, who are we waiting for? He smiled mysteriously. One of the best sharpshooters I have ever seen. Ding. The wicked party David was successfully recruited. Source: Wolverine. Ability: Cold Weapon Proficiency, Level 3, Driving Proficiency, Level 4, Combat Proficiency, Level 5, Firearms Proficiency, Level 10. Thank you, Tilda, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, Dugulingxin, for the 1000 points reward. Lord, vote. Chapter 79 Political Negotiations. The Army is dispatched. Los Angeles Police Department Headquarters, Conference Room. On the long oval table sat the Los Angeles Police Department, the FBI, and the military leaders. The impact of this kidnapping case on society is very bad. Ordinary residents are panicking. Hollywood crews have also cancelled recent filming activities, preparing to wait for the police to catch the suspect before returning to work. Those stars who like to sing songs every night and play multiplayer sports are also honestly shrinking at home. Even if they have to go out in special circumstances, they have to follow dozens of bodyguards. The tourism industry in Los Angeles is very developed, and the kidnapping case also dampened the enthusiasm of tourists, and the number of visitors to various attractions has been greatly reduced. In this case, the Los Angeles Law Enforcement Department has been under pressure from many aspects of society. The president personally called the governor of California and ordered them to rescue the hostages safely in the shortest possible time. In order to complete the task, under the coordination of the federal government, the 3 parties each mobilized elites and formed a joint investigation team. Everybody in the conference room scrambled to speak, and I will appear after you sing. Everyone understands that this kidnapping case is a trouble as well as an opportunity. If anyone can make a big contribution in this case, this will be a shining point in the career history. Just when they were arguing, Rod opened the door and walked in. He looked at the boss with the stars on his shoulders and said, Sir, the position of the suspect has been locked. As soon as the voice fell, the quarreling conference room instantly quieted down. The boss' eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, Rod, what you said is true. Rod nodded calmly, and then sat in front of the computer and typed in an address. The big screen in the conference room was switched to a disused factory in the southern suburbs of Los Angeles. Rod explained, the stupid thief couldn't make any money from Avril Lavigne. So he asked Avril Lavigne to call Tony Stark and ask him to pay the sky-high ransom. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the big geese here were happy and laughed mockingly. No need to say the next words. They already guessed it. Who is Tony Stark? The top 3 arms groups in the United States, the helm of Stark Industries Group, and a genius inventor. There are countless high-tech products in the laboratory. The robbers called the blackmail to Stark's house, which is no different from looking for death. The pressure in everyone's heart was like a mountain, and disappeared without a trace. As long as you know where the robbers are hiding, the problem will be solved. In front of the government's violent machine, the few little thieves couldn't make any waves. The chief of the Los Angeles Police Department stepped forward and introduced the topographic features around the factory. The hiding place is exposed. The robbers must be a dead end, but the key is how to rescue the two female stars safe and sound. Here, here, and here. The director clicked dozens of places, and his subordinates quickly marked the locations. The big geese took a closer look and found that these 10 places were excellent sniper spots in this area. The director said, "My idea is this. First, the military will send a gunship helicopter to investigate this area from a long distance, find the location of the robbers and hostages, and confirm the number and equipment of the robbers. Then the FBI will send agents to block the surrounding roads to prevent robbers from escaping." Finally, a sniper from our police station got off the car 3 kilometers away from the factory and rushed to the sniper point on foot. "No, I don't agree with this method." The director of the New York branch of the FBI slapped the table and retorted, "Why is the FBI blocking roads? Shouldn't it be your New York Police Department?" Rod's superior said, "That's right. Your police officers are familiar with the geographical location near the factory. You should send someone to seal off this area. Then the FBI will send a helicopter gunship to investigate. As for these sniper points, they are naturally executed by our military's snipers. They are all trump cards who have performed various complex tasks on the battlefield." The chief of the police department retorted, "Your snipers mostly perform field combat. For urban special operations, our police department's special police are better at it." Hee. I brought all FBI ACE agents this time. Each of them has performed at least 10 hostage rescue missions. They have completely crushed your special police in terms of experience and ability. Seeing the 3 big guys blushing with quarrel, Rod lowered his head and played with the phone boredly. He is a professional soldier with a passion, and he is very disgusted by such negotiations involving political interests. After arguing for more than 10 minutes, there was no result that satisfies everyone. Time is running out, so the big guys have to sacrifice even DAFA, reconnaissance, blockade, and sniping. These 3 procedures were jointly executed by the 3 companies, and Major Luo was the commander-in-chief of the scene. 5 minutes later, an armed helicopter took off from the top of the police station, followed by a dozen explosion-proof vehicles also roaring towards the southern suburbs of Los Angeles. Near the southern suburbs, a yellow taxi is driving on the road. David sat in the back row, staring out the window with both eyes. As a professional gunman, the first thing to remember when you come to an unfamiliar environment is to remember the terrain. Even if he left the war-torn country and returned to the United States, he still maintained this habit. The driver is a middle-aged black uncle. He may be too boring along the way. He took the initiative to speak to David. "Sir, are you here to travel in Los Angeles?" David nodded silently. The conversation was successful, and the black uncle opened the chatterbox. "It's really not suitable to travel to Los Angeles at this time. Have you read today's news? Just yesterday, 2 big stars were kidnapped. One is a Hollywood movie star, Oscar actress Christine, and the other is a very popular Canadian female singer Avril." As soon as the incident came to light, whether it was the rich or the poor like us, it caused panic, and many people were so scared that they didn't even dare to come out. David asked, "Then you still came out?" The black uncle smiled and said, "I don't want to come out, but I want to earn money to support my family. And I still have a guy with me." He proudly patted the armrest box. "If I meet those robbers, I will definitely reward them with a few bullets." "Sir, don't look at my old age, but my marksmanship is very accurate. I will go to the shooting range to practice guns whenever I have time. Take a pistol as an example of a 50-meter moving target. I can shoot 85 rings." "Not that great!" David laughed and said nothing. A 50-meter moving target hit 85 circles, which is about his level at the age of 9. The two were chatting, and the police explosion-proof convoy drove past. The black uncle suddenly became excited. "Tuesday sent so many people, could it be that the kidnapper was found?" "Hold the grass, there are helicopters in the sky." David looked out the window. His eyes became extremely solemn. He quickly took out his phone and checked the address Jason sent him. Sure enough, this road is the only way to the abandoned factory. The target of the police is Jason. Thank you, 1215, Salted Fish Seeking Flop, for the 100-point reward. Chapter 80. The Spear God is Coming. Moing Wash Wang. There is still 4 to 5 kilometers away from the factory. Jason was informed at this time that he should have had time to escape. David took out his cell phone and wondered what the phone number of the boss came from. A string of stars? David looked dumbfounded. How can I fight this? So time is running out, and before he has time to think, David has a decision in his heart. Reunion after a long absence. A gift must be given. He quietly reached into his backpack and took out a pen from it. The driver followed the convoy not far and near. His attention was all attracted by the cool-looking explosion-proof armored vehicles, completely unaware of the changes of the rear passengers. David pulled out his pen cap, rushed forward, and covered the driver's mouth with one hand. Well, the driver was taken aback. But before he could struggle, a 10-centimeter-long pen was inserted into his skull from his temple. In an instant, the life of the driver ended. David let go and gave a light push. The driver leaned forward and stepped heavily on the accelerator with his right foot. Boom! The roar of the engine rang and the taxi began to accelerate. David opened the armrest box, took a pistol and 2 magazines, and jumped out of the car with a backpack. The out-of-control taxi continued to accelerate, getting closer and closer to the convoy, and then bumped into it with a bang. The driver's face slammed into the steering wheel, and the face of the rear special police slammed into the front seat. Shit! The driver clutched his nose and stepped on the brakes. The impact was so loud that the entire convoy stopped. 50 elite special police officers jumped out of the car one after another, loaded their rifles, and walked back vigilantly. The taxi engine was smoking, and they only saw the driver's face lying on the steering wheel. The SWAT officers are full of question marks. This is how much you drank. Dare you hit a police car? 2 special police officers walked up to check, one from left to right. Opening the door, he found that the cab was full of blood, and an unknown object was stuck in the driver's head. There is a situation. The special police was taken aback and hurriedly shouted, boom! A bullet that didn't know where it came from, penetrated precisely into the center of his brow. The special policeman fell to the ground, not even twitching, and was killed on the spot. There are enemies. Look for cover. The special police officers involved in the arrest are all elites. At the moment the gunfire sounded, they fell to the ground and quickly searched for cover. Bang bang bang. A series of gunfire sounded, and 6 special police officers fell to the ground. They were all shot in their eyebrows, and it was too late to rescue them. The special police felt a chill in their backs. Judging from the gunshots, there was only one assailant, but the bullets he fired looked like eyes. After a pause of 2 or 3 seconds, continuous gunfire came from another angle. After the gunshot ended, another 7 special police officers fell to the ground. A dozen colleagues died as soon as they fought, but they didn't even see the enemy's shadow. This unknown fear continued to magnify, and the mood of the special police was about to collapse. Hurry up and ask the headquarters for help, a special policeman with a normal brain yelled. New York Police Department Headquarters Meeting Room. The 3 big bosses changed their life and death quarrels and started to be amicable. The caring subordinates had already prepared champagne, and the moment the hostages were rescued, they let the 3 big men drink. At this time, a video communication signal is connected. The chief of the police station smiled and said, "They are too efficient." The hostages were rescued within half an hour. The military leader echoed, "These 50-odd people are our most elite subordinates, and it is not easy to catch a few robbers in the area." The police technician put on the video call, and a panicked face appeared on the screen. The convoy encountered an attack. Request support, request support. When his voice fell, the smiles on the faces of the 3 big men disappeared instantly. The chief of the police station asked in surprise, "You have encountered it. How many attackers are there?" "A person." "There is only one damn one." The big geese were dumbfounded and completely dumbfounded. More than 50 well-armed elites can't beat one person. Today is not April Fool's Day. The chief of the police station reacted and quickly said, "Hold on." I immediately sent someone to support. Bang bang bang. Another burst of gunfire sounded, and the special policeman shot his eyebrows and blood splashed directly on the screen. The police communicator fell to the ground, and the camera was facing the desperate and confused face. The meeting room was silent and terribly quiet. Everyone's eyes widened and looked at the screen. Incredible. One person tortured and killed an elite unit. What kind of enemy did they encounter? What are you doing in a daze? Contact Road quickly and ask him to send an armed helicopter to the rescue. Notify all the police, the soldiers, and the rescue team to rush over as quickly as possible. The military chief gave an order, and the meeting room was suddenly busy. All the special police on standby at the police station rushed out and ran to the parking lot. In the southern suburbs of Los Angeles, David has burned all 3 magazines. He relied on the boulders in the suburbs as a cover to keep moving and shooting. 21 bullets, kill 21 enemies, not a single bullet is wasted. The most terrifying thing is that only half a minute has passed since he shot. Throwing away the pistol casually, he cast his eyes on the fallen police officer not far away. There were several rifles beside him. David exerted force on his legs and left the bunker and ran forward at a high speed. The wilderness is bare, and it is common sense that special police can easily spot him. But those ace police officers were already scared of being beaten, and they huddled in the car one by one, hiding on the ground and didn't dare to look up. This fatal mistake made them lose their only chance to come back. David leapt forward and rolled a few times on the ground. When he stood up, he had 2 automatic rifles in his hands. With the gun in hand, "Follow me." David confidently jumped onto the roof of the riot car and said loudly, "You have more than 20 special police officers, and I only have 1 person. I dare not fight back." Hearing that, a special policeman hiding under the car quietly poked his head out, wanting to see what this terrifying enemy looked like. He thought the hiding place was very secret, but when he stuck his head out, a bullet hit his brow. The gunfire exposed David's location. The next second, the special police hiding in the dark jumped out together and fired at the roof of the car from all directions. David showed disdain, then decisively pulled the trigger. Da. The bullet struck like a gun. Those desperate special police were killed and injured instantly, and beautiful blood splashed in the air. The power gap was like a world of difference. They didn't see the enemy's appearance clearly, so they were shot through their heads. After completing the transformation, David is like playing a chicken game with an automatic aiming plug-in. There is no need to consider angles, wind resistance, recoil and other messy things. As long as the trigger is pulled, the bullet can accurately hit the enemy's vital points. Thank you for the 100-point reward from Chang Sing Tanksia. Thank you, North Latitude 35, for the 500-point reward. Recommend a book. Super Private Server. Conquer the Heavens with Legendary Games. The Paralyzed Ring on the left hand and the Resurrection Ring on the right hand. This is definitely a new ship novel you have never seen before. Chapter 81. Black Hawk Falling. 3 views are broken. David stood on the roof of the car as if he was in no one. The 2 automatic rifles in his hands are flying around, and a fresh life ends when the muzzle is swept away. His realm has broken through the limitations of marksmanship technology, and rushed forward. On the avenue of marksmanship art, shooting never sticks to the rules. Guns are born from the heart, do whatever they want. The remaining special police officers were completely frightened. They have performed many dangerous missions with lives hanging by a thread, but no mission is like today, which made them feel fear and powerless from the bottom of their hearts. Devil, he is a devil. A special policeman threw away his rifle, his eyes blank. After a while, the corpses were all over the place, and there was no more livelihood. David's expression is very calm, neither the morbid excitement after the murder, nor the guilt and self-blame after the murder. It seemed that he was not killing a human at all, but a human-shaped target standing motionless. From afar, there was the sound of helicopter propellers. Rod was sitting in the co-pilot. His black face became darker. He has just received a notification from the Los Angeles Police Department that a 50-man elite arrest team was ambushed on the way. What makes him unbelievable is that there is only one ambush. Rhodes, look. The pilot manipulated the recording camera and exclaimed. Rod recovered and looked at the onboard screen. The convoy stopped in the middle of the road, and the bodies of the special police were scattered on the ground. With a glance, there is no more life. The battle is over. Rod gave a jerky heart. It only took less than a minute from receiving the distress signal from the police station to arriving here. In just 1 minute, 50 elite squads representing the nation's strongest individual combat capability were actually destroyed. Oh, God. This is 50 elite. Not 50 pigs. Rod's eyes were round and his face was full of surprise. The bizarre degree of this incident has far surpassed his cognition. The onboard screen moved slowly, and a Chinese face appeared on the screen. David seemed to be receptive, raised his head and sneered at the helicopter. Rod felt a chill in his spine, and then he was furious. No matter how accurate your marksmanship is, it is just a mortal body, capable of resisting helicopter guns. Rod thought this in his heart and decisively pressed the cannon firing button. You son of a bitch, go to hell. Da. The helicopter's multi-tube revolver gun ejected dense bullets towards the roof of the vehicle. In front of the 23mm cannon, the armor of the explosion-proof vehicle was as fragile as a piece of paper, and countless egg-sized bullet holes were shot in an instant. The machine gun shot on the ground, throwing up bursts of khaki dust. When the dust cleared, David had disappeared from the screen. The person is gone. Use thermal imaging. After speaking, Rod directly picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. Compared with the high-tech on the helicopter, he prefers the traditional way. After a few breaths, David reappeared in his vision. I saw him moving on the ground at a super-fast speed, and then got into an explosion-proof car. Upon seeing this, Rod sneered. Stupid guy, think you can withstand the cannon by hiding in a riot car? Just as Rod was about to fire, he saw David jump out of the riot car again, with an extra sniper rifle in his hand. Load up, raise the gun, aim, shoot. After a few tenths of a second, a bullet shot out from the muzzle. Snapped. The bulletproof glass of the helicopter was shot through, and the bullet with the remaining kinetic energy penetrated the pilot's forehead. The huge impact caused his head to burst like a watermelon. The brain was mixed with blood, splashed all over the cab, and it was as cheap as Rod's face. Rod's expression was completely silly. The helicopter was suspended at an altitude of 100 meters, and the straight-line distance from him was more than 1 kilometer. At such a long distance, you can get a precise headshot with one shot. Combined with the speed of his shooting, Rod now finally understands why the elite team of 50 people is so vulnerable. This man's marksmanship can no longer be calculated by common sense. The headless body fell on the joystick. The helicopter instantly made a 720-degree Thomas spin in the air. What? Two special police officers who were sitting in the back row and were not wearing seat belts were flung out. One of them hit the high-speed rotating propeller, and his body was instantly cut into several large pieces. Rod gritted his teeth, resisting the dizziness of the sky falling, and desperately pushed the driver's body away, successfully regaining control of the joystick. However, a helicopter that has been completely out of control is so easy to rescue. David stood in the distance, watching the helicopter spin and fall rapidly. At the last moment of the helicopter crash, the flight attitude was finally adjusted. But it was too late. Boom! The helicopter was heavily planted on the ground, and there was a loud noise. At the same time, a cloud of dust covering the sky and the sun lifted up from the ground and enveloped the helicopter. David picked up the gun and quickly ran towards the helicopter. The helicopter finally stopped after sliding for a certain distance, and then fell to the side. The rapidly rotating propeller hit the boulder, and the blade instantly broke into several sections. Rod's face was full of blood and his body was in pain, and he felt that every inch of his body was about to break. Fortunately, his life was saved. Kicked open the windshield, climbed out of the cockpit strenuously, and fell to the ground on his back. Blue sky, white clouds, the rising sun. After living for so many years, Rod found for the first time that the sky is so beautiful. He was weak now, didn't want to do anything, just wanted to lie quietly on the ground like this. Wad. Wad. At this time, footsteps came from my ears. Rod turned his face, and saw that the demon was slowly walking towards here with a smile on his face. Shit. The strong desire to survive made him quickly get up. He took a pistol from his waist and shot the demon continuously. David didn't dodge, he also chose to take out his pistol and shoot. Rod was taken aback, and then he was ecstatic. Between these flashing lights, he has made a determination to change. 1. As long as this demon can be killed, what is the fear of death? I just hope that after death, I can be posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. But Rod thought too much. How could David choose to trade with him? Bang bang bang. Continuous gunfire sounded. A dozen pistol ammunition fired from 2 different guns. After flying for tens of meters, they finally met together. Ding ding ding. Sparks splashed in the air. The 2 collided. Bullets deformed, merged, turned into an irregular metal block and flew elsewhere. Lord's face was horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. With 2 pistols shooting at the same time, he could actually block all the bullets. His poor 3 views were broken again. Fuck. Rod changed his strategy, no longer confined to aiming at his head, but changed the position of the muscle slightly every time he fired a shot, standardizing his throat, chest, abdomen, and thighs. Bastard. It depends on how you block it. Humphrey. There was a sneer at the corner of David's mouth. Facts have proved that Rod's careful thinking is futile after all. Every bullet shot from his gun was accurately intercepted by David. Among the books recommended in the same period, there are 3 level 5 bosses, 2 level 4 bosses, and 2 level 3 bosses. Thank you readers for your support. Let you break out of this book, rank among the top 3, and successfully advance. Recommendations are getting better and better, more and more readers, and corresponding black powder sprays are also increasing for them. I just want to say that the author's writing ability is limited, and this book is just a no-brainer. Want to see high IQ? Want to read gorgeous writing? Want to read books with ups and downs? I can only say that you came to the wrong place. Please go out and turn right to sweep the list on the 24-hour hot sales list. If you want to brush up your presence here, you can only receive a one-stop service of banning and deleting posts. Finally, many readers reported that some content in the book was too sensitive and feared to be 404. The author was not afraid of it, but the 3 of them became tigers. Think about it. Let's talk a little bit. I will change all the sensitive text as soon as possible. Chapter 82. Skillful makes people feel distressed. Time goes back a few minutes ago. An abandoned factory in the southern suburbs of Los Angeles. Jason used a dagger to cut the rope on Michelle's body and urged, "Let's go, Star. I'll give you a new residence." Michelle rubbed her flushed wrist and stood up on the chair. "Okay." She frowned and hummed, her legs trembling uncontrollably, and she couldn't even stand still like a newborn deer. Michelle has been losing weight recently and hasn't eaten anything since yesterday morning. Since being kidnapped by Jason, Misui has not entered, and his thin body has been weakened to the extreme. What? Michelle had just walked 2 steps forward and fell forward with a scream. Jason held her back, frowned and said, "Useless things. I can't even walk, brute. If you were tied to a chair for a day and night, you wouldn't know how to walk." Michelle was angry, but didn't dare to speak out. Seeing that Jason was not worried, she stepped up and wanted to walk faster. But her legs were numb and weak, and the faster she wanted to go, the more she walked staggeringly. Jason helped her walk a few steps, and suddenly became impatient. He picked up Michelle and carried Michelle on his shoulders, and walked outside in a stride. "Idle. What's wrong with you?" Upon seeing this, Holly hurried over and asked him warmly. Jason coldly snorted, "What else? I was hungry for a day and couldn't walk." "You said, you know people sing, and you don't remember to give her some water and food all night." Only then did Holly react, sticking out her tongue embarrassedly, then ran to the car and took 2 bags of bread and a bottle of mineral water. "Eat." "I forgot last night. Why didn't you remind me?" Holly folded her hands, her face full of guilt. "Michelle wants to cry. Can you blame me? You guys are so fierce and evil. How dare I say one more thing? She swallowed, took the bread with trembling arms, then gobbled it into her mouth. She looks like she hasn't eaten for more than 10 days. Holly handed over the mineral water distressedly. Eat slowly and drink some water first. Michelle poured a big mouthful of mineral water, and then chewed hard. She had never eaten this kind of cheap bread that was not sweet and soft at all. But at the moment, she only felt that this cheap loaf was sweeter and more delicious than any high-end loaf she had ever eaten. After eating 2 pieces of bread and drinking a bottle of water, Michelle recovered a little bit. After she finished eating, Jason pointed to the car outside. Michelle nodded, and consciously crawled into the trunk. This movement, this consciousness, skillfully makes people feel distressed. Michelle is very weak now, not to mention running away. Even walking is difficult. But Jason still grabbed the nylon rope to tie her up, and then put a towel into her mouth. Liangxiangxu. It is simply impossible. After doing all this, Jason found that 2 women were standing at the door of the co-pilot and quarreling. Holly's expression was fierce and attacked. Small, you deserve to be in the co-pilot too? Belmode fought back. He and I are childhood sweethearts. You and him have only known each other for a few days. Why don't you deserve it? Knowing the past of the two, Hallie immediately retorted, you abandoned him 3 years ago, and you have been disqualified since then. Belmode spread his hands and said, but I'm back to him now. Harry sneered. With arms akimbo, when you come back, you have to line up again, behind me. Boring. Jason murmured and got into the car. Ding. The Wicked Gang. David killed a taxi driver and gained 100 Wicked points. Current progress, 277,010,000. Jason frowned, feeling a little puzzled. David is fine, why kill the taxi driver? Is he in a black car? The driver wants to rob him. In the next second, the transparent light curtain in front of me continuously jumped out like a Trojan horse virus. Ding. The Wicked Party. David killed 24 special police officers and gained 2,400 Wicked points. Current progress, 517,010,000. What fuck? Why did he engage with the police again? Ding. The Wicked Gang. David killed 16 FBI agents and gained 1,600 villains. Current progress, 677,010,000. What am I? The system is malfunctioning. Ding. The Wicked Party. David killed 13 professional soldiers and gained 1,300 Wicked points. Current progress, 807,010,000. Jason was stunned. What is David doing? Is he just checking the copy of the police station? After waiting for a few minutes, when the light curtain was completely quiet, he quickly took out his cell phone and called David. Excluding system failures, the only situation that Jason could think of was that David carried heavy weapons and bombs into the police station, and also provoked the FBI and the army. Hey, boss. David, did something happen to you? Well, it's really something. I just took a taxi to go to the abandoned factory. As a result, on the road a few kilometers away from the factory, I saw a special police force driving an explosion-proof armored vehicle preparing to catch you. SWAT? There are explosion-proof armored vehicles? This shows that the police have found his hiding place. Jason was secretly surprised, wondering when the efficiency of police detection became so high. He hurriedly said, then you can withdraw as soon as possible. Don't be caught by the police. I will notify you when it is safe, boss. We don't have to run away. David looked up and looked not far away, with a pale face and empty eyes. Major Rhodes said, I have killed all this army. What? Jason showed a black question mark face, and was shocked when he remembered the system malfunctioned just now. You alone? Of course. Without these heavy weapons like RPG? Unless PRG can check it on the plane. Boss, what's wrong with you? It's okay. You let me slow down. Jason was clutching his head with a toothache. Single-handedly kill a well-equipped elite team of more than 50 people. What is this concept? Jason's barren knowledge base can't believe this scenario at all. Perhaps only Hollywood studios can shoot such a picture. Thinking of David's level 10 firearms proficiency skills, Jason can only sigh with emotion. A level 10 powerhouse is really terrifying. Since there is no danger, you can wait a while and I will come right away. Okay. I also caught a live mouth here. Seeing that the rank is a major, I might be able to ask something valuable from him. Hanging up the phone, Jason started the car and prepared to leave. He couldn't wait to see the scene. Turning their heads, Belmode and Hallie hadn't gotten into the car yet, and they were still arguing about who was in the co-pilot. What am I? This shit can be noisy for so long. Jason rolled down the car window impatiently, and shouted, "Stop fighting. Just roll me behind." Thanks to Pseudo-Seeking Yuan Hua, Small Knowledge, for 100 points reward. Thank you, Xiao Shuayu, for the 200-point reward. Thank you, Fui, for the 500-point reward. Thank you, Alex Frozen, for the 1000 points reward. Chapter 83 Kidnapping, We Are Professional. 10 minutes later, Jason drove to the scene. The three pushed the door and got out of the car. Looking around, there were dead bodies and gunpowder. Jason kicked over a corpse and found that there was a bullet hole between his brows, and a line of blood slipped from his face to the ground. As the three of them walked and watched, Belmode asked with a frightened expression, "Who is he?" This shooting technique is so horrible. Almost everyone was shot in the center of the eyebrow. The Crow organization of Belmode also trained several sharpshooters, some of whom came out of the army. But even if these people are tied together, it can't kill the elite special team of 50 people, let alone headshot. Jason said with some emotion, "Except for the spear god, I can't find a second word to describe him." Hawley asked with excitement, "Hanny, is this person really our companion?" Jason smiled and nodded. "He used to be my subordinate. He showed amazing shooting talent when he was very young, and then went to war-torn countries for 3 years. But he did not expect to really complete the transformation." The expression on Hallie's face was even more excited. With such an invincible gunman as a companion, she suddenly felt more at ease. The three returned to the car and continued to drive forward. Not long after, I saw the wreckage of a helicopter and David standing not far away. Jason got out of the car and waved. "Hey, David." Hearing a familiar voice, David turned around and saw a stranger. He looked at him for a moment, and then ran over in astonishment and asked, "Boss, are you disguised?" Jason squeezed his uncomfortable mask and said, "Yes. The strips are too tight, so I have to make a bad move." Hallie and Belmode got out of the car and looked at David curiously. The two chatted for a while, and Jason turned around and introduced him. "These two are my new recruits, Harley Quinn and Belmode. You may have heard of his other name, Christian Wynyard." David's eyes condensed and he was startled for several seconds. "Boss, Christian is." Jason smiled and said, "I didn't expect it. The famous Hollywood superstar, whose true identity is actually a member of a criminal organization." David nodded in surprise. "I didn't expect it." "The kidnapping incident on the news was also your acting for outsiders." Jason shook his head. "No, the kidnapping is real. $100 million have already arrived." David, Belmode. After the three met each other, David turned and pointed to Colonel Roddy who was lying in the distance, and said, "I have left a living." It seems that the rank is a colonel. The smile on Jason's face suddenly reduced, and he walked forward slowly. "What? How come this nigger is so familiar?" he asked. "Mr. Colonel, please introduce yourself." Roddy glanced at him and whispered, "James Roddy, Colonel of the U.S. Air Force Weapon Development Department." Jason suddenly remembered that Colonel Roddy is a good friend of Stark. Later, he stole Tony's steel armor and transformed from an ordinary soldier into a war machine. After knowing his identity, Jason knelt down and asked, "You brought this elite force straight to the abandoned factory in the outskirts? You must have obtained accurate information." "I think I am more cautious in doing things. With your police's investigative methods, it is impossible to find me within 24 hours. So please tell me, where does your intelligence come from?" Roddy raised his head and looked at the sky, putting on an expression of killing and killing. "I disdain to talk to you." "Personality, I like it." Jason turned his head and laughed, then took out the pistol from his waist and shot Roddy's inner thigh. Boom! The bullet penetrated the skin, stuck in the thick thigh muscles, and suddenly splashed with blood. "Fuck!" Roddy yelled angrily and quickly covered the bleeding wound with his hand. Ding. Enter James Roddy, an important figure in Gears of War, and get 1000 villains. Current progress, 907,010,000. What? Looking at the light curtain in front of him, Jason's eyes widened in surprise. Just a slight injury can get 1000 villains. Is this guy so valuable? Look carefully at the words important on the light curtain. Jason guessed boldly in his heart. When Jin and Vladimir were killed before, the words plot character appeared on the light curtain, and the villain value obtained was 5 times that of ordinary people. And the villain value of hurting Roddy's important person is 50 times that of ordinary people. Roddy is not a big figure in the Marvel world. Jason guessed, if he played against key players like the US team or Tony, what villain value would he get? Will it be 500 times that of ordinary people? If the break can be used infinitely, wouldn't it be a great way to make a fortune? To verify this, Jason fired 3 shots at Roddy's arm and thigh. Bang bang bang. Ding. Enter James Roddy, an important figure in Gears of War, and get 0 villain points. Current progress, 907,010,000. Reminder, damage of the same level is only calculated once a day. Pooh. Dog system. The road to wealth was ruined. Jason pointed his gun at Roddy and said, the same question, I don't want to ask it a second time. Give you 3 seconds. If you don't say it, I will shift the muscle to the left 1 centimeter. If the inner thigh is offset by 1 centimeter to the left, that is his lifeblood. The muscles on Roddy's face twitched, and the sharp pain and fear caused a cold sweat on his forehead. This robber is a madman. He frowned and closed his eyes vigorously, as if fighting against his inner conscience. Do you choose to become a eunuch, or choose to betray your friends? 3, 2, 1. Tony. Roddy opened his eyes and said loudly, it was Tony Stark who gave me the information. If you call the blackmail call to his house, he will locate you. Jason sneered, are you kidding me? It takes more than a minute even for the FBI to track encrypted calls. My call only lasted 30 seconds. Roddy explained, you don't know Tony Stark. In addition to his identity as an arms dealer, he is also a genius inventor. The technology in his hands is far ahead of this era. Advanced technology, coupled with the launch of private satellites from Stark Industries. He wants to locate the encrypted phone, and it only takes less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds? Isn't this a few blocks away from the FBI? Jason frowned, as if judging the truth from Roddy's words. Roddy seemed to be really scared, and said with a serious face, this is true. I didn't lie to you. After thinking for a while, Jason nodded solemnly. He believed it. Tony Stark is Marvel's own son, and cannot be inferred by common sense. He has the ability to do things that the FBI and the military cannot do. The Sons of Planes are newbie, and I really can't underestimate these people in the future. Thank you, Arsenal of Doom, for the 500-point reward. Revisiting Iron Man again. It seems more appropriate to change Rod to Roddy. Chapter 84. What is an international superstar? Tony Stark, son of the plane. Haha. If you are Iron Man, I really can't do anything with you now, but now you are just Tony. I have countless ways to kill you. Jason stood up, violent between his eyebrows. He turned to look at Roddy, who was terrified, and said, don't worry, I won't kill you yet. In the eyes of others, you are just a nigger who can be replaced at any time. But in my eyes, you are a golden rooster that can lay eggs. Roddy frowned and didn't understand what he meant, but when Jason said he wouldn't kill him, he did have an amnesty relief. Jason continued, after you go back, tell me a word to Mr. Stark. Roddy asked quickly, what? I promise to bring it. This bastard is moody and has to follow him. You tell him for me that no one can live without any problems after making a small move on me. He told the police about the hiding place. I remembered. Please be careful when he goes out. I will keep staring at him. Upon hearing this, Roddy's expression was slightly surprised. Looking at his serious expression when he speaks, it doesn't seem to be a joke. But in that case, he didn't understand why the man in front of him had trouble with Tony. In Roddy's view, even if he has a super sharpshooter under his control, To head on with an arms capitalist like Tony is no different than an egg and a rock. Roddy sneered in his heart, thinking that this was actually good. If he escapes from the mountains and forests, the government and the military will find it difficult to find him. But as long as he wants to jump out and take revenge, and the object of revenge is Tony, it is not too easy to kill him. Roddy nodded and said seriously, "Okay, I remember. I must convey it truthfully." Jason stared at his face, noticed his slight expression, and then smiled playfully. "HMPH, were you thinking in your mind just now that I was going to find Tony Stark for revenge? It was tantamount to dying." Roddy was poked in the center, shaking his head panicked. "Ha ha ha." The smile on Jason's face suddenly revealed an evil spirit. "I forgot to introduce ourselves. Several of us belong to an organization named Clown." "Clown? What clown?" Roddy was a little stunned, but he suddenly thought of something, and his face was very surprised. "Joker. You are Jason Walter." Jason chuckled and nodded, thinking that this is an international superstar. Roddy's eyes were round, completely stunned. If the other party is an ordinary robber, then confronting an arms capitalist like Tony is of course a dead end. But Jason is different. He was the first villain in history to escape from Long Island Prison in New York, play with all law enforcement agencies in applause, and even let the president personally sign the wanted warrant. No one dared to take what he said as a joke. Those who despise him, the grass has sprouted. Roddy's face was pale and his back was chilly, and a bad feeling appeared in his heart. "Aren't you in New York?" Jason snorted coldly. "Do you think the gang of trash policemen in New York can trap me?" Roddy looked at him blankly, not knowing what to say. But he understands that he must not be irritated now. All he has to do is to live. Only by living can we pass this important information to it. At this time, there was a faint siren sound from a distance. David reacted quickly and immediately rushed to a high place, looking far away. Jason walked over and asked, "How many people have the police come?" David said, "Boss, the situation is not so good. The government dispatched 20 or 30 explosion-proof vehicles, and the number should be more than 120. Let's withdraw quickly." If he had encountered so many policemen in the past, Jason would have run away in despair. But now it's different. With a super sharpshooter like David who is proficient in level 10 guns, plus 10,000 system points, those policemen are like a wave of villains waiting to be harvested in his eyes. With 120 heads, which is 12,000 wicked points, the chance to upgrade to 2 levels is right in front of him, and the fool ran away. Jason hurriedly instructed, "Harry, you drive to the convoy, get all the weapons and ammunition, and you are ready to fight." "Good." Hawley jumped into the car excitedly. Seeing that Jason was about to do it himself, David was shocked and quickly persuaded him. "Boss, if you want to get rid of these policemen, let me do it. You can just take them and hide away to watch the show." Jason checked the condition of the pistol, shook his head and said, "David, the life and death of these 3 years has allowed you to practice your marksmanship to the point where you are superb, but your boss, I did not stand still." David frowned and wanted to persuade him a few words, but Jason patted him on the shoulder and said, "Stop talking, get ready to fight, don't drop your chin in surprise later." After speaking, he clicked on the system to enter the Maul interface. 10,000 points adjusted drop in the bucket for purchasing abilities. It would be better to use it now. Let Harley and Belmode quickly increase their strength, and then eat up the wave of experience before them. Ding. Spend 800 points. Firearms proficiency level 7 inches. Firearms proficiency level 8 inches successfully purchased. Remaining points, 9,300 points. Ding. Spend 800 points. Fighting Mastery level 7 and Fighting Mastery level 8 inches successfully purchased. Remaining points, 8,500 points. Name, Jason Walter. Level, 10, 907,010,000. Power 6,363. Agility 5,050. Endurance 5,050. Intelligence 4,050. Remaining attribute points, 0. Reputation, 1,011,917,240. Party, Bell Mode, David. Prestige acquired for the next recruitment, 100,000 points, 8,500. Rechargeable points, 0. Ability, Mastery in Combat, Level 8. Proficiency in Driving, Level 3. Proficiency in Firearms, Level 8. Proficiency in Cold Weapons, Level 2. Mal, click here. Ding. Whether to spend 1,350 points to purchase Firearms Mastery Level 6, Firearms Mastery Level 7, Firearms Mastery Level 8, Firearms Mastery Level 9, Firearms Mastery Level 10, a gift to fellow party Harley Quinn? Determine. Ding. Skill gift is successful, remaining points, 7,150 points. Ding. Do you spend 1,300 points to buy Guns Proficiency Level 7 inches, Guns Proficiency Level 8 inches, Guns Proficiency Level 9 inches, Guns Proficiency Level 10 inches, gifted to fellow party Bell Mode? Determine. Ding. Skill gift is successful, remaining points, 5,850 points. In the next instant, the bodies of the three of them twitched, and a lot of knowledge and muscle memory were infused in their minds. This kind of awakening feeling, Hawley has already experienced it once, so she was just a little excited and didn't show how surprised it was. But Bell Mode was different. After she received the memory, she looked at Jason as if she were looking at a high god. Jason turned his head and smiled. It's still early, and it won't be too late for you to look at me with this look in the evening. Bell Mode tried to stand still, his voice trembling. You can really. I told you yesterday, you don't believe it. Even if you join the organization's onboarding benefits this time, if you want to upgrade next time, you have to collect money. Thank you, I am the most handsome, Guardian Epicenter, Book Friends 20190727000827271, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, Steel Demon, for the 200-point reward. Chapter 85 Ruthless Torture. 2 consecutive upgrades. Soon, Hallie came back in the car. Opened the rear seat door. The seat is piled with various types of guns and ammunition. The four came over to choose the weapon at hand. Jason remained the same and took a Colt M4A1 carbine. Bell Mode chose the SG-1 semi-automatic sniper rifle with 7.62mm ammunition, 20 rounds of magazines for ammunition, and a maximum range of 800 meters. This is a very high-precision continuous-fire sniper rifle. David was picking and choosing among the guns, but he didn't find a gun to take advantage of. Hey, here you are, you must like this gun. Hawley undid the belt around her waist and threw it to him. David took a look, and it turned out to be 2 Glock 18 automatic pistols. This gun was modified by the owner and used double-row magazines for ammunition, with a capacity of 33 rounds. Because of the short barrel, this gun has a rate of fire of up to 1,100 rounds per minute, and it only takes 1 or 2 seconds to light all the bullets in the magazine. I like it, thanks. David nodded in satisfaction and thanked him. Compared to power and range, the rate of fire is the most important factor when he chooses a gun. Each of the 3 chose a satisfactory gun, but Hawley remained empty-handed. Jason asked, "Do you want to fight the police with your bare hands?" Hallie smiled, then pointed her finger to the police explosion-proof car not far away. Jason looked in the direction she was pointing and saw a heavy machine gun mounted on the roof of the anti-riot car. After picking the guns, the next step is to assign tactical positions. Although the 3 of them are proficient in level 10 firearms, if they shoot at hundreds of police officers, they will only be sifted. So the tactics are very important. Hallie is small and courageous. She chooses to be directly facing the police. The bulletproof shield behind the heavy machine gun of the police explosion-proof vehicle can ensure her safety. Bell Mode pointed her finger to the distant high slope, where she chose to set up a sniper spot, and then sniped the police behind. David moved fast and with elegant marksmanship. He was a bold man. He chose to walk back and forth among the boulders on both sides of the driveway, flying kites to harvest the police. One for output, one for wandering and harvesting, and one for remote support. Jason suddenly discovered that this battle didn't seem to require him to take action. All three of Halley are level 10 firearms proficient, but Jason has only poor level 8. After thinking about it, he decided not to humiliate himself. As the highest leader of the organization, it is his job to sit behind and command calmly. The charges trap is left to his hands. Well, that's it. I didn't envy them. Jason walked over to lift Roddy with one hand, then threw him into the car, and he couldn't die before passing the news to Stark. After the four people arrived at their respective positions, the police support convoy also arrived soon, and the four explosion-proof vehicles proceeded together, completely blocking the road. When the car door opened, dozens of special police officers armed with high-strength alloy bulletproof shields jumped out of the car and quickly built a circular shield wall in front of the car. The loaded automatic rifle was mounted on the shooting port of the shield. The four moves forward slowly, since they learned that the ambushers were sharpshooters. The police naturally had to deal with them, so there was this kind of integrated offensive and defensive formation similar to a fish scale formation. After all, no matter how the sharpshooter guards the sky, bullets cannot penetrate the high-strength alloy shield. Belmo stood in the high slope behind, staring closely at the situation below with a high-powered sniper scope. As David estimated, the number of police support teams was close to 130. Although the fish-scale formation seems to be powerful and invincible, it is full of flaws in the eyes of Belmo. Located high, she decisively pulled the trigger and shot at the special police officer holding the shield. Bang bang bang! The semi-automatic sniper rifle fired more than a dozen bullets in a row, exploding the heads of the front row special police officers. More than a dozen special police officers fell to the ground and died, and a huge loophole suddenly appeared in the fish-scale formation. As soon as the gunfire sounded, Hawley, who was hiding in the riot car, suddenly poked her head out and set up the heavy machine gun on the vehicle to shoot frantically towards the torn line of defense. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Orange bullets danced up and down rhythmically, and deadly bullets attacked the police like a gun. Hawley flushed with excitement and shouted, "Surprise motherfucker!" Shit! The special police in the front row was hit by a bullet, and suddenly screamed. The heavy machine gun used for fire suppression can still ensure that the gun hits the chest and abdomen and other key parts under the proficient operation of Halley's level 10 firearms. Hawley's shuttle bullet killed more than a dozen special police officers, and the invincible fish-scale array began to collapse. The commander sitting in the rear explosion-proof vehicle shouted at the communicator, "Retreat! Maintain the formation!" But at this moment, a figure appeared on the boulder on the side of the driveway. David stood on the rock with two guns, arms crossed in front of his chest, and then like a gymnast, he jumped off the rock and made a 360-degree spin in the air. At the same time, his fingers pulled the trigger and his arm slammed outwards. The height of the boulder, coupled with the powerful jumping ability, allows David to overlook the fish-scale formation. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. The pistol fired from left to right, and all 66 bullets were poured out within 2 seconds. After turning around, David completed the action of changing the magazine in the air, and then landed firmly on the ground. If it is in the Olympic Games, this scene must give full marks. At the moment they landed, most of the policemen on both sides of the driveway were killed or injured, and the shield array fell to the ground like dominoes. "There is an enemy on the side," the commander shouted with red eyes. But when the special police raised his gun and aimed it to the side, David, who had been forced, had already disappeared from his vision. Bang bang bang. Da-da-da-da. Jason sat in the car, leaning on the seat, his eyes slightly closed. Hearing the intense gunfire outside the window, he stretched out his index finger and tapped the beat on his thigh. To him, the gunshot sounded like a harmonious and beautiful movement, but Roddy, who was beside him, heard it as a lethal note of death. Colleagues outside suffered heavy casualties, but he could only sit in the car and could do nothing. There was an expression of sadness and self-blame on Roddy's face. Only a minute after the exchange of fire with the police, The frequency of gunfire began to diminish. 2 minutes later, only sporadic gunfire was heard. 3 minutes later, the gunfire stopped completely. Ding. The fellow David killed 51 special police officers and gained 5,100 villains. Current progress, 1,417,010,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 11 and gaining 10 attribute points. The current progress is 417,011,000. Ding. The same part Harley Quinn killed 46 special police officers and gained 4,600 villain points. The current progress is 877,011,000. Ding. The fellow Partible Mode killed 35 special police officers and gained 3,500 villain points. Current progress, 1,227,011,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 12, gaining 10 attribute points. Current progress 127,012,000. Thank you, O Pain, Crimson Lure Fall. Book Friends 1607150741280055, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, Bobo, for the 1,000 points reward. Chapter 86 Return to the Full Victory. Dead Mountain and Blood Sea. Jason opened the door and got out of the car, stepping on the metal shells all over the floor and walked forward. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder and blood, and this remote road leading to the southern suburbs had become a hell of sure in a sea of blood. Roddy also got out of the car, smelling the stench of blood. His face turned awkward, his stomach churned, and he hurriedly covered his mouth and resisted not vomiting it out. Looking around, there were bloody stumps and organs all over the floor, and the scene was extremely horrifying. Even for him who has been on the battlefield, it is far beyond the psychological endurance. Jason glanced back at him with a look of disdain. Can he be a colonel even with his mental quality? Hanny. Hallie jumped out of the explosion-proof car and rushed over. Her face flushed, and she jumped up and down with excitement, as if she still felt a little unfinished. Holding a heavy machine gun suddenly, really cool, boss. Their marksmanship is you. David came over with a curious expression on his face. Just by looking at the smooth and delicate palms of the two charming girls, you know that they are not masters of gunplay. But in the previous battle, they showed amazing strength, which made David puzzled. After thinking about it, the problem could only lie with Jason. Jason smiled and nodded. Everything was silent. David suddenly understood, and his expression suddenly became very complicated. After 3 years of absence, the boss actually has this kind of superpower, but if this is the case, what is the significance of his 3 years of birth and death? When Belmode returned with a sniper rifle, they were also ready to leave. Jason got in the car and shouted at Roddy, "Hey, don't forget what I said." After speaking, he turned the car around and drove in the direction of the southern suburbs. It is obviously impossible to drive the car into the urban area with such a big noise. You can only drive to a remote place first, then make a new look, and then let Belmode send to pick it up. When Jason's car disappeared completely, Roddy couldn't help it anymore. Vomit. He knelt on the ground and vomited all the breakfast mixed with stomach acid. After vomiting, he wiped the stains from the corners of his mouth with his arm, and ran to the corpse of a special police officer, using his mobile phone to call his boss. At the Los Angeles Police Department headquarters, 3 big men sat in the conference room nervously. Just a few minutes ago, the rescue team suddenly lost all contact, which gave all of them a bad premonition. Jingle bell. The ringtones of the military leaders broke the depressive atmosphere in the conference room. "Sir." Hearing Roddy's voice, the boss breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly asked, "Roddy, what's the situation on the scene?" Roddy's throat moved, and he hesitated for a few seconds before slowly saying, "Dead. The rescue team is all dead." Click. The big man's arms trembled, and the phone fell from his ear and fell to the ground. Half an hour later, the second batch of rescue teams arrived at the scene. Seeing the tragic situation at the scene with their own eyes, all members of the rescue team, including the 3 big bosses, were frightened by this horrible scene. On the road less than a few hundred meters, More than 200 corpses were paved. The stumps and broken arms were mixed with blood, staining the grey-black roads bright red, and many people spit on the roadside. After getting used to it for several minutes, everyone put on masks and began to clean up the corpses. The three big men looked livid and asked, "Where is Roddy?" A subordinate said loudly, "Over there." Roddy sat on a boulder beside the road, with cigarette butts all over his feet. The three big bosses walked over slowly, only to find that Roddy's eyes were empty, like Walking Dead. The boss patted him on the shoulder and sighed helplessly. He understands Roddy's current state very well. He couldn't stand just seeing the situation at the scene, and Roddy, as the only survivor, must have experienced more cruelty than it is now. The boss thought to himself that he must suspend his duties after returning, and first arrange for him an excellent psychologist to take a good rest period. If he can't come out of the shadows, his military career will end here. Jason. Roddy spoke suddenly, worthy of being the war machine of the future. But he was depressed for a while, and his fighting spirit and anger rekindled in his eyes. The ambassador behind this incident is Jason Walter. Hearing that, the three big bosses all showed surprised expressions. After looking at each other, the boss asked, "Roddy, Jason Walter you mentioned is the one who escaped from Long Island prison in New York." Roddy nodded angrily. The expressions on the big brothers' faces became extremely serious. James Roddy, can you be responsible for what you say? If it is determined that Jason is behind the kidnapping case, it means that the New York police have committed extremely serious negligence and should bear a considerable part of the responsibility. Those new officials who have just taken office may not even sit on the office chairs, so they have to push them to the end. Therefore, this matter is very important, and there is no room for mistakes, and it must be determined. Roddy hesitated for a while, but decided to tell the big guys what he saw. As for whether this person is Jason or not, let them judge for themselves. He doesn't want to take this muddy water. After listening to Roddy's narration, the big geese felt that they were listening to the heavenly book. According to him, the man who claimed to be Jason was an old man over half 100 years old. But the Jason in New York is obviously a young man in his 20s. In this regard, Roddy said his own guess. Although his face is in his 50s, his voice is not very similar. Although he has been deliberately hiding when he speaks, I can still hear that he is a young man. If you still don't believe it, you can go to Tony Stark. He has a recording of the robber's phone call. As long as the hire is handed over to the technical department for analysis, the result will be clear. A person in their 20s, wearing a face in their 50s, is it a disguise technique? Although something like Yi Rongsha has a long history, it is still quite difficult to really hide it from most people. Does Jason's associates really have this ability? The case became more and more complicated and bizarre, but the three big men remained silent and did not express their opinions without authorization. The only thing they can do now is to report the case to the top. Nearly 200 special police agents and soldiers were killed in this battle. The seriousness of this incident is far beyond their scope of authority. Once they are mishandled, their political career will end. This matter ends here. Without my order, it is absolutely not allowed to spread. The boss looked solemn and gave Roddy the password directly. I know, although Roddy hates politics, he is not a political idiot. This matter is extremely involved, and once it is revealed that you go out without authorization, the impact will be absolutely seismic. Okay, you are also injured. Go to the hospital for a good check. Don't leave the root cause. After speaking, the three big brothers left together by car. Thank you, Liu Shui 0810, not full, 92,107. I am really stable. For the 100-point reward. Thank you, Innocent Chi, for the 300-point reward. Thank you for the 1,000 points reward of update Saw Die Soon. Thank you, Amos Yang, for the 5,000 points reward. Big shots. T to the boss. Chapter 87. A few hours later, all the dead bodies at the scene were cleaned up. More than a dozen ambulances pulled the alarm and whizzed into the city from the southern suburbs. Faced with this situation, even the well-informed Los Angeles residents have question marks on their heads. What is going on today? One after another, The armored vehicles drove out like no money. There are gunship helicopters in the sky. Now there are more than a dozen ambulances. Could there be any terrorists on the south side of the city? People in Los Angeles have different opinions, but no one connects this incident to the previous kidnapping case. If just a few kidnappers are worth the police action, then the law enforcement agencies in Los Angeles are really corrupt to the extreme. The police car cleared the way, and the ambulance was loaded with more than 200 body bags and sent to major hospitals near the police station. Under the guard of the police, the ambulance drove directly to the underground parking lot of the hospital, and then immediately sent to the morgue, waiting for the family to claim it. The three big men returned to the police headquarters and immediately reported the incident to their superiors. After the superiors listened, they also gave them a password. This matter is so extensive that it must not be disclosed to anyone without an order. As this incident was reported to the highest level, the political confrontation between the bigwigs began. Jason is like a catfish, making the muddy water of politics even more filthy. After waiting anxiously for an hour, the three bosses finally received the order from their superiors. Report the damage to the public truthfully, but never mention Jason's name. The three tycoons were a little surprised, and they don't know how much the New York government paid to suppress this scandal. In order not to let things go through, this dam robbing must be killed in the shortest possible time. Mr. President has already ordered that a large number of armies will be deployed to completely block off the airport terminal roads in Los Angeles and surrounding cities, and then the SEALs will be sent to conduct a carpet search. In other words, because of the failure of this mission, the leadership of the three of them has been taken away, and the high-level military will personally direct the raid. All three of them were relieved after hearing this. As long as they didn't suspend their duties, whoever wanted the leadership would take it away. They didn't want to chew on Jason's hard bones. The director held a press conference, and reporters who heard the wind set up long guns and short cannons to block the meeting room. The three big men stepped into the conference room, and the chief of the police station announced the incident to the media. Terrorist organization appeared in Los Angeles. The hostage rescue mission failed. More than 200 police agents and soldiers were killed. The reporters were shocked when they heard this, but all of them were ecstatic in an instant. After waiting so long, I finally got a big news. The reporter immediately relayed the news to the headquarters, and 10 minutes later, the editors of the major media pushed the compiled articles to social networks. At the same time, the live news host also temporarily received a press release and announced the news to the American people with a heart of grief. Unexpectedly, the American people were not particularly surprised after listening. During the recent period, many similar terrorist incidents have occurred one after another across the United States. The apartment exploded. Mall shootout. The factory exploded. Prisoner escaped. A series of negative news polished their minds extremely strong. Even if they heard that a terrorist organization had lurked into the United States, they still maintained a calm and peaceful mind. The so-called matter has nothing to do with oneself. Ordinary people can of course see these news as entertainment news. For them, especially people from other states, they always feel that dangerous things like kidnapping and explosions will never happen to them. Without a close personal experience, it is natural not to empathize. But the families of the 200 victims heard the news and felt that the whole world had collapsed. After the sorrow and cry, the anger in their hearts erupted like a volcano. The family members dragged their homes and rushed to the Los Angeles police headquarters spontaneously. They held up the slogans hurriedly produced, protesting like the big bosses above. A group of terrorists sneaked into the United States, but was not discovered by the government department, and caused such a large number of casualties. This incident was completely caused by the government's incompetence and negligence. They wantonly vent their inner anger, but the most important point is, everyone is dead, and you haven't said about the compensation law. Don't our family members want to live in the future? Malibu, California. Tony Stark stayed in the underground laboratory, listening to the explosive music of the Zeppelin, fiddled with his car engine. The blackmail call in the morning had long been forgotten by him. In his eyes, The robbers were no different from the ants. The door of the laboratory opened, and Pepper Potts, wearing a professional suit and skirt, walked in with a rich lunch. Tony asked without looking up, "How come today's lunch is 10 minutes later than yesterday?" Pepper said helplessly, "I'm cleaning up the trash you left last night. It seems that you played crazy last night. You stained the sheets and quilts, so I simply asked someone to change all the three-piece sets on the bed. Thanks for your hard work." Tony took the plate, his smile a little stiff. "You're welcome, I will help you with all your affairs." Tony and Pepper stared at each other. The atmosphere in the air became a little ambiguous. At this time, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded, "Sir, there is a news you need to read." Tony felt relieved, scratching the beard at his chin, turning his head and saying, "Cut the video." Over. As soon as the voice fell, a scene of the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department speaking in front of the media appeared on the big screen of the laboratory. The news of the death of more than 200 police officers did not touch Tony's cold heart. On the contrary, the sacrifice of the police officers would prompt the government to spend a lot of money to purchase advanced equipment from Stark Industries, which was a good thing for him. But when he learned that Roddy was seriously injured and hospitalized, Tony's face became very ugly. Roddy is not only the military liaison of Stark Industries, but also one of his few personal friends. The location of the hiding place was what he told Roddy. The original intention was to make him a political achievement, but he did not expect to harm him. Pepper covered his mouth, looking at Tony distressed and worried. "I'll ask Harpy to drive." She knew Tony and knew that his next step would be to go to the hospital. "No, I'll drive by myself." Tony threw away his car repair tools with a cold face, and got on a new Audi R8 without changing his clothes. Boom! The thrilling sound of engines reverberated in the laboratory. Tony kicked the accelerator and R8 drove out of the underground laboratory quickly. Pepper was worried that he was in danger, so he quickly called to inform Harpy and asked him to follow Tony with a team of bodyguards. "Thank you, the strongest salted fish king on the surface, Woofer, for the 100-point reward." "Thank you, Rui 520, for the 500-point reward." "Thank you, Cooking Smoke and Curling a Restaurant, for the 1000 points reward." Chapter 88 Intimate Group Photo. Expose the lies. Jason and his party hid the car in the small woods in the southern suburbs, and then waited for Belmode's hand to pick them up, and by the way, they changed their clothes in advance. Michelle was squatting under a tree with her head lowered in handcuffs. On the way, Jason had already told him the whole story. It turns out that the real mastermind of this kidnapping case was Christine. What's more terrifying is that Christine is also the leader of a terrorist organization. When Michelle learned the true identity of Belmode, she knew that she would never escape the hands of these robbers in her life. Jason took off his sultry human skin mask and took out his phone to log into social media. The headline of the news section was a photo of the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department's speech. Seeing that the government put the charges on the so-called terrorists, he coldly snorted, "Ha! These shameless politicians are still hiding the truth after such a big thing." Suddenly, his inspiration flashed, and the government was the best time to re-prestige. "Come here." Michelle trembled, stood up and walked over slowly. Jason hugged her easily, and then pressed their faces together. Michelle's face was ashes, and there was no act of resistance. She had been prepared for this since the first day of being kidnapped, but the location of the work was somewhat beyond her expectation. "Oh, what are you doing?" Hallie dashed towards here. Click. Jason took a picture of the two and pushed her away. Michelle's expression was a little puzzled, and at the same time she was a little disappointed. It's not that she is cheap, nor is she suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Before she thought about it, as long as the robber leader greeted her body, at least there would be no life worry before she became old. If she can figure out his liking point, and then act like a baby and be cute, she might be able to live better with her extraordinary skills. Besides, this man named Jason is very handsome, and even if that doesn't happen to her, she never expected that Jason was not interested in her at all. Jason looked down at the phone with a calm expression, and then sent the photo to Belmode. Find the technical staff of your organization and post this photo to the social network. As for the accompanying text, let the people of your organization figure it out. The more exciting, the more attractive, the better. Belmode nodded after receiving the photo. After waiting for several hours, two black Mercedes-Benz cars drove over and parked on the side of the road. After the change, everyone got on the Mercedes-Benz and drove all the way to the secret stronghold of the Crow organization. Audi R8 is running wild on Highway 1 by the beach of Malibu. Two gold-labeled Rolls-Royce followed closely behind. This scene caused frequent glances of pedestrians and vehicles on the side of the road. Whose son is this, who is out of such a big show? An hour later, the Audi R8 drove into the underground parking lot of the hospital. Tony Stark, who was ruined and only wore a blue t-shirt, got out of the car with a dark face. The door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and 6 strong bodyguards in black suits walked over and said, "Boss, I'm going to clear the way." Tony nodded silently. After driving all the way, he has calmed down a bit. For a jealous arms dealer like him, it is very dangerous for a person to enter the hospital recklessly. Surrounded by bodyguards, Tony came to the intensive care unit on the top floor of the hospital and opened the door alone after identifying the soldiers guarding the door. Roddy was lying on the hospital bed expressionlessly, staring at the blue sky outside the window. Tony closed the door quietly and walked over. Seeing his friend tied up as a mummy, Tony, who thought he would be angry, actually laughed. "Ha ha ha." Roddy turned his head and looked at Tony tiredly. "I knew that you must laugh at me when you come." Tony sat on the hospital bed, put away his smile, brewed his emotions, and said seriously, "I'm sorry." Roddy interrupted him directly, "It's me who should say sorry." Tony's expression was stunned. "You have to be careful these days. Whether you are in a residence or company, or commuting to work, you must bring bodyguards. It is best to recruit more skilled mercenaries." Tony was a little puzzled. "It's not me who is lying on the hospital bed. Why should I be careful?" Roddy's expression was a bit ashamed. "Sorry." After he was caught, he forced to ask the source of the information in the hiding place. "I had to confess you." Hearing this, the muscles on Tony's face froze directly. He looked straight at Roddy, and it took a long time to react, pretending not to care, and said, "It's okay, as long as you are alive." Roddy continued, "He asked me to tell you a word that anyone who engages him behind his back will not end well. He remembers this hatred." Hearing this sentence, Tony was very disdainful. With a word from the robber, "I have to let a group of muscular men surround me every day? God, I will be smoked to death by their body smell." Roddy frowned, and said solemnly, "Tony, is the person who can destroy the elite troops of more than 200 people, is it an ordinary robber?" Tony heard what he meant and asked quickly, "So, you know his identity?" Roddy quickly turned his head and said nothing. "This matter involves too much. As long as he dares to reveal a word, he must go to a military court." Tony is not an idiot. He knows the seriousness of the problem when he sees Roddy's reaction, so he doesn't ask more. At this moment, his phone vibrated. "Pepper?" Tony took out his cell phone and turned on the video chat function, and Pepper's anxious face appeared on the screen. "Tony, something has happened." You log in to the social network, and the robber posted a photo on the internet. Tony hung up the phone and logged into his Facebook account. The social network has exploded, and a group photo is circulated wildly on the internet. In the photo, a pair of men and women look close face to face, but as long as they are not blind, they can tell that the woman is Michelle, the actress who was kidnapped yesterday. There is also a text under the photo, "Stupid people. The government has given the credit for the kidnapping to the unwarranted terrorists. To tell you the truth, I and my clown organization did it all. The beautiful Miss Michelle is in our hands. You and your government can quickly find a way to save her. If you don't have this ability, then she will become my personal item and be treasured by me forever." This face is a bit familiar. Tony searched in his mind for a moment, and a name immediately emerged. Jason Walter, the most wanted criminal in the United States, the first criminal in the history of Long Island prison to escape successfully. He handed the phone to Roddy and said sarcastically, "Look, Your lie has been punctured. Roddy glanced intently, his eyes flashing with angry fire. Fuck this damn Jason, he ruined everything. Thank you, Shadowed Eyes, for Huxiu, Book Obsession, for the 100 points reward. Thank you, 2101 Lee, for the 500 point reward. Thank you, A Fruit Tree, for the 600 points reward. Thank you, Fine Fly, for the 1000 points reward. Chapter 89. The truth emerges. The police riot. After the network technicians of the Crow organization attached the pictures to the text, they used the cover of hundreds of broilers to anonymously post to social media. The enthusiasm of Michelle and the robbers was already high. Once this photo was exposed, it was reposted and commented wildly by netizens. In just half an hour, the number of reposts exceeded 5 million, and the number of messages under the account exceeded 1 million. After the photo was interpreted by professionals, the truth of the Los Angeles incident finally emerged. Obviously, Jason went to Los Angeles after escaping the blockade of New York, where he committed a major crime. After the Los Angeles government learned of the incident, it immediately notified the New York government, and New York used an unknown price to make Los Angeles conceal the incident, and shirk the charges against unnecessary terrorists, and brought the entire nation to the people. Teasing like a fool. Some people also question the authenticity of the photos, but today's PS technology is not developed. This slightly fuzzy selfie is obviously taken from a mobile phone, which is difficult to fake under current conditions. It can be said that it is a stone hammer. This photo was passed on from one generation to another. After learning all the truth about the Los Angeles incident, people across the United States were completely angry. They did not vent their anger at Jason, but at the Los Angeles government that concealed the truth and the New York government that was unfavorable to prevent and control them. A despicable government. A despicable politician. Jason is the principal offender, and the government is their accomplice. One blood book. Let these shameless politicians step down. California cuties should come to Nevada. This kind of shameless government is not trustworthy. As the incident gradually fermented, the government departments involved in this case were under pressure from the whole society, and the New York government was the first to bear the brunt. He paid a great price to suppress the Jason incident. As a result, as soon as their front foot paid the money, Jason exposed the incident. This not only made the efforts of the New York government completely wiped out, but also charged with unfavorable prevention and control and distortion of facts. Come today, the New York government may face another round of reshuffle. At the same time, the family members of the police officers who were waiting at the door of the Los Angeles Police Department and waiting for the report also received the news, which added fuel to their already angry mood. Although they were demonstrating and protesting, they all stood at the door of the police station honestly, without any radical actions. But after this photo and remarks were exposed, they completely defeated their rational defense. Everyone began to furious, roaring and rushing into the police station building. The police officer guarding the door held up the bulletproof shield to resist desperately, and then quickly notified the leader above. In the conference room, the three big men sat in office chairs with ashen faces. They had just received a call from their superiors, who criticized them for their incompetence and angrily accused them of their stupidity. The influence of this incident has swept across the country. In order to calm the anger, the superiors had to abandon the three as abandoned children, and let the three of them memorize the charge of concealing the truth. Hanging up the phone, the three people felt sad. I thought that after transferring power to the military, they would be able to withdraw from the case smoothly. Unexpectedly, Jason actually played the trick to expose himself at this time, involving all of them. Damn Jason. Those idiot policemen in New York, why didn't they just kill him when they caught him? Don't complain, think about what to do in the future. At this time, a police officer knocked on the door and came in and said, "Chief, the family members outside have started rioting, and they will soon break through the line of defense. Turn them up, I'll deal with it." The director patted the table, stood up and walked downstairs with a dark face. The family members who were guarding outside saw the Secretary General walking out, and they immediately yelled at him with passion. Under the protection of the special police, the chief stood on the steps more than 10 meters away and announced to the police officers' family members the pension plan for the sacrifice of police officers. The U.S. federal government and state governments have set up special pension programs for policemen and firefighters who died on duty, according to the economic conditions of each state. A one-time pension ranging from $280,000 to $350,000 will be paid. For families with children, special education funds will be provided until the children reach adulthood. California is one of the wealthiest states in the United States. The financial situation is very good. Therefore, the director directly raises the pension to the highest level, and each family will receive a pension of $350,000. If Jason did not expose this incident, this generous pension would be enough to calm the anger in the family. But that photo was widely circulated on the internet, and after unscrupulous media overinterpretation, the Los Angeles government became an accomplice in the mass death of police officers. Since they are accomplices, they have to come up with enough compensation. How can a mere $350,000 fill their appetite? The family members were dissatisfied and continued to yell at the director. Many people even picked up stones on the ground and threw them at him. The secretary dodged a few stones with agility, but was still hit on his forehead. Snapped flesh on his forehead. A touch of blood dripped down his eyelids. The special police were shocked and quickly raised their bulletproof shields to block the stones. The director took out a handkerchief to cover his forehead, and returned to the building with a hideous face. The deputy also came over and asked, "Director, the family members are rioting again, what should we do?" The director furiously said, "What should I do? Suppress it with tear gas and water cannons. They must not be allowed to rush into the building." But they are all sacrificed to the police officers' family members. Will the forceful suppression by force chill the police officers below? The director put down the silk scarf in his hand and pointed to the wound on his forehead and said angrily, "Look, look. This is the good thing your family members have done." Their current behavior is a riot, and quickly sent someone to suppress it. If something goes wrong, your position as deputy director will end. Yes. The deputy's face changed, and he immediately went to execute. Upon hearing the order of suppression, the frontline police were stunned. They never dreamed that such an order would be issued from above. The people outside the door are not thugs. They are the wives of colleagues of the police station for many years, the children of their best friends, and the parents who were considerate of their seniors when they first entered the industry. Let them use weapons to suppress these people. They absolutely can't do it. The police officers at the bottom are always more conscientious and more loyal than the high-ranking officials above. They directly throw away their weapons and refuse to execute orders. Even if they were punished afterwards, they would not hesitate. The police failed to organize an effective defense, and the human wall defense line was quickly breached. The family members went crazy and rushed into the police station and smashed them. Not long after, gunshots were heard in the police station, and all this was filmed by a helicopter from a high place, and the people across the country saw this scene through live television. Thank you, Book Friends 20180405123929639, Snow Discrimination, 4 Huxiu, My Emperor Wants to Sleep, Fengsing 13, Ki, Knots, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, Gia's Scholar, for the 500-point reward. Chapter 90. Stark is furious. Declare war publicly. The reporters in Los Angeles were very busy today, and all kinds of shocking melons burst out one by one, almost to the point. The reporters and photographers drove around the scene and got sore legs. In the office building, the editors continued to write articles about the news sent back from the scene with their fingers flying up and down. Media hosts have also postponed their off-duty time, staying in the studio at all times to broadcast the latest live situation to audiences across the United States. The Los Angeles Police Department just released a big melon. The media heard the news as soon as they were about to rush over, saying that billionaire Tony Stark went to the hospital to visit his good friend Colonel James Roddy. Tony Stark really hates the media. If a female reporter is beautiful, he can still be interviewed by paying a little price. He always has a cold face for male reporters. Today he suddenly appeared in a public place, which is great news for media reporters. What's more, the only survivor, Colonel Roddy, is Tony's friend, and he might be able to dig a big melon today. Each media company divided two groups of people. One group rushed to the police station and the other group rushed to the hospital. Intensive care unit. A doctor knocked on the door and walked in and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. We are going to change the dressing of Colonel Roddy." "Okay, I'm leaving just now." Tony stood up and looked at Roddy seriously. "You are here to get well, and I will deal with that bastard Jason." Roddy quickly persuaded, "Tony, he is not an ordinary criminal. You must not mess with him." Tony smiled disdainfully. "He is not an ordinary criminal. Am I an ordinary businessman?" After speaking, he put on his valuable pair of cool glasses and walked out of the room. Harpy and a few bodyguards quickly gathered around and escorted Tony out of the hospital. Underground parking lot. A large group of reporters from news media and gossip magazines have set up their guns, waiting for Tony's arrival. Before long, Tony appeared in the parking lot surrounded by bodyguards. The reporters rushed forward like a hungry wolf seeing a sheep, and dozens of microphones hit Tony's chest at the same time. "Mr. Stark, according to online media reports, we learned that the murderer behind this kidnapping case is the #1 fugitive in the United States, Jason Walter. What do you think of him?" Tony ignored him with a cold face and asked the bodyguard to push all the reporters away. But his hand just touched the Audi car door, and an inexperienced entertainment magazine reporter yelled with a cell phone, "Mr. Stark, that bastard killed so many people and severely injured your friend. Don't you want revenge?" Tony paused, turned around slowly, and said in an uncomfortable tone, "Do you want to know?" The reporter couldn't hear the anger in Tony's tone and nodded stupidly. At the same time, a stronghold of the Crow organization, Jason was sitting at the table, enjoying a hearty lunch. The large screen TV behind him has been broadcasting current affairs news from the morning. Because of the anger at the Los Angeles police chiefs concealing the truth, thousands of families who sacrificed police officers turned into mobs and stormed into the police headquarters building, battered and destroyed electronic equipment, maliciously insulted and beat up police officers. The Los Angeles Police Department was forced to use lethal weapons, killing and wounding more than 70 people, and successfully quelled the riot in conjunction with other law enforcement agencies. The police station's cameras captured images of family riots. Those family members who had beaten and smashed them have violated federal laws and are likely to be prosecuted by the court afterwards. After speaking, the host received a new manuscript, and after a quick glance, she showed a trace of excitement on her face. The latest news from Los Angeles. The only survivor of the police rescue operation is an Air Force colonel named James Roddy. He has a personal relationship with the famous playboy and billionaire Mr. Tony Stark. Just now, Mr. Stark went to the hospital to visit Colonel Roddy, and when he left the hospital, he expressed his views on the incident. As soon as the voice fell, the TV screen switched to the scene at the time. Tony stared at all the media people with a cold face, and said loudly, "I happen to have a challenge here to give this Mr. Walter." "This is what I just thought of." Hearing the words, Jason's mouth evoked a sneer. "My name is Tony Stark, and you should have heard my name. There are many people in America who are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. You hurt my friend and you have to pay for it. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with politics. It's just old-fashioned revenge. Remember this address? That's the address of the Los Angeles head office of Stark Industrial Bank. In 3 days, I will give all employees of the head office a day off, and store $1 billion in cash in the vault of the head office. I guess you guys who are scammers can't open the bank vault at all, so I will open the vault door for you in advance. Aren't you short of money? If you have the ability, take it away in 3 days. If you dare not come, it proves that you are just a bully, a dead mouse who only dared to hide in a stinking ditch and drink swill. 3 days later, I am waiting for you at the bank. If you are a real man, come find me." After speaking, Tony grabbed the reporter's phone and smashed it to the ground. "Sue me." After listening to this passage, Jason grinned and said, "This Mr. Stark has a bad temper." Belmode said, "Stark's stinky mouth is famous in Hollywood circles. Don't take these words to heart." Harry followed up and said, "Yeah, such an obvious trap, such an inferior aggressive method, a fool will go." "Don't say $100 million is $10 billion. Who can take the money out of the bank alive?" Of course Jason knew this was a trap set by Tony. As long as he dared to appear in the bank, he would face countless elite special forces. But if Jason didn't dare to go, he was temptation. Stark was able to speak up in front of the media, wantonly humiliating Jason, and letting Colonel Roddy take a breath. His move belongs to an imposing way, and he cannot crack it at all. $1 billion. $1 billion. Jason stopped eating, muttering words. Belmore was taken aback and asked quickly, "You won't really want to make this $1 billion idea?" Hawley was also in a hurry, and said quickly, "Honey, this is a trap. I will definitely die if I go." Belmode, "If you are really short of money, I can wash out the assets in the gang." "Although there is not 1 billion, there are still 3 to 5 billion. Jason asked. "It's only 3 to 5 billion. What kind of organization you are? It's too poor." Belmore gave him a blank look. "Do you think that playing the underworld is a huge profit? Organizing various expenses is like a waterfall. Every morning, you can get up and open your eyes to millions of dollars. If the gang business succeeds, it would be fine. If the business fails, you can lose money if you can." Jason was non-committal about what she said. At this moment, he was calculating the risk factor of bank robbery in his mind. "This is $1 billion. Thank you. What is your ideal?" "Wind snowpulin, fried tanbang pipi shrimp, the horn of the novel, for the 100-point reward." "Thank you. A fruit tree, for the 300 points reward." Chapter 91. Provoking Stark from the front. Tony Stark drove the Audi and returned to the seaside villa in Malibu. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Pepper with a cold face and angrily approaching. "Are you crazy? You dare to provoke terrorists on TV?" Tony was sprayed by her, feeling touched and uncomfortable at the same time. "The same goes for Roddy, and so are you." "Why doesn't each of you believe me? Isn't it just a few robbers?" "It's nothing more than the accuracy of marksmanship. As long as they belong to the human category, they can't threaten me at all." Tony was arrogant. He dared to ridicule senior government officials and capitalists. What's more, Jason was born with mud-legged terrorists. The more they raised Jason, the more Tony wanted to kill him. Tony. Pepper's expression was very worried. "He is the most wanted man in the United States." "Enough." Tony frowned, and shouted dissatisfied, "Just watch it." 3 days later, "That bitch dare not come. If he dares to come, I will accept the $30 million head up." "You." "Simply unreasonable." Pepper looked at him blankly and left angrily. Tony watched her leave, then sat down on the chair regretfully. "Hey, I shouldn't have talked to Pepper like that just now, but I have such a bad temper. I'm afraid I can't change it in my life." He beckoned, and Harpy came over. "Boss, you go to the company right now and select 300 elite fighters for me from the company's security. They must be people who have worked for more than 5 years and have no criminal record, even if they are suspicious." Harpy nodded and said, "I understand." "Then let them fully upgrade the security, whether it is the company, the factory, or my villa. They must send a large number of armed personnel to guard. If the company does not have enough manpower, it will spend a lot of money to recruit on the market." "Good boss, I will do it now." After speaking, Harpy went out to work. The Crow organization hides its stronghold. Jason is thinking about the risk factor of bank robbery. If Tony puts not $1 billion in the bank, but 300 million, 500 million, 800 million, then Jason would never consider doing this. $1 billion is a qualitative change. You can let Jason buy a superpower in the mall. Since the opening of the Superpower Mall, Jason has been screening the most suitable superpowers. Now he had a decision in his heart. As long as he obtains this superpower, the manpower that Tony is ambushing around the bank is nothing to fear for him. But before doing it, he must determine 2 things. First, there are indeed $1 billion in the vault. Second, The door of the vault must be open. Tony Stark is arrogant and conceited. Since he has publicly released his words in front of the media and wants to open the vault door and deposit $1 billion in cash, he will definitely do so. But robbing the bank is a matter of losing your head. Before making a decision, you must find an opportunity to investigate on the spot instead of relying on imagination. If the playboy didn't do it on a whim, Jason and his team would be completely finished. But if Tony didn't play tricks, then Jason could use Belmode's superb disguise to get into the bank, steal the cash and leave in a big way. Danger and opportunity often coexist. After weighing the pros and cons, Jason finally made up his mind to give it a try. Ding. Publish system mission, first confrontation, mission reward, 20,000 villains. Mission introduction. Tony Stark is the future Iron Man. He is the key figure influencing the structure of the universe. But the host, as the villain, fights the key character. Please accept the challenge book and leave Tony Stark behind. Indelible trauma. 20,000 villain value. What a big handwriting. The last time the system released the task of 10,000 villains, Jason was beaten to death by Jean and he did not expect that the reward was doubled this time, which may mean that the difficulty of the task has also doubled. Humphrey. The capitalist's money is really hard to get. Seeing the eager expression on Jason's face, both Belmode and Hallie were very worried. Jason chuckled and comforted. Don't worry, I won't be able to do it without a 90% or more certainty, but the preparations must be done in advance. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Belmode. I need you to prepare something. What? Various types of weapons and ammunition, grenade, C4, body armor, etc. I bought all the best equipment available on the market. I also want a detailed map around Stark Bank, and even the location of the sewers. Mark it clearly. No problem, it will be done tomorrow morning. Jason nodded, and took out the encrypted phone to make a call. Hawley asked excitedly, Hanny, who are you calling? Do we have new companions? This really doesn't. Jason smiled and said, I want to call Tony Stark and accept his challenge head-on. Hallie? Hawley didn't understand it at all. She knew that the black technology in Stark's house could track his signal position within a few seconds, so I call him, SHHH. I know it in my heart. Malibu Seaside Villa. Tony lay on a beach chair, facing the sea, thinking about how to set Jason next. At this time, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded. Sir, there is a phone call. It's an unknown number. Tony was taken aback, then sneered in his heart. This Jason really couldn't hold his breath. I just provoke him on TV, and he called. Jarvis, prepare to lock the source of the signal. Okay, sir. After answering the phone, Jason's voice came. My name is Jason Walter. You should have heard my name. Tony showed disdain, and the dog dared to follow me. He immediately sarcastically said, sorry, I do. There was a busy tone on the phone. Tony, people are stupid. Didn't he come to declare war? Why did you hang up the call after leaving only one name? After a few seconds, Jarvis said, Sir, that encrypted call is coming again. Connect. Stark Industries is the top 3 arms group in the United States. Many people are afraid of you, but I'm not afraid. Do. A few seconds later, Jarvis, Sir, the call is coming again. In my opinion, you are the second generation of scum who has inherited the legacy of your ancestors. You are right. I'm really short of money recently. I was thinking about where to get a big ticket. I didn't expect you to send the money to my door. There is no reason not to take the money delivered to the door. I will take your naive challenge letter. Thank you. Book Friends 201952511445105. Jin Can 99 O's, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, A Fruit Tree, for the 300 points reward. Thank you, Danian, I'm Lord Yu, for the 500-point reward. Thank you, Alex Frozen, for the 700 points reward. Talk about 50 cents. Unsurprisingly, After a few recommendations, there are more and more sprays and tongs. I still said that this book is a plain and cool text. My ability is limited and I can't write any profound text. It doesn't suit your eyes. Just delete the book and leave. Why bother to leave a comment? For example, I won't watch the next plot of your book. If you have the kung fu to post a long comment, go to Douyin to see the young lady dancing. Is he not good? Why should I make it difficult for me to be a street writer? Chapter 92 Preparations for War begin. The power of Stark Industries. Tony's eyes were gloomy, and he finally understood what Jason meant. Jarvis tracks the source of the signal and needs about 10 seconds of uninterrupted conversation to locate the exact location. But damn Jason, he kept the talk time at about 5 seconds each time. As long as he hangs up, the positioning will fail. When he calls again, the satellite will be repositioned. As long as the duration of each call does not exceed 10 seconds, Tony will not be able to locate him accurately. Humphrey. Only play these little cleverness. After 3 days, wash your butt and wait for me to come. After Jason hung up this time, he didn't call again. Tony was silent for a long time, then suddenly laughed. A wild dog that only hides in the dark and barking. As long as you dare to come 3 days later, you will definitely die without a place to hide. In the early morning of the next day, 2 vans parked in front of the Crow Organization's stronghold, and several men in black trench coats walked in with black suitcases. They put their suitcases on the ground, respectfully said a few words to Belmode, and left. Everyone came over to open the suitcase, and Belmode said, as per your requirements, the guns, ammunition, body armor, and municipal planning drawings are all ready. David grabbed a gun and asked curiously, Boss, why are all guns M16? Jason picked up a box of bullets with the Stark Industrial logo and said, because only M16 can match this 5.56mm M995 armor-piercing bullet. Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Jason explained, we killed 200 special police officers in the southern suburbs factory. Tony Stark must have learned through Colonel Roddy that the 4 of us have a perfect shooting technique. Think about it in another way. If I were Tony Stark, I would definitely equip my men with the highest strength full protection body armor, bulletproof helmet, and bulletproof goggles. If you want to penetrate these bulletproof equipment, you must use armor-piercing bullets. Understood? Then I'm going to test the gun. David took the M16 and walked towards the shooting range with a few boxes of ammunition. Even after returning to the United States from a war-torn country, even if his marksmanship has touched the ceiling, he still practiced guns every day. I'm going to. Hawley also took the gun and ran to the shooting range. Jason put together a few tables, and then spread the city plan of Los Angeles on it. Okay, let's plan it. The seaside villa in Malibu is Tony Stark's private residence. Except for the company's high levels, few people know that he lives in this place. But today, the tranquility of the villa was destroyed by a group of heavily armed men in black. In order to prevent Jason from stealing the house, Stark raised the security level of the villa to the highest level. From the foot of the villa to the top of the mountain, even small corners are guarded by security patrols. There were 3 tanks at the front entrance of the villa, and an armed helicopter hovering above the villa. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the door of the underground garage opened. More than a dozen Hummers escorted an armored vehicle out of the villa and headed towards the factory of Stark Industries. To ensure his life safety, Tony Stark, who has always liked to drive sports cars, was forced to squeeze in a car with a group of muscular men. The car was sultry and smelly. Tony held back for 2 hours before finally arriving in the factory underground parking garage. Tony jumped out of the car, wearing only a t-shirt, already sweating. Shit, Jason must be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise I will have to go out like this every day in the future. Then I will not be suffocated. At this time, a subordinate came over. Boss, people from the military are here, waiting for you in the conference room. Okay, I will go now. In the meeting room, a gray-haired general was waiting with 2 stars on his shoulder. Stark walked over to say hello. Hello, General. The general shook hands with him, and then went straight to the subject. Mr. Stark, you should know why I came. It should be for Jason's business. Yes, I heard that you gave him a challenge letter, and he agreed. Stark was not surprised that the military received this news. He nodded and said, yes, very well. Jason is too dangerous. Since he took the initiative this time, we must take this opportunity to get rid of him. If we raise tigers, not only New York and Los Angeles, but the entire United States will be unrest. General, I agree with you. Don't worry, as long as Jason dares to come, there must be no return. No, I mean, this arrest is carried out by our military, and your subordinates only need to cooperate. Tony smiled and shook his head. General, this is a personal challenge between me and him. I don't want outsiders to intervene. Upon hearing this, the general said solemnly, private challenge? What are you kidding about? This is not a trifle. It is related to the lives of thousands of Americans. Tony narrowed his smile and went back without fear. Because of this, it must be handled by Stark Industries. What he meant could not be clearer. Your military and government people were killed by Jason and turned on their backs, and several times let him escape. With this kind of 08 junk data, what qualifications do you have to compete with me? The general was a little angry, but he still said very well, in this case, let me take a look at your Stark Industries. How are you going to deal with Jason? Tony made an invitation gesture. Of course. In the bright and transparent underground shooting range, 300 powerful and muscular security guards stand in 10 rows. Serious expressions, uniform clothing, neat cues. Even if the boss and general walked in, they did not squint. This is Stark Industries, the elite security chosen by thousands of people. The general watched as he walked, and then nodded in praise. Yes, they should all be veterans, right? Tony nodded and said, the general is really insightful. Most of these people are soldiers who have been retired from the SEALs. The SEALs are the most elite special forces in the world. They are among the few dead rats that I believe are hiding in the stinking ditch. Will definitely be scared to roll back to the hole obediently. Since I am a SEAL veteran, I certainly don't worry about military literacy. I would like to see what kind of high-tech equipment you have prepared for them. Tony smiled and clapped his hands, and one of his men came over with a suitcase. Judging from the way he was struggling, the suitcase seemed heavy. Opened the box. Inside it is a set of black reflective metal. The general stepped forward and stroked, and asked, what is this? Tony's eyes suddenly became extremely proud. Don't worry, you will know when it is assembled. 10 minutes later, these metal parts were taken out and put together a set of models. This. The general's eyes widened, and his face was full of incredible. Before his eyes was a set of dark steel armor. Thank you, Light Smoke Takizuki, Faith as you. Book Friends 2018-011222172007, Dream has passed and Heart Flying, for the 100 points reward. Thank you, Fenian Mansion, Anoxic Water, for the 500 point reward. Thank you for the 1000 points rewards from Grass Shaved Powu. The rewards of QQ reading are not visible on the starting point fan list, so I won't thank you one by one. Let's all thank you. Boom, boom, boom. The starting point is over 10,000 collections, and a book friend group is welcome to brag. QQ Group, 574,654,834. After joining the group, change the group nickname to the starting point or QQ reading nickname, so that the author can know who is who. Chapter 93 Steel Battle Armor, Billions of Cash. Tony proudly introduced to the general. 3 years ago, a project of Stark Industries was rejected by your military. This is the titanium alloy steel armor that we developed at that time and prepared for special combat. In the southern suburbs of Los Angeles, the government forces suffered heavy casualties in World War I. Roddy told me that most people were shot in the head, chest, throat and other deadly parts. This shows that the bandits' marksmanship is incredible. Since we have to deal with them, it's better to think about it in another way. If I were a robber and learned that the information had been leaked, I would definitely think that the other party would use a high-strength full protection body armor. For this reason, they are definitely prepared to use armored bullets to deal with body armor, and the best quality rifle armored ammunition on the market is the M995 armor-piercing bullet produced by our company. The general asked, "Since you know that they will use armor-piercing bullets, can this heavy iron bump be able to stop it?" Tony smiled and said, "Of course this is not ordinary metal. As I said earlier, this steel armor is designed and manufactured for special combat. It uses the high-strength titanium alloy metal that we specially developed to resist armor-piercing projectiles." Hearing this, the general became a little interested. "Then how is the test effect of this suit?" "After rigorous testing, the thickest breastplate of this suit can withstand more than 30 rounds of M995 armor-piercing bullets at the same point. The relatively weak place can withstand 13 to 17 rounds of armor-piercing bullets, and the movable parts of the elbows, knees and necks can also withstand at least 8 rounds of armor-piercing bullets." The general asked, "But why doesn't this suit have a bulletproof mask? Is it possible that the soldiers fight with their eyes closed?" Tony explained. "The design concept of this armor is full protection, so we cancelled the mask design. In order to see the enemy clearly, we installed a dozen hidden cameras on the helmet, and the camera transmits the image to the LCD panel inside the helmet." The general's expression was very surprised, but he asked curiously, "Since this suit is so perfect, why did the military reject this project?" "It's too expensive, they can't afford it," Tony said helplessly. After a few seconds, he added, "Of course, part of the reason is that the armor is too heavy. The weight of this suit is as high as 120 kilograms. Even the most elite SEALs can hardly wear it to perform special tasks." Coupled with the high cost of high-strength titanium alloy, the military directly shot this project to death. The project was killed, the factory production line was also removed, the steel armor was not mass-produced at all, only 300 engineering prototypes were left. The general sighed, "It's a pity. If this suit supports electric power assistance to reduce the burden on soldiers, then the pattern of the United States in the world will change." Tony said, "At present, there is no way to power this armor in the world. We have tried to use lithium batteries for power, but the lithium batteries have low capacity and are easy to heat and become unstable. Even if the armor is filled with lithium batteries, a set of armor can only supply power for up to 15 minutes, which is far from meeting the requirements of actual combat. However, Stark Industries is working hard on energy." "That's great. I look forward to your results very much." The general nodded. "Okay, after reading your steel armor, I feel more relieved. The inside of the bank will be handed over to your steel soldiers. Our army will deploy control around the bank. As long as Jason appears, we will immediately take all roads and sewers. Blockade." After speaking, he turned to look at the group of security guards, and said with a serious expression, "Warriors, the safety of the country is on your behalf." The security force composed of veterans saluted the general in unison. After the general returned his salute, he said to Tony, "You are their boss now, so let's say a few words to boost morale." Tony smiled. "There is only one morale boost I can think of. After this task is completed, in addition to the company's remuneration, I will personally reward each of you with an additional $100,000. Hearing that, those unsmiling security guards all beamed with joy. Sure enough, dreams and responsibilities are hypocritical, only bank notes are real. In the morning of the next day, Jason and Belmode cross-dressed and went to step on the spot near the bank. The two wore loose casual clothes, dressed up as loving couples. They were holding notebooks in their hands and wandering in the street seemingly aimlessly, but they actually recorded key locations with ulterior motives. After they stepped on the outer dots, they walked along the street towards the headquarters of Stark Industrial Bank. The closer you get to the bank, the more and more people flow, and when you come to the door of the bank, the streets are already overcrowded. Billionaire Tony Stark challenged Jason Walter, the most wanted man in the United States, to a book challenge. This billion-dollar gamble has attracted the attention of countless people. Some people even flew to Los Angeles deliberately, wanting to witness the outcome of the bet. Stark Industrial Bank has become an online celebrity check-in point in Los Angeles, and its popularity has soared, reaching the Hollywood Walk of Fame and Disneyland. Jason and Belmode walked around in the crowd. Jason was pleased to see the sudden explosion of this incident. The more tourists who eat melons, the more prestige he will gain. After all, watching the news on TV and witnessing the scene, the shock brought by is far from comparable. Besides, the more people get messier, Jason and the others are more likely to fish in troubled waters. "Look, there is an armored car ahead," someone suddenly yelled. The tourists looked up one after another, and saw 10 military armored vehicles at the end of the road, whizzing towards the bank. "It should be $1 billion in armored vehicles." "I think it is. Stark Industries is amazing. It can actually use military armored vehicles." The police car cleared the way, and 10 armored vehicles and a television broadcast vehicle drove all the way into the bank's underground garage. After a few minutes, a real-time picture appeared on the huge screen outside the bank building, and a beautiful hostess appeared on the screen. I don't need to elaborate on the popularity of the billion-dollar bet. All TV media across the country want to follow up on this matter. But in the end, the bid was a local TV station that had a long-term strategic partnership with Stark Industries. On the big screen, the hostess raised the microphone and said excitedly, "Good morning everyone. The billion-dollar bet is well known, but there are many people who speculate whether Mr. Stark really took out the money, or whether the money is genuine. In order to explore the truth, I am now at the headquarters of Stark Industrial Bank, and the armored vehicle loaded with billions of dollars has arrived at the door of the bank vault. Thank you, Monk who sells salted fish, stealing to the right, Taoists, please wait, Jiang Yeki, cooking smoke and curling a restaurant, Single Linu, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, Hebai Slagash, for the 500-point reward. Thank you, Huoxiang Zenkai Beifing Wan, for your 1000 points reward. Chapter 94 Live on the Whole Network. Show off fiancé. The screen moved and saw 10 armored vehicles parked in an empty underground parking lot. Dozens of heavily armed security guards jumped out of the car with automatic rifles and kept guns around the vault. The rear compartment of the armored car opened, and the bank security walked in and brought out the huge money boxes. These cash boxes are specially made by Stark Industries, using hard alloy materials, which are very heavy. Each cash box can be filled with $10 million, and $1 billion is exactly 100 cash boxes. Dozens of long tables with currency detectors were placed in front of the vault, and 2 bank accountants sat on each table. The accountant is responsible for verifying the amount of money with the money detector, and after the verification is completed, the money is handed over to the bank to be stored in the vault. There was a smile at the corner of Jason's mouth, which proved that his previous worries were unnecessary. In order to get him to the bait, Tony Stark actually checked the $1 billion in the whole live broadcast to ensure that the amount of money is not bad. So sincere, Jason would be a little embarrassed if he didn't take it. After checking the money, the security guard sent all the money into the vault. The hostess and the photographer, accompanied by a few security guards, entered the vault to visit. As white as jade tiles and walls, energy-saving lamps dazzled the spacious vault. What makes people even more confusing is the 10 banknote hills in the center of the vault. $1 billion is a wealth that 99.99% of the world cannot earn in a lifetime. Faced with this huge sum of money, the hostess excitedly couldn't close her legs together. Umika, this is the first time in my life I have seen $1 billion. It is so spectacular and so beautiful. I don't know Jason what does Walter think, but I really want to pounce on this mountain of banknotes now. Seeing this picture, the tourists standing outside the Stark Industrial Bank and the audience watching the news in front of the TV were also very excited. Tony Stark is really rich. With so much money, if I were to go in and get a handful out, I won't worry about it in my life. Don't dream. Do you think you are Jason? Before you got close, the security guard shot him to death. Huh? How did the money in Tony Stark's hand come from? Don't you even count it. He is a warmonger, dead and wounded, and every penny in his hands is stained with the blood of innocent people. So what? It's not an American who died. While talking, the surrounding people began to quarrel. After the visit, the hostess walked out of the vault. Two bank employees closed the 50-centimeter thick vault door. The host interviewed, Mr. Stark said in the challenge book that the door of the vault will be open to Jason Walter. But why are you closing the door of the vault? The staff saw that they were prepared. He explained, the vault door will be opened by me at midnight tomorrow, and it will not close until midnight the next day. In order to prove Mr. Stark's sincerity and to dispel Jason Walter's concerns, the camera in the vault will be turned on 24 hours a day and will be broadcast live on the tubing to prove that Mr. Stark did not steal cash. After speaking, the employee left. Facing the camera, the hostess shouted to Jason in the air, "Did you see Jason Walter? Mr. Stark promised you all the conditions. If you are still a band, you can quickly take it away." At the end of the live broadcast, the big screen was switched to the perspective of the camera inside the vault. Seeing that there was nothing to see, Jason and Belmode prepared to leave. Just as they squeezed out of the crowd, they suddenly heard a woman proudly say, "My fiancé is the security of Stark Industries. He can go to this vault." Jason and Belmode stopped in an instant. A woman retorted, "Don't lie. The general security can only look at the door outside, and is not qualified to enter the vault at all." "I didn't lie. My fiancé is a veteran of the Navy SEALs. He has been selected into the security team with a monthly salary of $100,000. Ha ha. You said yes. I also said that my fiancé is a shareholder of Stark Industries. Bah. Look at you as you share the goods and return it to the shareholders. The shareholders are still pretty much the same, aren't you? Look at the car key in your hand. It's an old Ford. I'm embarrassed to drive this garbage truck. Huh. What's wrong with the old style? I just like nostalgia. I know you are jealous of me. After all, $100,000 is my man's monthly salary. But it is your man's annual salary. Even if my man earns less, at least he will not be in danger. I can guarantee that in 2 days, your fiancé will be killed by Jason, and you will become a second-hand item that no one wants. Bitch, bitch. My fiancé was awarded a medal in the Gulf War, and he can punch Jason out of shit. Following the voice, Jason finally found the woman. Long black hair, big blue eyes, a beautiful goose egg face full of anger. She wore a red camisole with a gray-black plaid skirt and high heels. She was barely tall. The quarrel between the two women continued. Jason smiled and nodded at Belmode. Belmode immediately understood what he meant. She deliberately squeezed between the two. "I'm sorry, please give in." "Hey, you guy." "What a squeeze." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Belmode peeked with his right hand, stuffed a bug with its own signal transmitter function into the woman's bag and left quickly. The two came to an unmanned corner, and Belmode put on his earphones. "The voice is a bit messy, but I can barely hear it," Jason said. "It's good if I can hear you clearly. I will continue to step on it according to the original plan. You will be responsible for monitoring her today. If the situation is true, our chance will come." Belmode nodded, and the two separated. In the evening, it was getting darker. Jason opened the notebook, which was full of text and sketches. In one day, he walked all the roads and trails around the bank, including sewers, commanding heights, and available bunkers. Returning to the car with a full load, he took out his new ordinary mobile phone and sent a text message to Belmode. "How is the situation?" 1 minute later, Belmode replied, "The situation is true. Gather together." "Okay. I'll pick someone up when I go home." After Jason responded to the text message, he drove back to the base. "Take the weapons and equipment, Jason, David and Hallie, and head to the location of Belmode. Thanks to Sue Perman, Super Blood Learning Crazy, Clownavian, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, Jingfanfei, for the 300-point reward. Thank you, A Fruit Tree, Fantasy Left Bank, My Emperor Wants to Sleep, for the 500-point reward. Thank you for the 1,000 points reward from Indestructible War Spirit. Thank you, Cooking Smoke and Curling a Restaurant, for the 5,100 points reward. Chapter 95, Eavesdropping. Iron Warrior. Night fell. Los Angeles, the City of Angels, is illuminated by dazzling neon lights. For an international metropolis, Los Angeles is far more lively at night than during the day. There is a row of townhouses on a trail in a residential area west of Los Angeles. The villas are medium in size and have their own lawn swimming pool. Most of the middle-class Americans live here. 3 streets away from the villa, there is a quiet and elegantly decorated cafe. Belmode sat alone in a dim corner with a hardcover copy of Hamlet on the table, his slender fingers holding a spoon and gently stirring the coffee. Half an hour later, the 3 of Jason drove there. After entering the cafe and ordering the order, while the waiter placed the order, he whispered, "Her fiancé is really the elite security guard of Stark Industries?" Belmode nodded and said, "Her man's name is Kevin, and he just came home an hour ago." It can be confirmed through the dialogue between the two. Suddenly, Belmode's beautiful face showed a blush. Before Jason was curious to ask questions, she quickly took off the hidden earphones and handed them over. Jason pushed the earphones into his ears, and an intimate voice came out. "Baby, we are rich. As long as we complete this task, in addition to the company's salary of $100,000, Stark personally rewards us with $100,000. Great. But I am worried that you are in danger." "No problem. Stark equipped us with a special set of equipment that Jason dare to come and definitely kill him. Then I can rest assured. With the money, I want to change to a new car. Your old Ford car is too broken, and you always get laughed at when you go out." "No problem. I'll buy you a Porsche when the salary and bonuses arrive." "My dear, thank you." "Then you let me try the back today." Jason listened to the whole process with a calm expression. He was not disturbed by the depressive sound in his ears, but the special equipment in Kevin's mouth made him feel a little uneasy. Think about it, too, if Stark dares to provoke him so high profile, he must have a killer move in his hands. Taking off the headset, Jason said, "Get ready to act." After drinking the slightly hot coffee on the table, the 4 of them left the cafe after dropping $200. After driving around the periphery, they parked the car in a corner that cannot be seen by the monitor. The 4 got out of the car, holding pistols, and under the cover of night, ran to the back door of Kevin's house. Judging by the sound coming from the invisible headset, the 2 have entered the final sprint stage. At this time, their vigilance will be greatly reduced, and all their attention will be on each other. This is the best time for Jason and the others to act. The back door of the villa is a maple door. Jason took out a pistol with a silencer, and directed at the wooden door to empty all the bullets in the magazine. Boom boom. The area above the door lock was smashed, forming a fist-sized bullet hole. Jason reached in and opened the locked wooden door. The 4 quickly walked into the house and locked the wooden door backhand. After confirming that the first floor is not in danger, they walked quietly to the second floor. The door of the master bedroom on the second floor was closed tightly, and a passionate cry came out from the crack in the door. "The rocket launch has entered the countdown to ignition." Jason grinned with a smirk, and he strode forward and kicked the door abruptly. Boom! The huge sound of breaking the door shocked the 2 on the bed, and the fierce fighting stopped instantly. The 2 raised their heads and saw 4 strangers in black, standing in a row watching their live performance. The woman's face was pale, she was so scared that she held her breath, staring at the 4 people, and even forgot to cover her body. "And her man is worthy of being a veteran of the SEALs." But after a moment of loss, he reacted. He quickly pulled out the spear, then rolled over and fell to the bottom of the bed. Crack! A loaded M1911 aimed at Jason. Kevin's speed and reaction are indeed very fast, but among the 4 people present, everyone is faster than him. Jason hugged his shoulders and didn't mean to do anything, while David, Hallie, and Belmode pulled out their pistols and pulled the trigger. Boom boom boom. Kevin exposed half of his arm, and was shot into a mess of flesh by dozens of bullets. "What?" He fell to the ground instantly, wailing and rolling in pain. Jason's brows furrowed, and he rushed forward to block his mouth. But the woman on the bed finally reacted, was about to scream loudly, but was controlled by Belmode, and could only make a "oh ooh ooh ooh" sound. 5 minutes later, Kevin clutched his bandaged broken arm and sat on the living room sofa pale. "Who are you guys? If you want money, I can give you all of my property. Just ask you not to hurt me." Jason moved a chair and sat across from him and said disdainfully, "How much money can you make a year for a small security guard?" Kevin was surprised. "Have you investigated me?" Jason bluntly said, "Of course. We are not here late at night for money, but for a few questions I want to ask you." Hearing that it was not for money, Kevin was slightly relieved. "You ask, I will answer truthfully." Jason smiled and said, "That would be the best." "Tony Stark deliberately formed an elite security force to deal with me. I heard you were among them, right?" Kevin immediately reacted and said with a startled expression, You are Jason Walter." "Yes." "Since you have heard my name, you should know my methods." "Let's talk. What the hell is Tony Stark up to? What is the special equipment in your mouth?" Kevin's expression was a bit hesitant, wondering if he should tell the truth. Once Jason knew about the existence of the steel armor, he would definitely avoid fighting in 2 days, and then wait for the opportunity to move forward. In this way, I don't know how many innocent citizens and military police will sacrifice for this. Jason persuaded, "You are just a small security guard. Don't worry about big capitalists like Stark, think more about you and your family." After listening to Jason's words, Kevin thought for a long time and his eyes became extremely firm. Although he has retired, he was once an excellent soldier. He swore under the national flag that he will never betray the United States and will always fight for freedom. "Fuck you," Kevin scolded and sneered, "even if you kill me, I won't say it." Jason sighed helplessly, "You people, you just don't talk about credit. Just now you said you want to answer truthfully, but in a blink of an eye you changed your tune." He got up and walked to the bathroom, picked up the water bottle and towel. Kevin's breathing suddenly changed rapidly. As a special soldier of the former SEAL, he certainly knew what Jason wanted to do. "Thank you, Jia's scholar, Jiang Yihao, Xihai Old Love Song, Book Friends 2019092221839784, for the 100 points reward." "Thank you, Unknown Insider, for the 10,000 points reward." "The boss is great. The boss is awesome." Chapter 96. The Tough Guy. Tenderness. Waterboarding. This is an extremely cruel torture. This kind of torture can make the prisoner feel suffocated and drowned. The fear and pain that go deep into the soul can easily destroy a person's line of defense. During the war, the SEAL troops often used water torture to interrogate terrorists, which was simple, quick and time-tested. During the special training of the army, Kevin had also experienced the feeling of waterboarding. Recalling the fear of suffocation, he shuddered. Kevin turned his head and looked at the sharp object in the corner of the living room, trying to rush to kill himself. But David and Hallie reacted quickly and quickly pushed him to the ground, one controlling his hands and the other controlling his feet. No matter how hard Kevin struggles, it will not help. Suddenly, his eyes went dark, and a wet towel covered his face. There was a devilish sneer in the ear. "Kevin, if you don't explain it honestly, I can guarantee that tonight will be very long." As soon as the voice fell, a stream of cold water was poured on the towel. Kevin quickly took a deep breath, then held his breath, his head swinging like a rattle. Jason closed his feet, clamped his head, and continued to water on the towel. 3 minutes passed, and the oxygen gradually ran out. Kevin struggled desperately and refused to say a word. 5 minutes later, Kevin's struggle began to weaken, and his body began to convulse due to lack of oxygen. Jason took the opportunity to persuade, "Say it, you don't have to suffer this kind of pain if you say it." Kevin is very stubborn and still refuses to let go. 7 minutes later, a stinking smell came, and Kevin became incontinent, and he was going to lose it. "Shit." Jason stopped watering and kicked him over with an angry kick. Cough cough cough. Kevin coughed violently on the ground, as if to cough up his entire lungs. Seeing his mouthfuls of air, Jason nodded and exclaimed, "Admire. You are really a tough guy. If I have enough time, I would like to play with you for a while. I will test the punishments that I have thought of in my mind but have no chance to implement them one by one. It's a pity, My time is very tight. I spend millions of dollars every minute. There is really no time to spend with you." After speaking, Jason walked to the master bedroom with gloomy eyes. "Damn it, dare you!" Kevin suddenly thought of something, struggling to stand up and rushed towards Jason. David and Hallie put him down again, and then put their knees on his back, pressing him firmly on the ground. Jason stopped and turned to look at him. "Give you one last chance," Kevin roared with a ferocious expression. "You son of a bitch, don't move my woman. What can you do for me?" Jason shook his head disappointedly. "No, I want to come at your woman." As Kevin was about to yell, Hallie picked up the wet towel and stuffed it into his mouth. Jason sneered and walked into the master bedroom. A few seconds later, Kevin's girlfriend crying and tearing clothes came from the master bedroom. "Woo, woo, woo." Kevin's eyes were splitting, bruises violently around his neck, and his face turned blood red. "Don't touch me. Help. Kevin, help me." "Don't struggle, baby. Your man has given up on you." "I only have his boss in my heart, not you at all." "Kevin, please do what he says." His girlfriend's cry for help was like a heavy hammer, hitting Kevin's psychological defense again and again. There was a colic in his heart, pain to the bone marrow, to the depths of the soul. This ironclad man can resist cruel punishment, but he can't bear to be implicated because of his beloved woman. Well, Kevin hit the floor hard with his forehead, holding both hands high above his head. He surrendered. In ecstasy, Hallie hurriedly shouted, "Honey, he hired." "Come out." Kevin watched Jason move his girlfriend. Isn't Hallie watching other women sleeping with his boyfriend? The cry of the master bedroom gradually stopped. After a while, Jason put on his shirt and walked out. Looking at Kevin, who was lying on the ground and making a gesture of surrender, he sneered, "The hero is sad for the beauty of you will recruit before my foreplay is over." Kevin raised his head. His eyes were dark and confused. "I said, I will say everything. I just ask you to let her go." Jason squatted down and said, "Don't worry, our scumbags are often more trustworthy than you." He added another sentence, "But I want to warn you in advance. If any of your next words are lying, I swear that you will sell your fiancé to a third world country." "You know my deeds, just I should know that I have this ability." Kevin nodded to show that he knew, and then slowly spoke. "In 2 days, Mr. Stark will launch a joint operation with the military. Mr. Stark will be responsible for the inside of the bank, and the military will be responsible for deploying control on the periphery of the bank to prevent you from escaping. I don't know how many people and equipment are deployed by the military, but Mr. Stark has 300 security guards, most of whom are like me, are veterans of the SEAL." Jason nodded. This situation was almost as expected. "What do you mean by special equipment?" Kevin said, "It means 300 sets of steel armor." "What?" Jason frowned, with a surprised expression on his face. 28 years have passed since the journey into the Marvel world, and the memories of previous lives have long been blurred, let alone the plot of Marvel movies. But he still remembered that Stark developed the steel armor after being kidnapped by terrorists. How could this be advanced? Wrong. 300 sets of steel armor. Even if the appearance of Jason triggers the butterfly effect, it is impossible for Stark to develop so many armors, let alone let others wear his armors. And with Stark's pushy temperament, if he develops a steel armor, he would have worn the armor to force his sisters to make trouble in the city. Jason asked, "What does that steel armor look like?" "You can be more detailed." Kevin said, "Steel armor is a fully protective armor, which can wrap people from head to toe, with a total weight of up to 120 kilograms. Full protection? Not even a transparent mask?" "No, there are more than a dozen cameras on the outside of the helmet linked to the internal LCD panel, and we can view the outside world through the LCD panel." Jason curled his lips and wondered how this armor felt a little low. "Also, Mr. Stark guessed that you will use armor-piercing bullets, and the armor is made of high-strength titanium alloy, which is specially used to resist armor-piercing bullets. Even the weakest part of the armor can withstand 8 M995 armor-piercing bullets." Continuous shooting. "Thank you, Xuan Yi is coming. Flash Nightmare, for the 100-point reward." "Thank you, a fruit tree, for the 300 points reward." "Thank you, Little flower cat who loves coffee, 500 reward points. Thank you, Rust Blaster, for your 1000 points reward. Chapter 97. After listening to Kevin's narration, Hallie, David, and Belmode looked at each other, their faces becoming very solemn. If it is true that Stark has 300 sets of steel armor in his hands, then their actions 2 days later will definitely come to an end with the entire army wiped out. Fortunately, if Jason and Belmode hadn't happened to hear the woman's conversation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jason was also frightened for a while. He quickly asked, what kind of energy is used to drive such a heavy armor? Electricity or nuclear power? Kevin was taken aback when he heard the words, and then said with a weird expression, manpower. Jason was dumbfounded. The tall things like steel armor were actually driven by manpower. What's the difference between armor in the Middle Ages? What the hell is Tony Stark doing? Kevin explained. Mr. Stark said that powering the armor requires a very stable energy source. At present, there is no energy in the world that can power the armor for a long time. Even if the armor is filled with lithium batteries, it can only be driven for about half an hour, which is far from meeting the requirements of actual combat. Jason sighed. In other words, the so-called steel armor is actually a fully enclosed iron box. Kevin couldn't keep up with his thoughts, and said inexplicably, of course it is. What do you think the steel armor is? Hearing Kevin's answer, Jason's hanging heart finally let go. This manpower-driven steel armor is far from the Iron Man who went into the sea in memory. It seems that the world line has not changed much, but even so, a battle armor that can withstand armor-piercing bullets is still a hurdle for Jason. If you can't think of a way to act rashly, there must be no return. Several people sat together, all bowed their heads and fell silent. After working hard to prepare for a long time, Stark Industries directly sacrificed the big killer like steel armor, which directly killed them. After a long silence, Hawley first spoke. I think this mission is too dangerous and should be abandoned. Jason also didn't express his opinion, turning his head to look at David. What about your suggestion? David said, I think so too. Now the government's eyes are focused on Stark Bank, and their head-to-head end must be very tragic. It is better to take this opportunity to rob other banks, and perhaps you can get unexpected surprises. Jason nodded. This is a feasible suggestion. He looked at Belmode again and asked, how about you? To be honest, I agree with the two of them, but you are the leader of the clown organization. Whether this mission is to be executed or not, and how to execute it, depends on what you mean. After speaking, the three of them all looked up at Jason. Jason frowned and thought for a moment, then smiled faintly. I think this plan can go on. He quickly raised his hand to stop Hawley from speaking, and then explained, David's proposal just now gave me an inspiration, so my plan is like this. The four of us are divided into two groups. First of all, Belmode wants to disguise me as Kevin and sneak into the headquarters of Stark Industrial Bank, so that I can get close to the bank vault. And the three of you, with the Crow organization, rob the three major banks in the east, north and south of Los Angeles. All kinds of lethal weapons were used. The bigger the trouble, the better. Once there is an accident with these three banks, Stark and the government must think that we are attacking, pretending to attack Stark Bank, but actually attacked other weak defensive banks. Once they are tuned in, the armed forces ambushing in Stark Bank will definitely be divided into four parts. One part will continue to stay at Stark Bank, while the other three will rush to three banks in different directions, so that the pressure on the four of us will be much reduced. After you succeed, I will take the cash in the vault, then kill the remaining Steel Warriors, and finally leave the bank swaggeringly and join you. Just finished Jason's words, Hawley quickly said, wait a moment. Stealing the vault cash, killing the Iron Warrior, and leaving in a big way. This is incredible. Hallie didn't say the rest, but she meant very clearly that she didn't believe that Jason had such an ability to guard against the sky. The expressions on the other two's faces also meant this. Jason said mysteriously, have you forgotten? I'm a person with superpowers. The Hawley trio immediately remembered that Jason quickly improved their marksmanship, and Hallie once told them that Jason can make a large amount of cash disappear in an instant. Could it be that this is the money he has in his mouth? After thinking for a long time, Hallie said, "If you can ensure your safety, I support your plan." David and Belmode also nodded in agreement. Jason smiled and said, "Don't worry, of course I will cherish my life." The four combed through the plan from start to finish, and after checking the deficiencies and making sure that they were correct, they started to act. David and Hallie are in charge of continuing to interrogate Kevin, and ask all his behaviors, personal relationships to prevent Jason from revealing himself before he gets in. Belmode notified the people of the Crow organization to assemble urgently, and then made Kevin's human skin mask overnight. Time is running out, and several people stayed up all night. Hallie and David have been forcing Kevin's behavior habits and interpersonal relationship, not to miss a little detail, and then record the content into a book and hand it to Jason. Jason sat in a chair and put on makeup while holding the manual to read and recite the full text. The four of them were busy until noon the next day to complete all the work. At the dining table on the first floor, four people sat together to eat. Jason has completely changed his appearance, and now he and Kevin are literally carved out of the same mold. In order to prevent him from showing his feet, Belmode concentrated his mind on using the skills of disguise to the extreme. An ordinary human skin mask can be completed in a few hours, but the ultra-thin mask on Jason's face took 8 hours to make. Jason touched the mask on his face, still feeling a little surprised in his heart. The touch is almost the same as the real face. It can be faked. Belmode had already gotten out of dark circles, and she was a little tired and said, "Trust my craftsmanship. As long as you don't take the initiative to die, even Kevin's friends can't find the clue." "Of course I believe in your technology." Jason spoke, but it was Kevin's voice. Belmode installed a small thing in his Adam's apple, which can change the pronunciation of the vocal cords through vibration, and simulate Kevin's voice by adjusting the vibration frequency. After lunch, it's almost time. After the four determined the details of the plan again, they were ready to act. Thank you, favorite Firefly-seeking immortals, Mo Yixin, Xuan Yi is here, I Kang I Tai, Jia's Scholar, Book Friends 20180961933022998, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, Fenian Mansion, for the 500-point reward. Chapter 98 Try on the Armor. The three of Hallie went to the former Crow organization, the stronghold of the current Clown organization, and Belmode's men have assembled. Jason got into Kevin's old Ford sedan alone and headed to the headquarters of Stark Industries Group. The headquarters and the bank are both located on the west side of Los Angeles, and the straight-line distance between the two places is only 5 kilometers. Kevin is the senior security guard at the headquarters. In order to commute to and from get off work, he bought the house nearby. A quarter of an hour later, Jason drove to the entrance of the underground parking lot of the headquarters, rolled down the window and stuck his face out of the window, facing the camera. 3 seconds later, the face recognition system passed, the iron fence was raised, and Jason drove into the underground parking lot and parked the car in the place where Kevin was used to parking. He just got out of the car and a new Camaro parked next to Ford. A burly muscular man smiled and got out of the car to say hello. "Hey, Kevin." "Hey." Jason greeted him with a smile while searching for information about this person in his mind. After a short while, he found the corresponding target. This person is Kevin's best friend. The two were teammates during the SEAL period. After retiring in the same year, they joined the Stark Industries Group. The two have a very good personal relationship and often walk around each other to have parties at home. Jason stepped forward to chat with him warmly, without a trace of tension or stagnation. The buddies didn't have any doubts, and the two walked into the underground shooting range side by side. There have been a lot of security in the spacious shooting range. Some people practice guns at the shooting range, some sit around drinking coffee and chatting, and some are fighting in an octagonal cage. Knowing that he is about to go to the front line and face the most wanted criminal in the United States, most people do not have the slightest sense of tension. Jason didn't understand where their fascinating self-confidence came from, whether it was the skills they had honed on the battlefield, or the steel armor that Stark prepared for them. Jason and his best friend sat in chairs and chatted. After waiting for half an hour, the rest of the security was also ready. The security director of Stark Industries walked into the shooting range. Suspiciously behind him was a group of active soldiers armed with automatic rifles. Jason felt nervous when he saw this scene. Could it be that I was discovered? A whistle. 300 security guards gathered quickly and stood neatly in 10 rows. The soldiers surrounded them vigilantly. Someone asked puzzledly, "Supervisor, what does this mean?" The supervisor loudly said, "In Jason Walter's criminal organization, there are people who understand disguise. According to Mr. Stark's intelligence, it is very likely that Jason Walter himself has changed his face with disguise and lurks among you." The voice just fell, like a thunder exploded in the crowd. All security began to panic. They turned their heads to look at their companions in front, back, left, and right, with suspicious expressions on their faces. Jason was a little nervous, but still pretended, frowning and looking around. The supervisor continued, "Don't worry. No matter how powerful this disguise technique is, it is nothing more than putting a human skin mask on a person's face. It is not high-tech." "Next, all of you will step forward one by one. The officer standing behind me will check you one by one. Let's start with this column." After speaking, the security guard in the first row stepped forward. An officer pinched his face forcefully, and saw that the opponent's skin was pinched red. So he nodded and let him leave. When a human face is pinched hard, bleeding red marks will appear, but the material of the human skin mask is silicone. No matter how hard you use it, there will be no response. Obviously, there are also people in Stark Industries who understand disguise. The security guards stepped forward to the test one by one, and they all passed the test smoothly. When it was Jason's turn, he suppressed the nervousness in his heart and walked forward with a calm expression. The soldiers pointed their guns at him in several directions, and another man stepped forward and pinched Jason's mouth. Soon, 2 ruddy marks appeared on Jason's face. The soldier nodded and said, "No problem, let's go." "Go to the equipment warehouse." Jason smiled and left the underground shooting range. Belmode's disguise technique is really powerful, and it has reached the point of being fake. Not to mention pinching your face can pinch a red mark. Even if you cut your face with a knife, the mask can shed blood for you. Jason already had the map of Stark Industries in his mind, and he came to find the location of the equipment warehouse smoothly. The equipment warehouse of Stark Industries covers an area of 100,000 square meters, which stores a large variety of advanced weapons. There are stocks left over many years ago, as well as stocks of new products that are about to be shipped all over the world. The weapons in this warehouse are enough to start a small war. Go to a corner of the warehouse and stand there. There are 300 large iron boxes stacked in front of Jason. If you guessed it correctly, Stark's steel armor is installed inside. After an hour, everyone was tested. The supervisor walked over with a grin. "Very good. Everyone passed the test." "It seems that Jason Walter is much stupider than we thought." Upon hearing this, all the security staff present laughed ironically. "Jason, ha ha ha." When the laughter subsided, the supervisor asked the employees of the factory to come over and install steel armor on them. When the 2 employees moved the big iron box to Jason, Jason felt a little excited. This is the prototype of Iron Man. Although it is an infinitely low version, the iron box was opened, and inside was a pile of precision titanium alloy parts. 2 employees held tools and helped Jason put on the armor from the bottom up. Half an hour later, the steel armor was installed and it was successfully powered on. The LCD panel in front of Jason's eyes emits a bright light, and the outside scene clearly appears on the panel. There are more than a dozen high-definition infrared cameras on the external helmet, and each camera overlaps with other cameras. That is to say, even if a single camera is destroyed in the firefight, It will not affect the user's view of the outside world. After the armor was installed, the supervisor began to distribute weapons to them. According to the speculation of Stark and the military leaders, Jason is very likely to use M16 automatic rifle equipped with M995 armor-piercing ammunition. That being the case, their weapons must be on the next level. What Stark prepared for the security guards was the M240 heavy machine gun, equipped with 7.62mm M993 armor-piercing bullets, which is much more powerful than the 5.56mm M995. The 300 warriors held heavy machine guns and fired. The unmatched firepower was enough to tear Jason and the others into pieces, not to mention that they were carrying 500 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition behind them. With 120 kilograms of battle armor, 11 kilograms of heavy machine guns, and 15 kilograms of magazines, the load of nearly 300 kilograms makes most security efforts difficult. But for Jason, who has a strength attribute of 63, a load of 300 pounds is as easy as wearing an extra piece of clothing. Everything was ready, and the supervisor began to make a pre-war mobilization speech. This kind of speech is nothing more than honor, responsibility, and family. There is nothing new in this kind of speech. After he finished talking about the nonsense, the 300 warriors boarded the armored car, left the factory and drove in the direction of the bank. Thank you, Ikang Itai, for the 100-point reward. Thank you, Cooking Smoke and Curl a Restaurant, Goji Berry Whiskey, for the 1000 points reward. Chapter 99. The challenge begins. Rob the joint savings. Time flies, and the sky of Los Angeles is quickly covered by darkness. Today is a special day. The empty alleys of the urban areas on the three sides of Los Angeles, southeast and north, and Los Angeles citizens full of adventure and romanticism all went to the west side to join in the fun. After tonight, the billionaire Tony Stark and the nation's most wanted criminal Jason Walters' $1 billion gamble is about to unfold. In order to get a closer look at this magnificent scene, many citizens and tourists rushed to the Western District, and hotels large and small near the bank were all overcrowded. The price of the hotel that day, especially the night view room, has also risen accordingly. Tourists bring their own binoculars and sit on the balcony of the hotel, eating supper while waiting for the early morning. Local tyrant tourists who have money in their pockets and worry about safety have signed up for the helicopter remote viewing project launched by the travel company. Tourists can safely sit on the helicopter and overlook this century's gamble from a high-altitude perspective. If you have no money and worry about safety, you can just sit at home and watch TV News, the local TV station that has a cooperative relationship with Stark Industry will broadcast this century gamble throughout. If you have no money and are not afraid of death, it is also a good choice to go directly to the street near the Stark Industrial Bank. Facts have proved that there are quite a lot of such people. The streets near the bank are already crowded with tourists watching the excitement. Their flashlights seem to be cheering at the building. Although the Los Angeles government has issued many documents hoping that everyone will stay away from the bank, it cannot resist the enthusiasm of Los Angeles citizens. A rave party is being held on the top floor of a high-rise building near the bank. The senior officials of Stark Industries were sitting on sofa chairs with several military leaders, tasting, chatting and laughing. Having seen Stark's steel armor, they had already put their hearts in their stomachs, and Jason and the others were just ordinary people of flesh and blood, no matter how good their marksmanship was. Tony's face was slightly sullen, and he faced the general and asked, "Has the military personnel been arranged?" The general smiled while holding the model sitting on his lap. 3,000 active soldiers have been stationed in the 5 blocks around the bank. As long as Jason shows up, they will immediately block this area, and then we can catch turtles in the urn. Tony smiled and raised his wine glass. The general is so courageous to dispatch 3,000 soldiers at once. If Jason learns this news, he probably won't be scared to come. Hee, Tony, your mouth, no wonder Hollywood female stars like you. At 9 o'clock in the evening, dozens of armored vehicles roared into the underground parking lot. 300 steel fighters got out of the car one by one, and in accordance with the prearranged action plan, they hung in various entrances and corners of the bank. Fortunately, Jason was assigned to the vault. After waiting for more than 3 hours, there are only 10 minutes left before the early morning. The TV news interview vehicle drove into the underground parking lot, and the graceful host appeared in the audience's field of vision again. "Good evening everyone, I am now at the door of the underground vault of Stark Industrial Bank. There are less than 10 minutes left before the challenge begins. The heavy vault door behind me is about to open." After speaking, the camera avoided the steel warriors and gave it to 2 bank security guards. Security went to the door of the vault. After passing the triple verification of the key, fingerprint and password, the vault door of the bank was finally opened. The billions of dollars were piled up in the vault safe and sound. After the security left, the host said, "Mr. Stark will do what he says. The vault door has been opened. Jason Walter, if you are still a man, come and take the money. If you dare not, then just release the 2 stars and surrender to the police station." After speaking, the hostess provocatively compared the middle finger. In the dark corner near the vault, Jason looked at the scene in front of him jokingly. Less than 5 minutes before the early morning, other personnel in the bank rushed to evacuate. Soon, there were only 300 steel soldiers lying in the corner of the huge bank. The clock outside the bank building tells the time on the hour. With the heavy bell, the billion-dollar gamble challenge is officially opened. Because of the gamble, the Los Angeles government and residents have focused their attention on the west side. The traffic volume on the street outside the Eastern Union Savings Bank has been greatly reduced compared to the past. At this time, 5 vans drove quickly on the street, then broke through the guardrail outside the bank door and stopped at the bank door. Pedestrians and vehicles on the roadside thought that there was a car accident, so they stopped to observe. The door of the van opened, and more than 30 masked men in black walked out of the car with weapons. "America, they have guns. Run for your life. These lunatics, they dare to rob the joint savings." The vehicle drove away quickly with a kick of the accelerator, and the pedestrians fled in all directions screaming loudly. Belmode raised his head and looked at the magnificent Union Savings Bank, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. She beckoned gently, and a man in black walked forward quickly and installed C4 explosives on the bank's security door. After the explosives were installed, everyone evacuated to a safe distance. Boom! 30 seconds later, a huge fireball ignited at the door of the bank, and the loud noise shattered the tranquility of the Eastern District. The 10-centimeter thick bank security door was blasted through a gap that was 1 person high and 2 people wide, and flames ignited both inside and outside the door. 2 men in black took out fire extinguishers from the car and stepped forward to put out the fire. When the fire weakened slightly, the other people in black immediately rushed into the bank. Several security guards who stayed behind at the bank on night shift spotted the men in black and immediately knelt down and shot at them. Bang bang bang. The bullet opened the full protection body armor, and the man in black felt a pain, and immediately began to counterattack with the automatic rifle. Several security guards wearing short sleeves were shot and fell to the ground immediately. Belmode walked in and said around the exchange, "Time is running out, send a few people to stay here, and the rest go to the underground vault." Yes. As soon as Belmode's voice fell, more than 30 people split into 2 teams and started to act separately. These people in black are all elite executives of the Crow organization. After solving the remaining security guards along the way, Belmode finally led someone to the door of the underground vault. The Crow organization was full of talents, and immediately someone in black came forward holding a laptop, and the connection port began to crack the vault password. Click. 1 minute later, the vault door opened smoothly. The men in black filed in, stuffing a large amount of cash into the backpack prepared in advance. From their appearance at the bank door to the successful departure of the robbery, the gang only took less than 5 minutes, but this time was enough for the police to react. After all, The banker is the big money owner behind the police station. Whoever dares to touch the bank's money is against all the police officers. Thank you. The Chaldean mortal king, wife is in charge of the money. I have no money. Die whoever stares. Scholar of Geomantian, Book Friends 2019100622192297. The big soldier is high above, the man must fight straight. In the cloud 100 points reward of walking silent. Chapter 100 Tune the tiger away from the mountain. Plan to restart. Belmode took his men and ransacked the vault, carrying a purse to the bank hall. Outside the door, dozens of police cars blocked the road at random. Dozens of policemen hid behind the cars with their guns and surrounded them. A police chief yelled through a megaphone, "Listen to me, the robbers inside. You are already surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender." After a while, nothing happened in the bank. "This group of damn robbers!" the sheriff shouted angrily, preparing to direct his men to forcibly attack. At this moment, there was a muffled noise from inside the bank. An RPG rocket hung a long tail flame, and flew out quickly from the gap in the bank gate. Boom! With a loud noise, the rocket hit the police car, and the police car was blown up several meters high, turned into a burning fireball, and hit the ground heavily. Boom! The hot flames and shock waves, mixed with glass dross, shot all around, knocking all nearby police officers to the ground, blood dripping from the glass dross. With one hit, all the men in black rushed out of the bank, holding automatic rifles and shooting frantically at the policemen who fell on the ground. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. The dense bullets fluttered like wild bees, overwhelming the police. Belmode took up his rifle and pressed into the battle. All the policemen who wanted to hide in the corner and put black guns were killed by her level 10 marksmanship. A powerful offensive by the men in black directly killed and injured more than half of dozens of policemen. The rest of the policemen were all hiding under the car, their bodies trembling, afraid to make a sound. This gang of bastards actually have RPG, which is so damn scary. How are they robbers? They are terrorists. They are police officers only for a job, not here to get shot. In addition to the Union Savings Bank to the east, two major banks to the north and south of Los Angeles were also attacked by unidentified robbers at the same time. The robbers are numerous, well-trained, and even possess heavy weapons. The first group of police officers who sent out the police were directly beaten away by robbers because of asymmetric information. All of a sudden, the police and distress calls of the Los Angeles Police Department were about to be blown up. Upon receiving this information, the police leader immediately noticed that the robbers in these three places should belong to the same group, and their superb marksmanship and bold style couldn't help but remind the police leader of a man, Jason Walter. At this point, the leader of the police station was shocked. Could it be said that Jason's attack on Stark Bank was just a cover? He just wanted to attract the attention of the government and the military, and then took the opportunity to attack other banks with weak defense forces. The leader thought carefully and felt that this possibility was very high, so he quickly called the military chief who was in charge of the command. At this time, the military boss is holding the model, standing next to the top floor guardrail, tasting wine while enjoying the night view of Los Angeles. The military subordinates received a call from the police leader and hurried over and whispered in his ear. Hearing this, the military chief's complexion changed and he said angrily, "What did you say?" The subordinate grimaced, and quickly repeated the information. The big gee's half-drunk drunkenness was suddenly awakened by the shocking news. If Jason's goal is not Stark Bank, wouldn't he have been played around by Jason these days? If Jason leaves swaggeringly after he succeeds, how does this make him explain to the senior officials of the Ministry of Justice and the military? "General, what's the matter with you? Is the wine not good? Or the girl is not beautiful?" Tony Stark hugged the two female stars and walked over and asked with a smile on his face. The general's expression was extremely ugly. Just received intelligence from the police station. 3 groups of robbers attacked 3 major banks in the east, north and south of Los Angeles. The police inferred that this group of robbers is most likely a clown organization led by Jason. Hearing this, Tony Stark smiled without anger, and said to the female star beside him, "Let's just say, this Jason is a timid dead mouse, don't you believe it? I'm right now." The female star pouted her lips and made no comment. Tony continued to proudly said, "I am Tony Stark, and scum like Jason doesn't dare to yell in front of me. He can only bully ordinary businessmen without weapons." After a sip of wine, Tony's mood became very good. As for whether Jason will do anything to Stark Bank, it doesn't make a big difference to him. Jason dared to come. There would be a dead end. The name Tony Stark will once again become popular throughout the internet, and the reputation of Stark Industries Group will also rise, and by the way it will raise a wave of stock prices. If Jason is afraid to come, he is afraid of him, and the reputation of the company and his personnel will be improved. Regardless of the result, Stark's business is a steady profit. Therefore, even if the military boss is already sweating anxiously, Tony still has a smile on his face, a calm look. "Stark, the police are very weak. They can't beat Jason at all. I want to take away all the people from the military," the boss said anxiously. "By the way, since Jason's target is not Stark Bank, your 300 Iron Warriors are nowhere to be used. Why don't you lend them to me temporarily?" Tony drank a glass of wine and smiled faintly. "Of course it is possible. But I am worried that Jason's action this time is actually a plan to turn the tiger away from the mountain, so you can only take half of the Iron Warrior." "Tune the tiger away from the mountain?" The military boss thought for a while and said, "This possibility is not unavailable, but it is very small. Jason's clown organization is scarce, and the 3 waves of robbers together are close to the size of 100 people. Even if Jason still has surplus, the strength of the army should not exceed 50 people. This number of people wants to attack Stark Bank. Isn't it just looking for death?" Tony replied, "What you said makes sense. But even if there is only 1% probability, I can't relax my vigilance." This is not only related to the $1 billion in the vault, but also related to the prestige of Stark Industry. The general said, "Okay, but I will take away 200 soldiers from the Iron Soldiers. At the same time, I will leave 500 soldiers for you. They can't help with anything else. Blocking the road to prevent Jason from escaping is a good hand." Tony smiled. "Okay, then." After speaking, he took out his cell phone and called the security supervisor. Stark was confident in the steel armor. He borrowed most of the Steel Warriors to the general. On the one hand, he asked the general to owe him a favor, so that he could speak for him when purchasing arms. On the other hand, once the steel armors successfully eliminate the robbers, he can also use this as an opportunity to sell these 300 sets of steel armors that are about to be scrapped to the military, earning him hundreds of millions of dollars in vain. Because of Jason's affairs, Tony once again saw the superiority of the steel armor on the battlefield. He plans to restart the steel armor plan in the company in the near future, and as a prototype 3 years ago, the old-fashioned armor has no reference value, so it is better to pack and sell it early. The military boss repeatedly thanked Tony, and then took away all the officers who were playing. "Thank you, I'm too difficult." 557, my 4th grade, Wu Jiu, Shiru _ for the 100-point reward. "Thank you, Cooking Smoke and Curling a Restaurant, for the 1000 points reward." "Thank you, for the 2000 points reward." Thanks to Avril Lavigne's 10-year-old fan, like Chentani U, for the 500-point reward, and apologize to you again for the previous plot of insulting Avril Lavigne. In the comment area, there are 2 beasts who sacrificed their sister in order to add even more. Don't you recognize a wave of brother-in-law?